Isaiah chapter 58 and verse 1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, and show my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins.
Copyright disclaimer. This content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material and use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law.
Estamos aquí, oye, que estamos aquí. Mírame, estamos aquí. Desde hace rato, cuando ustedes llegaron, ya estaban las huellas de nuestros zapatos. Se robaron hasta la comida de gato y todavía se están lamiendo el plato. Bien encabronados con estos ingratos. Hoy le doy duro a los tambores hasta que me acusen de maltrato. Si no entiendes el dato, pues te lo tiro en cumbia, bossa nova, tango o vallenato. A lo calabo y bambú, bien frontú, con sangre caliente como Timbuktu. Estamos dentro del menú. Tupac se llama Tupac por Tupac Amaru del Perú. América no es solo USA, papá. Esto es desde Tierra del Fuego hasta Canadá. Hay que ser bien bruto, bien hueco. Es como decir que África es solo Marruecos. Estos canallas se les olvidó que el calendario que usan se lo inventaron los mayas con la Valdivia precolombina. Desde hace tiempo, este continente camina, pero ni con toda la marina pueden sacar de la vitrina la peste campesina. Esto va para el capataz de la empresa. El machete no es solo para cortar caña, también es para cortar cabeza.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde. 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 Te muerde, te muerde.
Los paramilitares, las guerrillas, los hijos del conflicto, las pandillas, las listas negras, los falsos positivos, los periodistas asesinados, los desaparecidos, los narcogobiernos, todos los que robaron, los que se manifiestan y los que se olvidaron, las persecuciones, los golpes de estado, el país en quiebra, los exiliados, el peso devaluado, el tráfico de droga, los carteles, las invasiones, los emigrantes sin papeles, 5 presidentes en 11 días, disparo a quemarropa por parte de la policía, más de 100 años de tortura, la nova trova cantando en plena dictadura. Somos la sangre que sopla la presión atmosférica. Gambino, mi hermano, esto sí es América.
Aquí estamos, siempre estamos, no nos fuimos, no nos vamos. Aquí estamos pa' que te recuerdes. Si quieres mi machete te muerde.
viene a decirnos con mucha firmeza y gran convencimiento lo mismo que nos decía en el siglo XVIII el barón de Holbach, ¿no? Un filósofo francés de origen alemán. Si nos remontamos al comienzo, entonces hallaremos que la ignorancia y el temor crearon a los dioses. La fantasía, el entusiasmo o el engaño los adornaron o desfiguraron. La debilidad les rinde culto, la credulidad los conserva, la costumbre los respeta y la tiranía los apoya para que la ceguera de los hombres sirva a sus propios intereses.
Okay.
¡Viva México, cabrones!
All right. Have you, it's good to have you here. Give me a second. Let me get rid of the screen here. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so here's what we're going to do today. All right. I got an important message. The other day, my intent was to show the video of the brother. I didn't expect random people that were trying to play a secret part interfere. And then by the end, you know, I was already like cutting off the video, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, so let me go say what's up. Metzli, I believe. Good to have you here. All right. Now, this is important, okay? Because it's been triggered. There are some inside moves. There's a lot of mechanisms changing. A lot of people, a lot of countries are kind of basically urging their own to leave Iran, Tehran. Okay. Now, I'm going to show you some things that are locally going on right now. I'm going to also bring you some attention to those videos, right? I'm not really going to say much today. And then I have a couple videos that I'm going to show once again without interference. The brother's video, he uploaded it. He corrected everything. It looks like you guys are going to like it now because there's a lot of changes involved, pictures, and he's going to involve, you know, more information. Then I'm going to show you another video of a brother. Again, this is about promoting our gente, right? About, you know, a little short 6 minutes. And then we're going to end it with a kind of longer winded, older version of, you know, like who is Judah, basically. It's going to be interesting how that conversation goes. All right. But let's begin with this. This is just came out. Watch this.
Donald Trump's goons at ICE just did it again. They physically attacked, accosted, and arrested a prominent Democratic politician, this time in New York City. They attacked and arrested the New York City comptroller named Brad Lander, who was in the immigration courthouse in Manhattan, observing the proceedings and offering to help the immigrants who were going through their proceedings. Brad Lander's wife just posted the following message. Hi, this is Meg Barnett, Brad's wife. While escorting a defendant out of immigration court at 26 Federal Plaza, Brad was taken by masked agents and detained by ICE. This is still developing, and our team is monitoring the situation closely. We have.
Oh, the gentleman is up in there, right, in the building, and he gets arrested because of this. Okay, so he would go to the courts to assist the people. Helping them with their rights, what their rights are, right? Immigration proceedings, You're going to your court date, stuff like that. Check this out.
Immigration court proceedings at 290 Broadway, where families were coming in for hearings, and ICE is making them subject to what's called expedited removal. Last week, we saw New York City public high school student Dylan Contreras tricked and then scooped up for expedited removal. What's happening right now is terrifying for immigrant New Yorkers. It's terrifying for the city of New York. It's terrifying for the rule of law. So I thought it was important to show up and see for myself. These are families who have been here for more than a year, who have applied for asylum, and they have a right to have their case heard. But what Donald Trump and ICE are doing now is stripping that right away from them. So what I got to do was walk those families out of the building, and they feared that they would be picked up by ICE agents and never see their kids again. Thankfully, there's a Friends of the Court program, and they invited me to bear witness. But the rule of law is being stripped away before our very eyes. I thought it was important to bear witness, to show up, to do what I can to help these families see that New Yorkers, we value due process.
Oh, yes. Gente, by the way, thank you for being here, brother. By the way, make sure that you know that they're turning off all notifications for whatever reason, even for myself. It's very difficult to get notifications unless I actually check. So be mindful, family. Check your notifications. Make sure they're all turned on, completely turned on. Okay, let's continue.
Process. We respect that statue in the harbor that says, send me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses. I'd urge others to sign up with the Friends of the Court program. You could bear witness in immigration court. You could help try to walk families out of the building, give them a little.
And you want to know something, bro? I'm honestly thinking, I was talking to my wife about it, man. What if the Most High is like, yo, hurry up, get out of here. Get out of here. Like literally, get out of here. Because they're going to make this a militant state now. They're going to go to, war. It's clear now. And they're going to force you guys to fucking join. I am fortunate that I have a son who's 24, but he cannot fight. Like, he's disabled. My other young son, he's 12. He's still a kid. I'm way past the age. And I have some, injury. So definitely they would not take me. I can't even pass the physical. I used to, but not anymore. This is serious shit, fam. This is why, I wanted to show the video of the brother at the end because Brother Joe jumps on alive. Well, yeah, several years ago, right? But, it's funny how he handles that situation very calmly. Some things I didn't agree with you that you said, Joe. I ain't going to lie, but I'm not here to criticize that moment. We'll get a chance to talk. You know what I'm saying? You and I are talking now, so it's all good. But overall, it was good, man. I liked how you kept it pace, and they were just like, it's just crazy, man. They were getting agitated and shit by your calmness. But anyways, let's in the future. Let's continue.
Sense that New York cares about them, and we're not going to let their rights be stripped away.
And again, just so I can give you full clarity, showing you multiple camera angles, we've got them all here. I want to share with you, this is what happened before the arrest. So you can see the New York City Comptroller, Brad Lander, was just keeping to himself. He was just there peacefully. He was there to help the immigrants who were going through this process where they would have their cases dismissed, and then the ICE agents would be in the corner ready to grab them. So he was just there walking with them, escorting them. Here's another camera angle of what went down. Let's play it.
Guys, back up, guys, back up. I understand. You're pregnant, but you need to back up. You're interfering. Back up, guys. Back up, guys.
This is not legal to take someone without a judicial warrant.
Please don't put him in the elevator and then claim you have a warrant. You don't have a warrant for him.
I will let go when you show me the judicial warrant. Where is it?
Let me tell you something. This is a very prime example. You're going to see several nations, okay? A prime example. And that's why 2/3 of our own gente is going to be slaughtered. Yes, y'all deserve it. You deserve it because you joined flesh with these people, first of all, and you didn't realize that, hey, listen, they're going to F you too, dumbass. So we got Psalms 83 talking about Edom, Ishmaelites, Moab, Hagarenes, Moab. The ones that like eating critters and rats and bats and shit? Yeah, they're in here too.
So show it. Let us see it. So let us see it before you take us to warrant. So let us see it before you take us.
And all the Philistines, okay? And all the Philistines, because the scriptures mention Psalms 83 and 6, the tabernacle of Edom. They have consulted against you. the Ishmaelites as well, the Moabites, the Hagarenes, Cabal, Ammon, Amalek, okay? Amalek. But you notice that these fake Jews, these Khazars, they always want to call out Amalek, but they ain't calling out nobody else. You know what I'm saying? Now, here's the interesting part. The Philistines. The Philistines are 5 nations under them, with the inhabitants of Tyre. You guys are all here. You're all there doing the work of the wicked. Yeah. As a matter of fact, you're gonna hear what he's gonna say. That's a great point. That's an excellent point. ICE agents actually hauled a white American man away. Yep, check it.
Excuse me, please stay back. Stay back. No! Take it back. Stay back. Step back. Please, step back. Step back, guys. Step back. Step back.
You don't have the authority to arrest U.S. citizens. Please stay back. You don't have. I'm not obstructing. I'm standing right here in the hallway. I have to see the judicial warrant.
Please step back, brother. Step back, guys. You can take pictures, but please stay back.
To arrest U.S. citizens asking for a judicial warrant. Stay back, please. Stay back.
Press, we go too. Sorry. No way. I'm safe. Where are you taking him? Hello?
Since you have no authority to arrest U.S. citizens.
Where are you taking the controller?
And with what authority?
Why are you arresting the city controller and where are you taking him? No!
Number one's gonna go with him, all right? Hang on, please, number one. Hold on. Brett, this is number one right here, all right? Thank you.
Shame on you. Shame.
Now, Brad Lander's wife, Meg Barnett.
Whatever you guys thought this was once, it ain't that no more. Whatever you guys thought it was once, it ain't that no more. Check it. Because they did this shit the other day.
Sir, hands up. I'm Senator Alex Padilla. I have questions for the secretary.
This brother, he's a senator. The other guy's a city controller. They don't give a fuck no more at all. I find it so interesting that they're getting to this point. They have internal problems. You see, this is when you know the beast is getting destroyed. It is destruction from within. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Destruction from within. Okay? Now let's move on to this because this is actually the point. Again, I'm going to take it through series. I'm just going to say some things. I'm not going to really bring out many verses or anything. I'm going to let the videos flow because the other day we had interruptions and then, I kept chiming in after the moment, whatever. But thank you all for being here. This is an important message, man. I'm telling you, family, start protecting yourselves. Start saying this to your gente. Do not follow this curse, okay? Don't do this here, no matter what. Jeremiah 17:5 says this, thus say the Lord, cursed be the man that trusted in man, and make it flesh his arms. Like how people cut their hands and shit, like, okay, we're going to shake hands. And you come to that agreement that you will die with them. Kind of like saying, I pledge allegiance to that right there. Hey, Shalom, good to have you here, brother. Shabbat. Yeah, our land shall flow with blood of our people, but also with the blood of our enemies. That's why I tell several, gente, and again, you know what I mean? Like, I really appreciate you guys, for what you're here, but you have to accept the scriptures for what they are. Wisdom of Solomon 18:7. So of thy people was accepted both the salvation of the righteous, like you said, and destruction of the enemy. That's like just the scriptures talk about faith and works. You can't have faith without works. You can't have works without faith. Man, honestly, bro, when I saw this picture, here, I'm gonna show you something. This is crazy because thank you, brother Julio, for kind of bringing me to this attention. And I knew that something was going to occur because of the way this mapping is structured. And I find it so interesting, man. Let me see if I can get it. It's a Telegram. Check this out real quick. Right here. So in 2024, there was the world ahead. I have the magazine, okay? See right there. And you have Nobody knew who she was. And I was like, that's Sheinbaum. That is Sheinbaum. Claudia Sheinbaum, right? Look at her. That's her. That's her. They're like, oh, that's Kamala. No, dumbasses. That's not Kamala. That's not Kamala. Please stop it. It's a worldwide view. Y'all's too drunk off your own stupidities. You guys want to make it seem like, oh, it's all about America. No, man. There's bigger things beyond. And look, it's just a matter of time. Okay? So we got internal chaos here. We have an actual war across in the north. Potential, right? Okay? And we're talking about a matter of time. Okay? He got voted in. She got voted in. You see this right here? All right? So this is basically time clicking. And once these two run and somebody gets voted in, then there's going to be another move. Now look at this right here. We know who that guy is. But who is this guy right here? Who is that? And we're looking at America, Americas, and the Middle East. Could this be Netanyahu facing China? Because we know that China, Russia, and Iran have a relationship. Do you get what I'm saying? Something's going to occur. We see a curvature of the stock market. We see like containers on ships. What's going on? What does all this mean? Look, we see computers being dripped, like lines going into the brains of people. Are we not hearing people talk about those things? Let's continue, man. Now we're going to start getting ready. Look at what the message this guy says. I listened to him because he does come up with, like the other day, he came up with the potential of Iran getting hit way before I had came on the live, before all will be revealed and I had talked. I had heard him in the morning and it literally happened. So check this out. Look what he says.
All right, guys, I have some really horrific breaking news here for you. So unfortunately, it looks like it's about to go down. Something very, very bad is about to unfold. So a few things here. First of all, the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was on Israeli TV the other day. This is last night, I believe. And he said the following, quote, "Your hour of freedom is near. It is happening now. 80% of the people of Iran despise the regime. Just like Cyrus the Great freed the Jews, now it is your time to be free. Rise up and make Iran great again." So the key part there is your hour of freedom is near. It is happening now. That sounds like it's already been decided and Trump is officially going to enter the war in the sense that you have U.S. planes bombing Iran, potentially U.S. boots on the ground. Here's another one for you. So Israeli News Channel 14 said, Trump is expected to sign a presidential order in the coming hours to join the war. Now, by the way, let's be clear, and I'll come back to this in a second. You can't decide we're going to go to war by executive order. That's not a thing. That's not how it works. Congress decides whether or not we go to war.
But we are also, however, let me take a step back, and maybe he says it. Keep in mind that Congress also, let me rephrase this. Congress makes decisions based on how much needs to be spent. And usually, the executive, which is the president, can't just do executive orders. A lot has to go through Congress. But we are seeing now that he don't give a flying F what the hell people think of. He's going to do what he wants to do, which is why Project 2025 was all about firing all the people that they knew would say no to his decisions and hiring only the people that they knew that they would say yes. All yes men. All yes men. Yes. Let's go.
What the U.S. government has been doing for a long time now is they've been stretching the interpretation of the authorization for use of military force that was used against Iraq in the war on terror. What they do is they just say, anybody we want to attack, they're a state sponsor of terror, therefore we get to attack them under the fucking early 2000s authorization for use of military force. In this context, that makes absolutely no sense. It's wildly illegal. It's wildly unconstitutional because Iran had nothing to do with 9/11, had nothing to do with the war on terror. Zero. So this would be immensely, immensely illegal if he were to do this. And by the way, this is like, you better impeach immediately. Right now, you do have some Congress people scrambling to basically try to block war with Iran. through the Congress, through legislation, but we got to go a step further. If Trump actually has American planes in the air bombing Tehran, he's got to go. He's got to go. All debate put aside. I don't care about any dissent whatsoever. This is all systems go, full steam ahead. We absolutely need to make sure this guy is removed from office. Argue vociferously at the top of your lungs. This is unconstitutional. This is illegal. And more importantly, it's immoral. Because we all saw the chain of events. We all know Israel was the one that attacked Iran first. We all know who the aggressor is here. There is no plausible deniability that this is some sort of a defensive war. That is nonsense. All right, some more horrible indicators here. Trump orders the National Security Council be prepared in the Situation Room. He literally left a G7 meeting early. Now, by the way, at that G7 meeting, they had a vote on should we de-escalate tensions in the Middle East.
Here's a true point. They actually were, there is a significant interest for these leaders, right, to make sure that that shit don't fly off and just like straight hit the fan. That was the G7 meeting about as well. Part of it was with them deciding. But look what Trumpet says.
Trump was the lone dissenting voice. He said, no de-escalation. We want escalation. You literally had the other G7 countries looking at each other like, Jesus fucking Christ, what is going on here? So Trump was clear at the G7, we want escalation, not de-escalation. And then he left it early and told the National Security Council to be prepared in the Situation Room. Well, as you all know, when they're ready in the Situation Room, shit's going down, y'all. Shit's going down. So more. All military bases in the U.S. Indo-Pacific have raised their force protection condition from Alpha to Bravo. So in other words, they're saying higher level of alert because some shit's going down and there might be some retaliatory strikes. So everybody be prepared. That's what that means. All right. We also have B-1B Lancer bomber in the air over the Dakotas. This bomber can carry 75,000 tons or pounds, of cruise missiles and
75,000 tons. That's almost like one level below a nuclear bomb, family. He warned for the people of Tehran to leave. There's 10 million of them. Actually, they did try. He's going to explain it, Matt. Listen.
Conventional ordnance, one of the most lethal non-nuclear platforms in the U.S. Air Force. So there's a lot of movement right now with U.S. weapons, with U.S. artillery. It looks like it's all being prepared. We have radar data shows multiple U.S. military aerial refueling aircraft heading to the Middle East, escorting fighter jets. So U.S. fighter jets are being sent to the Middle East right now. It looks like Trump has made the decision. We're going to illegally and unconstitutionally get directly involved in war with Iran, not in the sense of, oh, we're just arming Israel and we're funding Israel and they're helping them with shooting down Iranian missiles that are about to land in Israel. No, this is U.S. fighter jets in the air bombing Tehran, a city of over 10 million people. Okay, I have more for you. Remember, Trump said the other day, we talked about this in a breaking news segment, he said, the people of Tehran should evacuate. By the way, the traffic there is fucking horrible. It was 2 o'clock in the morning there when he said that. People were desperately trying to leave. The traffic jams were ridiculous, but now there's a fuel shortage there, so people can't get gas in their cars to leave because Israel bombed the gas they have there. And so now people are just stuck, and it's fucking hell on earth, and they're trying to escape and save their lives. And this is all because our psychotic president decided at 2 a.m. their time to tell everybody to evacuate Tehran because he's going to do an illegal and offensive and aggressive military strike against a city of over 10 million people. Canada is now urging all of its citizens in Iran to immediately leave and go to either Turkey or Armenia. We have the Chinese embassy evacuates personnel in Tehran. So you have all these countries making all these moves because the word is out behind the scenes. Shit is about to go down. We also have Trump is asked about Tulsi Gabbard testifying, and this happened just recently, that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon. Here's what he said in response to that. You ready? Quote, I don't care what she said. I think they were very close to having one. He says what he now wants is Iran, quote, giving up entirely, surrender. I'm not too much in a mood to negotiate. Oh my God. So he's told his director of national intelligence and his own intelligence agencies have concluded beyond any reasonable doubt, Iran is not building a nuke. And he goes, I don't care. I say they're about to have a nuke. So I'm not in the mood to negotiate. Now I need total surrender from them. What is that?
So now let me remind you of how the scriptures talk about these things here. Let's go to Wisdom of Solomon, chapter 15, verse 14. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. For the sword and their destruction draweth nigh. And one people shall stand up and fight against another, and the swords in their hands. For there shall be sedition among men. Meaning, again, what he's, going against their typical democracy. And invading one another. They shall not regard their kings nor princes, meaning like, I don't care about Congress, I don't care about what you guys think, it does not matter. and the course of their actions shall stand in their power. Let's skip to verse 27 to get to the point. For now are the plagues come upon the whole earth, and ye shall remain in them. For God shall not deliver you, because you have sinned against him. Behold, a horrible vision, and the appearance thereof from the east, where the nations of the dragons of Arabia shall come out with many chariots. You see this? And the multitude of them shall be carried as the wind upon the earth, that all they which hear them may fear and tremble. Also the Carmenians, raging in wrath, shall go forth as the wild boars of the wood, and the great power shall they come and join battle with them, and they shall waste a portion of the land of the Assyrians. So we're talking about war with Arabia, a nation of them getting together. Check this out. And then shall the dragons have the upper hand, remembering their nature. And if they shall turn themselves, conspiring together in great power to persecute them, then these shall be troubled bled, and keep silence through their power, and shall flee. So we see some type of action and movement between the Arabians being woken up, knowing who they are, the wild, right? So check this. Let's go to the next video so you can see what I'm talking about. Today, by the way.
هوافضای سپاه پاسداران و قرارگاه پدافند هوایی در خط مقدم عملیات با کمک سایر نیروهای مسلح، ارتش، سپاه، فراجا، با پشتیبانی وزارت دفاع به فضل الهی در مقابله با دشمن با تمرکز بر اهداف حساس و حیاتی ضربات سهمگینی رو به دشمن وارد کردند. اما عملیاتی که تاکنون اجرا شده صرفاً هشدار برای بازدارندگی بوده است و عملیات تنبیهی به زودی اجرا خواهد شد. لذا به جد به ساکنین سرزمین‌های اشغالی به ویژه تل‌آویو و حیفا هشدار داده می شود برای حفظ جان خود این مناطق رو ترک کنند و خودشون رو قربانی امیال حیوانی نتانیاهو نکنند. آزادگان جهان هم اطمینان داشته باشند ملت بزرگ ایران با طلایه‌داری نیروهای مسلح انتقام خون شهیدان را خواهند گرفت ان شاء الله به حول و قوه الهی.
Man, that's crazy stuff, bro. Matthew 16:3 says this, and in the morning I will be it will be foul weather today, for the sky is red lowering. All ye hypocrites, ye can discern the face of sky, but can ye not discern the signs of time? It's a great point right there. Right? And early in the morning you say, it is going to rain because the sky is red and dark. You can't predict the weather by looking at the sky, but you cannot interpret the signs concerning the time. I'm sorry, you can predict the weather by looking at the sky, but you cannot interpret the signs concerning the times. Yeah, that's true. That's why it talks about, you know, the fig tree. When it putteth forth leaves, then shall you know that summer is nigh. Now, once again, I told you guys that was putting forth leaves is in the winter. It's when, you know, all the leaves die and then they start regrowing again. They start regrowing in the winter and then they bloom in the spring, which is why he says summer is nigh. Summer is nigh, right? So it skips a season, so to speak. Let's continue with this video. Next one. Again, I'm just kind of going in here real quick, and then we're going to... Well, now this is important because I think you guys should get an understanding of how deep this thing goes, because guess what? It blew my mind when I saw this, man, of how many people are involved. It's pretty fucking sickening, man. Listen.
Is bombing Iran relentlessly. But the truth is, this couldn't have happened without collaboration of Arab rulers in the region. Israel used Syrian airspace to refuel its jets as it struck Iran. The jets which launched to refuel the Israeli planes took off from El Udeid base in Qatar. Iran is being punished for its support for the Palestinian cause. In the region today, you have the axis of resistance, which is constantly subject to war by Israel and the United States, with the aid of the axis of assistance. And the Arab Iron Dome, which surrounds Israel, makes up that axis of assistance. Ask yourself, what have those rulers ever done for the Palestinian cause? And what is their current role in the Gaza genocide? Egypt has been a key facilitator of the Israeli genocidal blockade on Gaza for over a decade. Egypt worked at the beginning of the Gaza genocide to extract extortionate amounts of money from Palestinians attempting to leave Gaza for the enrichment of a businessman very close to the Sisi regime. And now the Egyptian government is stopping.
All right, face it, your life is a complete
humanity with a conscience from reaching Gaza.
Have you ever heard an Arabic woman trying to breastfeed her flaccid child as it dies and her breasts are empty because she's been starved? For the love of humanity and for the love of Islam, please don't do this. Allow us to march to Gaza.
In Jordan, King Abdullah has done everything he can to protect Israel, from arresting Palestinians to facilitating the interception of Iranian drones over their airspace and stopping them from reaching Israel, to taking part in the land bridge which helped Israel circumvent the naval blockade by the Yemeni armed forces. Across the region, rulers preside over billions of people who are deeply opposed to what Israel is doing. However, those rulers have existing covert business relations with the Zionist entity occupying Palestine. The son-in-law of Donald Trump, Jared Kushner, set up an investment firm by the name of Affinity Partners. He described it as a corridor for Gulf investment in Israel. Where did the money come from for this investment firm? $2 billion from the Saudi government and millions more from other governments like the UAE and Qatar. This Saudi-backed project, Affinity Partners, acquired ownership of Israel's largest shipbuilding company, the Shlomo Group. Following October 7th, the Shlomo Group provided military vehicles to Unit 5101. That is the Shaudag unit, which was responsible for raiding El Shifa Hospital. This company, Shlomo Group, provides the majority of ships for the Israeli Navy. So it's entirely possible that the Israeli ship which raided the Madeline, led by Greta Thunberg, was built with Saudi and Gulf money. What else has Jared Kushner's Saudi-backed firm, Affinity Partners, been up to? It now partly owns Phoenix Investment Firm, another Israeli company, which has 2 million shares in Israel's largest arms company, Elbit Systems. That's money directly from Gulf rulers into Israel's largest arms company. More than 85% of the drones used in the West Bank and Gaza are from Elbit Systems. And Phoenix Holdings is Elbit Systems' lone institutional shareholder. Phoenix Holdings not only sponsors but ensures the building of Israeli settlements in the West Bank. Phoenix is also key to Israel's Adopt a Soldier project, which helps new Israeli soldiers become acclimatized to their surroundings. What about the UAE, home of Dubai, where millions of people, and Muslims especially, flock every single year to live their best life and pose on Instagram? That same UAE is directly involved in the military infrastructure around Israel's genocide in Gaza. A deal was signed in 2021 between the UAE state-owned arms firm Edge Group and Israel Aerospace Industries to develop drones together. That's not all. Edge Group owns 30% of the Israeli defense contractor Third Eye Systems. The Ghost Soldier system, which Third Eye rolls out, assists the ground forces in their operations around the Strip. And during the genocide in Gaza, Third Eye Systems increased its value by 51%. 30% of that company is owned by a UAE state-owned company. G42 is a UAE company headed by the national security advisor of that state. It has a joint venture with Rafael, Israel's state-owned arms company. In fact, the military connections between Israel and the UAE are so close that Israel established Elbit Systems Emirates, a direct subsidiary of Elbit Systems based in the UAE producing weapons. But the UAE's involvement in the Gaza genocide does not end there either. Its state-owned investment firm, Mubadala, owns 11% of the Tamar gas field, which Israel operates in occupied Palestine. The Israeli military could not function without the gas that it procures from the Tamar gas field. And in fact, the relationship between Israel and the UAE is now so close that Israel Aerospace Industries announced that you will see Israeli and Emirati cooperation in space exploration.
Alongside our partners in the Gulf countries and the Middle East, IAI continues to promote innovative solutions with a clear goal: the development of advanced technologies that will help lead the entire region towards a more secure future. نراكم جميعا في أبو ظبي. See you all very soon in Abu Dhabi.
So contrary to public perception, normalization has already happened between the Saudi government and Israel. The Saudi government has been found to use Israeli intelligence company Celebrite, which is staffed by former personnel from Unit 8200, Israel's military intelligence unit. The Saudis use Celebrite to hack the phones of their own citizens. We know that Jamal Khashoggi, the Saudi dissident who was hacked to death in the Saudi embassy in Turkey, had his phone hacked by the Saudis with Pegasus spyware from the Israeli intelligence company, the NSO Group. A state will not outsource the
the same Pegasus software that that guy Luna from Mexico used in order to kill those 42 students. Because Pegasus, Mossad Israelis were in Mexico as well. They actually do run the cartel. Let's go.
Functions of its external and internal intelligence services to a state that it does not have a very close relationship with. The same is true of the UAE. It outsources the hacking of its own citizens' phones to the Israeli company Celebrite in a deal which was put together by the former head of Israel's external intelligence service, Mossad. The truth is, throughout this genocide in Gaza, weapons have flown from the US Al Udeid base in Qatar to the Nevatim base in occupied Palestine to provide weapons for the Israeli military. There is also evidence that weapons have flown directly from US bases in Kuwait and been delivered to the Israeli military.
So I wanted to show you this portion because you have to understand how involved and intricate this fucking shit is, man. So now this is the video of the brother, and I guess again, I have to show it because he has a lot of information in here, and I think it'll connect to what we're talking about. And then let's see. Oh yeah, the other one. That's right, the other one. Okay, so there's just a few, and then hold on. Let me do this real quick. Give me a second. Yeah, the other one's about 6 minutes. Stick around, family. If you guys seen this already, you know, great. All praises, but it's updated, more info, some details. You don't want to miss it, man. Listen to it, okay?
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. Now, this particular video is a topic that I've been wanting to talk about for a few months now. The topic is about a false flag and the high possibility of a false flag, and with everything the way it is going around the world, it might come to pass. I'm not sure, I don't want to say anything, but looking at the past in 9/11, everything that happened then and the parallels today, I'm just seeing the history and the patterns. Now, this will affect a lot of people, this, if it does happen, but I believe it will. But this video is particularly made for my people, people who are tied to the Americas, you could say, indigenous people to the Americas. Let's go ahead and start with the with subject. From El Salvador's mega prison, or at least for now, so it might be prison soon enough. The immigrant registry, the Alien Enemy Act, the ICE raids, and the so-called LA riots, California riots at the moment, and now with what's happening right now with Israel attacking Iran, things are speeding up quickly. But also, let's not forget a few months back, the United States said they would consider droning Mexico, at least sending drones into Mexico to bomb cartels, since they are not considered a terrorist organization. And what do we hear now? What do we hear in the news lately? The past few months of propaganda, the ideas, suggestions being repeated over and over again. Through your movies, through your news, and through your leaders. Let's listen to a few clips, a few video clips from the Millennial Group themselves.
So let me ask you about the cartels. They made a clear warning to you and to the United States that we're going to escalate our violence. So now we're seeing not only Mexican troops after this deal that Trump made with Mexico's president, and also U.S. troops headed to the border. How are you going to utilize the military? We know what the military can and can't do domestically, but in a scenario like this, how do you plan on using the military? Could they get involved in the violence if the cartels strike?
Yes. And we expect them to. But the Mexican military, President Trump, able to get Mexico to put military on their northern border, that will certainly help.
All right, let's go ahead and pause that right there. I wanted to ask you, you got to start asking simple questions, logical questions. Like, so who are these cartels? Who gave you that source that they're about to attack? Who are they? I mean, supposedly the United States and all these intelligence agencies, they have all the eyes and ears everywhere. So who are they? So go ahead and bring them in. You got to protect the American people, right? Cooperate with the Mexican government. Bring them in. Take them out. Or is it just another psychological warfare game?
America is in a new war with China over this issue, and cartel terrorists have been helping them fight it. And terrorists have been helping them, and we are going to fight back with every tool that we have.
See, out of their own mouth, they're building the narrative to something. And I'm telling you right now, be prepared for a major attack. And it won't be some Chinese, Iranian, Islamic cartel alliances they're trying to push or create, whatever fictitious enemy they want to build up to. And it will be those behind the New World Order, the NWO, the Novus Ordo Seclorum.
The golden age of America begins right now.
The golden age of Saturn. Those who wish to bring about a 1,000-year reign of so-called peace. A Christian utopia. See Revelation chapter 20, verse 4. And Hitler himself wanted to bring about a millennial reign. And I believe this has always been the agenda. From the First Reich, the Holy Roman Empire, the Second Reich, which was the German Empire, the Third Reich, which was Nazi Germany, and now the Fourth Reich, which is the United States of America. So about this false flag, now ask yourself this question. Do any of you actually believe that anyone is stupid enough to attack the United States of America? And I really doubt it. I believe no. And this is, what is happening now is basically the same thing that happened before the 9/11 attacks. The September 11, 2001 attacks on the Twin Towers. And at that time, we were being fed the narrative for months that Osama bin Laden was going to attack the United States and Israel. And this goes credit to Bill Cooper. He's the one who predicted the 9/11 attacks before they happened. And at that time, before the 9/11 attacks, you had all the intelligence agencies like the FBI under Louis Freeh, the NSA, the CIA, and even the Israeli Mossad, with all their funding, budget, advanced equipment, and their overall cooperation. And these agencies couldn't even find Osama bin Laden. But you know who found him? Some CNN reporter did. And all it is psychological warfare, And Osama bin Laden himself was trained and funded by the CIA.
We also have a history of kind of moving in and out of Pakistan. I mean, let's remember here, the people we are fighting today, we funded 20 years ago. And we did it because we were locked in this struggle with the Soviet Union. They invaded Afghanistan, and we did not want to see them control Central Asia. And we went to work. And it was President Reagan in partnership with the Congress, led by Democrats, who said, you know what, sounds like a pretty good idea. Let's deal with the ISI and the Pakistani military, and let's go recruit these mujahideen. And that's great. Let's get some to come from Saudi Arabia and other places, importing their Wahhabi brand of Islam so that we can go beat the Soviet Union. And guess what? They retreated. They lost billions of dollars, and it led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. So there's a very strong argument, which is, wasn't a bad investment to end the Soviet Union, but let's be careful what we sow because we will harvest. So we then left Pakistan. We said, okay, fine, you deal with the stingers that we've left all over your country. You deal with the mines that are along the border. And by the way, we don't want to have anything to do with you. In fact, we're sanctioning you. So we stopped dealing with the Pakistani military and with ISI, and we now are making up for a lot of lost time.
And what are we seeing in the news lately? What's being normalized? That's calling certain people terrorists now. When they say cartels, it will eventually be a people who are indigenous to the Americas, who have a look to them, certain look to them. And that's what's happening now. It's being normalized.
President Bukele weigh in on this? Do you plan to return him?
Well, I'm supposedly not suggesting that I smuggle terrorists into the United States, right? How can I return him to the United States? Like, I smuggle him into the United States, or what?
And it's the same story that's always told over and over again. You know, it's the same little rhetoric, the same propaganda. And like, as I said, I do expect a major attack, and I don't want to put a date or anything on it, but these people always tell you what exactly they're going to do. And let me just put out two possible dates. I'm not saying it will happen, but just to put them out there. 3/22, March 22nd, and you can read Genesis 3:22, Genesis chapter 3, verse 22. And another possible date could be July 4, 2026. If anyone else has a potential date or other targets, let me know. Post it below and I'll read your comment. And I believe their target, will be the city-state of Washington, D.C. And, you know, just like the attacks on the Twin Towers, after that happened, I remember that they had so many compilation videos of the Twin Towers and movies and cartoons and everything being shown, like years after it happened. But lately, for decades now, you could say decades, they've been telling us that Washington, D.C. is always being attacked. You know, in the movies, in the video games, and documentaries. And usually the target that is usually attacked in these movies or games is always the House of Representatives, the Congress. You know, the funny thing is, let me quote Hitler here. He said, quote, "Hitler could not come to absolute power without the Reichstag fire," end quote. And the Reichstag is pretty much the equivalent of the House of Representatives, the Congress.
A nightmare becomes reality.
A nuclear weapon has been exploded in this area.
A loose nuke, a capital destroyed, a nation in shock.
If you're at the epicenter of this blast, unfortunately, you're not going to make it. You will most likely be vaporized.
Today, the threat of a nuclear attack is greater than ever.
There's no dispute whatever. This is where Al-Qaeda wants to go.
A look inside the government's plan to save America.
The worst case scenario really is that a nuclear weapon could wipe out the entire leadership of the U.S. government.
The threat is real. The clock is ticking. Is America ready for the day after disaster?
Can you imagine the implications of this if it does come to pass, not only in the United States but worldwide? In the United States, definitely national martial law. You know what's funny about this is that Bill Cooper believed that his time when the Twin Towers were attacked on September 11, 2001, for those of you who don't know or are younger, he believed that at that time martial law would be implemented nationwide. And if it does happen, you know, as I said, it will be those behind the NWO. But you're free to believe whatever you want. And this isn't about the left or the right. It's about these mystery religions of so-called Babylon, you could say, who have been planning world religion and government for centuries. You can even say thousands of years back. And some people even believe since the Tower of Babel, since it fell. See Genesis 11 for that. And please look into the mystery religions. I would recommend the Bill Cooper Mystery Babylon series, which I have on my playlist. I think it should be available for the public. And it should take you about 40 hours to get the basics of it at least. But once you do listen to that and learn about these mystery religions, you will know exactly where we are heading, or where they want to take us, what their overall agenda is. And again, about this false flag, I really believe they must do something horrible in order to suspend the Constitution, and you still believe in the Constitution, as I call it, the Constitution. Declare national martial law, throws into, at least throw certain people, their political enemies, into concentration camps, and hunt us like animals as they did during La Matanza. And again, I'm talking about my people, because I'm seeing everything of the parallels happening. So we are the primary targets. And they'll use this as an excuse to, this attack as an excuse to invade Mexico. So yeah, we need to call these people out, these damn devils out. Because if we don't, you can expect the same destruction in Mexico as you've seen in Palestine and other countries that have been invaded by the United States military in the past decades. So yeah, these people, they're ahead of us in everything, planning. So if you're concerned about the United States Constitution being suspended, this was brought up way back as early as even the Iran-Contra hearing.
Colonel North, in your work at the NSC, were you not assigned at one time to work on plans for the continuity of government in the event of a major disaster?
Mr. Chairman, I believe that question touches upon a highly sensitive and classified area, so may I request that you not touch upon that, sir?
I was particularly concerned, Mr. Chairman, because I read in Miami papers and several others that there had been a plan developed by that same agency, a contingency plan in the event of emergency that would suspend the American Constitution. And I was deeply concerned about it and wondered if that was the area in which he had worked. I believe that he was.
May I most respectfully request that that matter not be touched upon at this stage. If we wish to get into this, certain arrangements can be made for an executive session.
And they even have their own clergy response teams ready to pacify and bring people into submission. Basically, is a priest class that are they're basically going to open the Bible up to Romans 13 and tell you to calm down and not do a damn thing.
Law ever become a reality in America? Some fear any nuclear, biological, or chemical attack on U.S. territory might trigger just that. And as KSLA News 12 Jeff Farrell discovered, the clergy would help the government with potentially their biggest problem, us.
From my cold, dead hand.
Charlton Heston's famous declaration captures a truly American value, the overarching desire to protect our freedoms. But gun confiscation is exactly what happened during the state of emergency following Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans. U.S. troops also arrived, something far easier to do even now thanks to last year's elimination of the 1878 Posse Comitatus Act. That forbid U.S. troops from policing on American soil. If martial law were enacted here at home, like depicted in the movie The Siege, easing public fears and quelling dissent would be critical. And that's exactly what the clergy response team, as it's called, helped accomplish in New Orleans.
Jeff, the primary thing that we say to anybody is let's cooperate and get this thing over with, and then we'll settle the differences once the crisis is over.
Such clergy response teams would walk a tightrope between the needs of the government versus the wishes of the public.
In a lot of cases, these clergy would already be known in the neighborhoods in which they're helping to defuse that situation.
For the clergy, one of the biggest tools that they will have in helping calm the public down or obey the law is the Bible itself, specifically Romans 13.
Because the government is established by the Lord, and that's what we believe in the Christian faith. That's what's stated in the Scripture.
Civil rights advocates believe the amount of public cooperation may depend largely on how long they expect a suspension of their rights might last. Jeff Farrell, KSLA News 12 reporting.
And I'm not saying you should or shouldn't, but you do have the right to defend yourself, even though this isn't a physical, war. It's really a spiritual battle. And really, anybody who's talking about physical revolution, to me is an agent or just straight up ignorant, because this isn't our house, fam. It's not our system. This Roman system that they set up is not ours. It's foreign to us. And they have all the ancient knowledge and understanding of this beast system, as you call it. You can call it. Yeah, so you could have, as I said this before, you could have 1,000 revolutions and you'll still be in the same place as you are now. The same system, the same, everything will be the same Greco-Roman system. So yeah, it's not ours. There is no solution in a revolution. But one of the real solutions is, it's easy. It's separation is the key. All we have to do is walk away from this system when everything starts going down the fucking toilet. Now let's go over this individual called Cain. let's go over some points and questions to finish this off right here. Because this video really was about the false flag, upcoming false flag, but let's talk a little bit about Cain and other topics as well. Who is Cain? At least according to the craft to Freemasonry, Cain was fathered by the serpent. At least by the Freemason legend or myth, Cain was fathered by the serpent or one of the Elohim. And coincidentally, you know, some of the Gnostics, they believe that the serpent is Jesus. And Freemasons themselves, at least I'm guessing some of the higher level guys, they believe that they come from Cain, and the rest of us are the how they call ungrateful sons of Seth. And I would tell you to please look into the widow's son. There's a video on I should add to my playlist that it's a pretty good video that will go over that topic, which is about an hour. But I would recommend you listen to that as well, on top of the Bill Cooper's Mystery Religion series. And you see, it really doesn't matter what you want to believe, fam, out there, people, because these people are in power, and you're not. Again, these people are in power. They are in rulership, and if this is what they believe, it's going to affect you one way or another. And you know, that's the truth. You know, I'm sorry, but that's the way it is, and you can't do anything about it. We are slaves to Rome. We are indigenous to this land, but foreigners to this Roman entity. And this system right here, this Roman system, has been here before any of us. And we have been under occupation since 1492. And you can even say that the Crusades never left.
Today, millions of Americans mourned and prayed, and tomorrow we go back to work. This crusade, this war on terrorism, is going to take a while. I will keep my focus to make sure that not only are these brought to justice, but anybody who's been associated will be brought to justice. It is time for us to win the first war of the 21st century decisively.
Their job is to transform the military and the militaries of the world into this version of this weaponized Christianity. Jerry Boykin, former three-star general, made it clear that when Jesus comes back, he'll be carrying an AR-15. It's not a veneer. I mean, these are true believers.
The Lord is a warrior. The Lord is his name. And in Revelation 19, it says when he comes back, he's coming back as a warrior, riding a white horse with a blood-stained white robe, carrying a sword. And I believe that sword he'll be carrying when he comes back is an AR-15.
You know, in the media, we've seen images of crusader symbols, of Christian symbols, of units deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan.
We had 138 U.S. Marines that came to us in Helmand province in Afghanistan. They were walking into the villages out there, and the village elders, most of them hadn't even heard of 9/11, but they'd heard of what I ended up calling the Jesus rifle. A company called Trijicon, based out of Michigan. They had about a $2 billion contract to make rifle scopes for our military. On the scopes, if you look closely, were biblical citations from the book of Matthew, Mark, Luke, John, Revelation. It was burned into the scope. Now think of the optics of American soldiers shooting Muslims in Afghanistan through the scopes that have the New Testament citations. These are Air Force fighters that can carry nuclear weapons. Complete Crusader iconography, complete with the helmet, the three cross-shaped stars, of course the sword and the crucifix. All stuff like this does is completely motivate the recruiting efforts of Boko Haram, Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula, ISIS, Mujahideen, and the Taliban. How do they refer to Americans? The Crusaders. This doesn't help.
And now some people will point out and say, you know, it's the Jews, it's the bankers, the Zionists, which is true. But when you start looking into these mystery religions, they all go back to Rome and even further back to Babylon and so forth. The Jesuits, Illuminati, Masons, the Rosencross, all these religions, they all go back to the mystery religions of Babylon, as Bill Cooper will call it. Even the Wailing Wall, you know, even which many like to point out to this and say, look, you know, they're under Jew influence. You have all these world leaders going to the Wailing Wall and praying to it. But when you actually look into the Wailing Wall, you will find out that it's actually another Roman structure, and this structure is called the Antonia Fortress. And what are my thoughts on the state of Israel and Zionism? I really believe that the state of Israel, these people were set up as a scapegoat. And with everything that's happening now around the world, maybe the world will come against the state of Israel. They will be blamed for everything. And this will lead to the unification, world religion, world government. Cause for peace, unity, and a world religion will be caught upon by political and religious leaders as a solution. And what that means is that all religions will unify, and they will, and they will unify under the papacy. And please look into the ecumenical movement for that. And that's one of the reasons also don't blame the Jews entirely, which is really more of a conspiracy. And the conspiracy is two or more people working together to hurt another group of people. And if they do manage to blame the Jews, everything on the Jews, well then, if they do manage to do that, I really believe they'll wipe clean all of Rome's history, all the white man's history. And that's what they want to do, you know. They will blame the Jews. So everything that America has done since its foundation, I mean the United States, will be swiped clean. After that, you can't blame anyone else. And I believe this is a goal. And the papacy will be given authority over the secular and spiritual world. And from that, you can expect Sunday worship. Sunday laws will be enforced, as they are working toward that right now, as it is in the United States. And then you have another group of people. Other people believe that that a third Jewish temple will be rebuilt, and this world leader that they are expecting will be the Antichrist, the anti-Messiah, and he will be the one that will deceive the world. And so just take your pick from that, the papacy or the Jewish temple. And this isn't the first time that world unity or government has existed. Well, at least according to the Bible, look into Genesis chapter 11 and 1 Maccabees chapter 1 verse 41 through 42. You know, and what's funny about this is that I hear a lot of people crying about, oh, you know, we gotta unite against the elite. And what the thing is, these ideas, are they really yours, or is it something that's been given to you through movies? Because whenever I hear unity, I see it through the movies, all these damn movies like Battle of Los Angeles, Independence Day, all these movies about people uniting and saving the world and all this other nonsense. So we will have a world government, but to me, unity never works. You know it, I know it. And some of us here, especially in the Americas, we will never truly assimilate to this Greco-Roman system. And that right there is a problem, fams, and that right there is a problem. Because if they do bring about this world government, you know, anybody who doesn't go along with it, you know, well, you know what's going to happen. And as I keep saying, they will have the world government.
We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be, we have a real chance at this new world order, an order in which a credible United Nations can use its peacekeeping role to fulfill the promise and vision of the UN's founders.
And if they do, it will be short-lived. So, as I keep saying again, separate from these people, separate from this entity, this Roman Greco-Babylonian entity that these people brought. And I want you to remember this day, fam. Remember who your enemies are, because we truly are the stumbling block to this world government that they have planned. So, yeah, separate and let their Christian Tower of Babel, as I call it, let it fall. You know, fuck these people, especially the white man. And you hear that, children of Cain, you are going to fall. You know, your God, your creator, whoever it is, your God made the nations fall, as they say it, to stumble. And now your judgment is coming back at you. And, you know, even to your children. And I don't feel one bit of sorry for y'all. Not one bit. Because everything is being revealed, and you will be exposed to the world. You know, and you as people, you're miserable. You know, you're hateful. You're deceitful people who will you will never do good or be at peace with yourselves. And a lot of our people will fall for you. You know, they will fall for your fucking lies. But hopefully, some of us are, you know, become woke, or, you know, wake up from your fucking lies. Because when the dust settles, you know, everyone will look upon you and just laugh at you and see how pathetic you are, how naked and fearful you really are as a people. You know, and the whole world will say, you know, is this the man we feared? Is this the man that made the world tremble? And know this, sons of Cain. That's what I call you, sons of Cain, Cain, or the Romans, or whatever you want to be called. You know, some of you believe that you're spiritual Israel for some reason, that you're the good guys here to bring light to the nations. But I'll let you know something right now, that you will never be loved or approved by the Creator. And you are just like Loki. And what I meant by that, about these people trying to be like Loki or are like Loki, is if you have seen the movies about Loki, you will see that he believes that humans are incapable of governing themselves. So in a way, he is trying to force them to his will, basically taking their rights and their free will, you can say. He wants to be king. And the thing about Loki is, if you have seen the Loki series, he becomes he is the Ouroboros. He becomes Saturn. He becomes Father Time. Symbolism of the occult is all over your entertainment, being given to you through your television. So that's for the white man, you know. So when I say white man, you know, a lot of you, if you're gonna have hate for the white man, or you know, you want to separate from the white man, I say separate from other people too, because this isn't just a white man thing. And we'll get to that in a moment right now. And the next subject is African Americans. You know, another group that we have to separate ourselves from. And I know this is it might be a little touchy subject for some of you, but we're gonna talk about it regardless. And you know, let's stop kidding ourselves, fam. There won't ever be a true black and brown unity, because we don't have the same spirit. You know, let's be straight. We don't have the same spirit. And if you want to talk about unity with the blacks, you know, don't talk to me about anything indigenous if you're gonna be holding hands with these people. And some of these African Americans, they have the same agenda as the white man, like the Puritans. You know, they see you as Canaan and believe that the Americas is their promised land. And the Africans, the earliest that they arrived in America was in 1492 as the black conquistadors, who helped the Spanish, and they helped colonize the Americas. And to me, to tell you the truth, I think that the black man is a secret weapon for the white man. And when you start looking at African American history, you come to find out about that these people had thousands upon thousands of black slave owners. Then you look into the black buffalo soldiers, and these people, they had Prince Hall masonry since the founding of the United States. They had colleges probably since the 1800s. And everything's a lie about these people. Rosa Parks was a lie. And our people, as you want to call them, Latinos or whatever you want to go with, especially in the United States, you know, they've been brainwashed and influenced by the fake black history, the rap, the sports, entertainment, you know, to feel sorry for these people, to elevate them above ourselves, really, when you look at it, to follow their leadership and their ways, the way they behave, the way they act, the way they talk, everything about these people. And it really has been destructive to us, to our people. And now we are demoralized following these people, be it white or black. And is that racist? Have everything that I said so far, is that racist? I mean, I want y'all to comment and let me know if that was racist, you know. Because, you know, I'll say this, good. No, good. If it's racist, good. Fuck y'all. Because I bet it wasn't racist when I was talking shit about the white man, huh? Right? And I'll let you know this. I'm against both these people, the whites and the blacks. Because to me, they are the Masonic board. And we need to stop playing this black and white game. Question for you African Americans that claim that you aren't from Africa. Now, why is it that Leo Africanus' description of Africans is 100% description of you? And when I mean that is, if you read his book called Geographical History of Africa, you go to page 41 and 42. Let me go ahead and read a few lines from his book. Quote, "The inhabitants are somewhat needy and covetous, being also very proud and high-minded, and wonderfully addicted unto wrath, void of good manners. You shall see commonly 2 or 3 of them together. They speak always with an angry and loud voice. Their mind are perpetually possessed with vexation and strife." End quote. Now, if anybody wants to read that, it's the Leo Africanus Geographical History of Africa, page 41 and 42. And to me, that's you, African Americans. That's your spirit. Just like twerking is, you know, it's what you do. Twerking is when you look into twerking, it's an African tradition called, going back to centuries, called Mapuka, Mapouka. And that's in your spirit. And now, now you have people twerking all over the world. You know, you got grannies twerking, you got children twerking. Even in China, you have people twerking. When you go into the Red Note app, you see all these Chinese women twerking as well. You know, it has demoralized the world. So that's your spirit, and you know, and I'm tired of feeling sorry for you people all the time. I'm tired of you people trying to always shame guilt us, trying to cause division within our people, because you know we don't kiss up to you. Especially now, you know, you're taking advantage of what's happening now in the United States. So you know those days are coming to an end too. You know, all your little tactics and all your fuckery against our people, it's coming to an end. And you cry and you like to point out the racism and colorism within the Latino community, as you call it. But you're just as bad, or you know, even worse when it comes to the real Africans and within your own community as well. Oh, that's right. You're not Africans, right? Yeah, that's right. And I say real Africans because you African Americans are a new being. You know, as you like to call us, Spaniards and mixed mutts. You know, you're a new being as well. Because when you look at it, you're a Thomas Jefferson baby. You came from Thomas Jefferson's nutsack. So you're the newer being, as you want to call it. And prove me wrong, you know. Take a DNA test. Oh, that's right. You don't believe in DNA testing. Except when you're trying to prove that you're not the daddy. You're not the papa. So you're always crying, complaining about everything. You like to tell the world that, you know, Latinos are racist and we don't want you to date our daughters. And damn right. Because you black man, you have this damn spirit on you that you don't even love or respect your own women. What makes you think you're going to respect our daughters? You know, from the BHIs, the Kevin Samuel types, that Myron guy from Fresh and Fit, the Red Pill type guys. You guys are always talking shit about black women all the time. So keep blaming the black woman all you want. But it's in your spirit, Mr. Black Man. That's who you are. And this is true because any woman who isn't black that marries onto you, they start picking up your own behavior. It's that behavior. So it's you, Mr. Black Man. It's not the black woman. Let's go ahead and finish this off. And you know, we don't need you, Mr. Black Man, Mr. Black People. We don't need you. You don't need us. And I'll leave it at that. And let me go back to this false flag. And I wanted to say this because people, they know, I guess you could say they see something, even if you're religious or not. They know that something is coming. They feel that something is wrong. And whether you're spiritual or not, religious or not. And let me just finish saying this. I really believe that America will be invaded. You are going to see a massive, and I mean massive foreign invasion, like never anything seen in the history of mankind, come down on the United States of America. And I'm telling you right now, to my people, walk away. Don't be part of this. Don't defend this goddamn satanic country. Let the white man and let the black man fight for it, because they did bring it over here. This is their system. You know, as the some of these BHI out of their own mouths, they say that they ruled Europe, and if they did, it was under the same system. They came here in 1492 and they colonized the Americas together, and that's what it is. That's how it went. And now everything that has happened, everything's being exposed. The veil is being removed.
Seeing yourself all over.
You are going to see war, hell, like you've never seen before. And troops are coming here, foreign troops en masse. And I mean, you probably can't imagine it right now, but it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And yeah, that's all I have to say. And you know, just get right with your people, I guess I could say that. And this isn't meant to be a fear mongering or anything. You know, you see the signs everywhere. We are the age of Rome is coming to an end. The white man's rulership is coming to an end. And if you want to fight with him, go raise your arm and your weapons against any armies that are coming. But this is their fight. It's not ours.
Yeah, that was fire, bro. Very informative, man. And very clear with pictures and things of that nature. That's always good. That is always good, man. And you brethren that you know, have a hard time accepting certain things. This is another brother, VTC. You know, he had a lot more people, and then YouTube shut his channel down. All right, so if you guys want to subscribe to him, he puts up videos. Here's one of them.
boys felt zoot suits brought them respect and also helped to attract the attention of Mexican-American girls. But in Los Angeles, the zoot suiters had competition.
The servicemen in Los Angeles on their way to war would frequently go to clubs, nightclubs, jazz clubs, where they would pick up Mexican-American women. And there's a very natural rivalry between the servicemen trying to pick up Mexican-American women and Mexican-American male adolescents who didn't particularly care for the fact.
Many in the military resented zoot suiters because their dress placed them in direct defiance of the War Board's Rationing Act, a law that forbade the use of excess garment material.
Ethnic tension also existed because these Mexican-American kids with their zoot suits were obviously not going off to war, and the mostly white servicemen were. So there was a good deal of tension between the two groups that then exploded in the zoot suit riots.
It happened on the evening of June 3rd, 1943, when a group of 11 sailors clashed with a gang of 20 zoot suiters on a downtown LA street. The zoot suiters got the best of the sailors. But after the fight, word of the melee spread quickly to the nearby Naval Armory.
According to the sailors, when they went back to the armory, they said these pachucos and zoot suiters jumped them. So the sailors went on their own to go around looking for zoot suiters and beating them up.
For the remainder of the evening, fights between the sailors and zoot suiters broke out around the city. Press accounts the next day favored the sailors. So did the police department.
They would go around and arrest the Mexicans and put them in jail for disturbing the peace. They were the ones that were blamed for the problem. In other words, in the newspaper headlines were saying, let the servicemen clean up the city of all these gangsters and all these pachucos. A lot of racism tied in with that.
For the next 3 nights, the sailors sought revenge. Cruising the streets, searching for anyone who wore a zoot suit. Sal Sandoval, 16 at the time, was there.
We took our zoot suit outfits off to minimize the problem. We'd wore khakis. So I was coming home from work in my khakis, and I saw this young man with his wife, and she was nice. She had a nice shape in it. And there was 2 sailors coming across, you know. So these sailors, not knowing that it was this guy's wife, they started, you know. All of a sudden, I heard the lady scream. And the husband turned around, and he said, "What's wrong?" "This guy's trying to pull my pants down. Pull my pants down." In 5 minutes, police were all over there, man. And who did they take? The husband and the woman. The sailors, go back on board ship. I was there, you know.
Without fear of arrest, emboldened military personnel continued their rampage through Los Angeles for 2 more days.
Things got bigger by the 4th and 5th, where we had thousands of servicemen going up and down the streets of downtown Los Angeles, beating up anybody that was Mexican. And the military authorities, Shore Patrol and others, they couldn't control it.
They started coming down to the main section of town, Main Street. And they started going into the theaters. But they encountered our dads, not us. But they figured that since we were all Mexican, we would be in there. So they started beating up on our dads. So that made a grave, grave situation.
As the fighting spread, rival zoot suit gangs joined together to defend their communities. By day 6, over 100 zoot suiters had been arrested. But thousands of others remained on the street as the brawling escalated.
We started retaliating, you know. They never figured on knives, you know. And that's what we started doing, knifing them, showing them, you know, we're not scared of you.
The rioting made national news, prompting smaller incidents in California, Texas, and Arizona, all cities with similar type zoot suit gangs. By June 9th, the violence in Los Angeles got the attention of the federal government. President Franklin Roosevelt ordered the Navy to control its sailors. 4 days later, what is known as the Zoot Suit riots finally ceased.
It's a misnomer to call the Zoot Suit riots a Zoot Suit riot because it was really a military riot where the servicemen would go in and strip adolescents of their zoot suits and they would beat the kids up.
All told, 95 Mexican residents had been arrested. Only 20 sailors were put in jail. Of the 112 injured, 94 were zoot suiters. No one was killed. Within a decade, zoot suiters were nothing more than a curiosity. The riots illuminated the racial divide in Los Angeles during the 1940s. For Pachucos and their families, they left bitter memories of a country that had promised so much.
It kind of stunned us because our dads and our moms were not used to this kind of thing. They came here in the belief that this was the best country in the world, that everybody was treated equal. But I do have regrets. I wish I could do it all over again. I wish this country could give me that chance to do it all over again. But this country has to change. It has to change.
It never will. All right, look, I'm going to show this video first, and then I've got to show Brother Job's video. The reason why I'm doing this way is because he had a conversation with some people, and they really have no idea of their history. They have no concept. They've been lied to by Edom and completely confused and just lost in the sauce. So I'm going to let this play for an hour, and then Brother Job's class is going to come next, and then we're done. All right? That's pretty much what we're doing today. Okay, so let's go. In case you guys haven't seen this, you're going to find out exactly what is in here. They've lied a long time. Let's go. Yo! What's up, fam? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? Hopefully this camera lasts me a little longer. Hold on, let me change that. Huh, I wonder why it shows that. Okay, there it goes. Showing colors. Yeah, man, I'm moving stuff around, trying to see which is the best way. Now, I'm going to tell you guys something, okay? It's hella hot in here, man. It's hella hot in here. I don't have air conditioning, so you're going to see me do this. You know, like the little fan. Little spray. At least in the meantime, man, until I can get this, until they can get this air conditioning going, all right? So shalom for everybody here that's here. I see you guys. Appreciate you being here, family. You know how I care about you guys a lot. I do really sincerely mean that. Rich, Elisheva, who else? Yeah, Rich, Elisheva, and I guess there's a couple more in secret. Maybe our brother Vladimir is watching. Yeah, there you go, bro. I can never see you on the screen. You already know, bro. Anyways, listen. So check it. I was debating whether I should continue or just bring you guys a segment of this this book that we destroyed, right? This fake story here. But you know, it almost seems like I don't know, man. I'll be honest. Spiritually, it strengthens me. On the flesh, it's disappointing because I would think that I'd had more response. I thought that would maybe trigger more brothers and sisters, but apparently not, man. You guys are either hard to convince, or you're too lost in the sauce, or you're too much in the cojones of this Alofi god of Africa that you guys are all in love with, you know, with this One West crap. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to go through this class as quick as I can and see if I can squeeze in that segment of just destroying the stupid book, which is just ridiculous. Now remember, family, I'm gonna bring up scriptures and some books today, and again, I'm gonna try to squeeze in that Willie Lynch is a fraud section. Keep in mind that when I read some of this material, you're going to hear Christians and you're going to hear Europeans. Now, I wrote this for myself to remember. Christians always means white people, right? But Europeans does not always mean white people, too. So keep that in mind. All right, so they're not always the same. A lot of times we go and read a book on history and we see Christians and Europeans. We think the same people, same so-called, bloodline, right? Edom, Esau, whoever you guys think he is. I want you to know that there's a difference between those two when I showed you these books. But before we do this, I really want to touch on these three things, okay? And I got this wonderful book called I wish you guys could see it. It's called this one here, okay? Right there. Now, this book is just a book on topics, consecration, confession, things of that nature, right? And one of the things really stood out to me because, man, some of the most simplest laws you fake Hebrews on both ends, white and black, just don't know how to keep. I'm going to show you one real quick. Okay? I'm going to show you guys one real quick, fam. Because, it's if you guys are our people, if you think we are, right? For God's sakes, man, you should consider what I'm sharing. We have, and Vladimir, I don't know, yeah, they can see you. Please confirm. We got Old Testament people now claiming or supporting what I'm sharing with a little bit of their own twist, but agreeing to it like, well, you shouldn't only blame the white man. Hey, however it's coming, people got to know. And they're going to remember who brought this out too. It wasn't no so-called Judah. So then this channel, I want you guys to remember, you so-called black Americans, you guys are not Judah. Wash that shit out of the woolly, bro. Seriously, you guys are not. I repeat, you're not Judah. Okay? So first, let's wash that away. May you be Israel? Yeah. A decent portion of you, yes. But you're not Judah's. Get that 12 tribe crap out of you. Wash it. Be born again. You're never going to understand this channel. You're just going to see hatred like the guy that came and bezazzled his way out of here. Listen, man, I don't care about your guys' emotions. I don't care what color you. It don't matter to me, man. I'm all praises to the Most High that he created the spirit regardless of what flesh I have in me. Exodus chapter 23. Trash it. Exactly, man. Get rid of that thought. Boom. Blow it out of the water. Because you know what? We have black conquistadors who enslaved black people too. Now you're going to go say, oh, well, we were teaching it. No, because you never called out the black people in this country. You went to point the finger in Africa. Not here. Now, let's read Exodus chapter 23 and verse 1. Very simple. Thou shalt not raise a false report. That's not hard. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Put not thy hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness. Let me simplify it for you, Ebonics. Do not spread false rumors. The Willie Lynch letter, that's an effing more than a rumor. This one that I ripped, that I spent money on, because it's trash. It says, do not spread false rumors. Do not help a guilty person by giving false testimony. You so-called Hispanics, you didn't do the homework. You didn't do the resource. You didn't do the homework. You telling me that? Please tell me. Because look, any common sense individual will understand that there is absolutely no history to confirm that this was actually real. Nothing. Zero. Oh, I'm sorry. If I do that, you're going to think I'm some kind of tribal or Mason Jew. So let me stop that. A zero. Okay? Zero. Nothing to substantiate this so-called history or so-called backbreaking and so-called twisting the people around. You can't do that no more. Cannot do that today. Never again will you ever be doing that again and using our scriptures to say, oh, that's why I act. No. So, first things first, do not follow the majority when they do wrong. Now, I told you so-called Hispanic brothers, and you had it come, man. And you said, well, there's the wheat and the tares, Zach. That's what you said to me. Do not follow the majority when they do wrong or when they give testimony that perverts justice. Why? Because you guys are not, never did you allow us so-called people, let's just say not even Hispanics, to learn the word properly. No, you relabeled yourself, you slapped the title on you, and you sold us that title. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now, family. 500 years we haven't had the Bible. Luckily, all praises to the Most High, we're starting to see our book for the first time. The last 20 years, maybe 50. And it's not because of you, West Coast, One West, or Wobbles, not at all. This has been going on already in Central America. It had to develop. And it took the particular people to wake the hell up at that time to start setting the pieces together. There are Psalms that were directly plagiarized from Egyptian texts. Yeah, hold on, let me continue. So keep that in mind. Keep that in mind. So let's continue before I move on to this from this chapter. Do not follow the majority when they do wrong or when they give testimony that perverts justice. Why? Because you don't give people the sole truth of the word. You see, you're supposed to give the whole truth and let people digest that. And if it's bitter, it's bitter. That's the way it works. You're not here to be a respecter of person, which is one of my topics. I think let me see. Yeah. It's just common sense, guys. Do not spread false rumors. First of all, this is a false rumor. Okay. So whoever you are, and you know what, man, shame on you, so-called scholars, Black American scholars, you so-called great people of Harvard, because they use this book to sell you the great debate. Make sure that you get the biggest, strongest. As a matter of fact, let's check it in. See, this is so emotional. This is so moving. This is so important to us. This is the reason why in America. This is why we need reparations. Because the white folks did this. Listen, family. This is supposedly of a man in 1930s, okay? A professor in Harvard. The tricky thing is that he says this supposedly in the movie. They're portraying that this is a true story. Supposedly he quotes this book in the movie, considering that era, 1930, right? Funny part is that this book was not found until 1970 somewhere, and then it wasn't uploaded until 1990 in the Gopher server, which nobody really knows who it's coming from. Okay, now when you look at the book, 1712, the writing in the book is absolutely not from that time. So how does this man of 1930s get a book from the 1712s that wasn't printed until 1970 that somehow, some way showed up in 1990? It's called propaganda. Let's go.
We're trying to get to know each other, Mr. Lowe.
I was trying to get to know you, Mr. Tulsa.
Thank you, brother.
I'm not the one on the debate team.
Are we not engaged in a debate right now?
All right. I'll take the affirmative. Take the meanest, most restless nigger. Strip him of his clothes in front of the remaining male niggers, female niggers, and nigger infants. Tar and feather him. Tie each leg to a horse facing an opposite direction, set him on fire, and beat both horses until they tear him apart in front of the male, female, and nigger infants. Bullwhip and beat the remaining nigger males within an inch of their life. Do not kill them, but put the fear of God in them, for they can be useful for future breeding. Anybody know who Willie Lynch was? Anybody? Raise your hand. No one? He was a vicious slave owner in the West Indies. The slave masters in the colony of Virginia were having trouble controlling their slaves, so they sent for Mr. Lynch to teach them his methods. The word lynching came from his last name.
Emily, that's another really, really ridiculous statement that he said. He says the name Willie came from him, right? The Lynch thing, from Willie Lynch of 1712. But there wasn't no Willie Lynch in 1712, family. There was a Willie Lynch in the 1830s or 40s. And that's what it's actually coined by. Not 1712. So you see, there is a lot of sopa de fideo in this so-called history. Now, I'm gonna tell you this, family, and you're not gonna like me. This is the biggest lie Satan has ever created. Create a history that reflects the Bible to claim it prophecy. Nobody, I'm telling you, look, I don't even care if you guys don't believe me anymore. The Most High is dealing with 144. That's really the fact. So if you guys don't believe me, don't believe me. I'm not expecting a lot of people to listen to me. Listen, man, since that other video of Incognito Negrito, YouTube has just completely decimated the views and all that. Take me on the algorithm. I know you guys YouTube are, and that's okay. Because I'm not here to make a school like IOIC. That's not the way the scriptures work or work. Now, they do tell us consistently who your enemy will be and what the enemy will do to you and what is going to be the tools in order for you to submit yourself to some other God and worship another demon in another philosophy with another spirit. And you guys know what scripture that is, but 2 Corinthians, but I'm not on going there. 2 Chronicles 19:7. Watch what he reads there, okay? Honor the Lord and act carefully, because the Lord our God does not tolerate fraud or partiality or the taking of the bribes. Let me do the King James, okay? Because some of you guys don't understand. Wherefore, now let the fear of the Lord be upon you. Let me remind you of that. I don't forget about that. I don't fear man. I'm going to tell you this right now. I fear the Most High because he can take my spirit and my flesh for sure, and my spirit. Now I know what it feels like being a bottom barrel, what I've been. I don't want to go there anymore. Walking in hell in his flesh, you're out of your mind. Take heed and do it, for there is no iniquity with the Lord our God, nor respect of persons, nor taking of gifts. So I don't give a damn if you guys show up and say, you are crazy, you're a dumb Mexican, you don't know what you're talking about, you're a stupid spick, we're Judah, blah, 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 God has woolly hair. I don't give a shit. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me. Because, quite frankly, a lot of you guys don't even understand what I'm reading and are seeing. It goes over your head. You know, quite frankly, it amazes me that it's empirical data, in case you guys don't even know what that means. It's fact that we've had black conquistadors. It had black people that enslaved a lot of people. And you mofos don't give a shit. They tell you in their own face, oh, the Confederate, we supported the white man everywhere. We built this country. We're always next to the white man. And well, guess who they fought? Dummies. Us. Hello. Whose country did they take? Us. Hello. You guys are stupid. Who goes to the ballot every freaking 4 years? Them, not us. I mean, come on, fam. And look, like this guy, Jay, right? I guess you got mad because I didn't answer. You talk about the 42 laws of Ma'at, man, and I know you're probably going to say probably we've been around for 30,000 years. So if you believe that, then there's no reason for you and I talk. Because if I bring you the scriptures and I show you where the Ma'at came from, you're probably going to go and choke yourself. Okay, so let's not even go there. Why don't you pay attention to the class? Maybe you'll learn something. And see, this is what bothers me. Look, I see, 300 subscribers, man, and every now and then I see about 90 views. You want to know something, man? If you're only here to subscribe to watch the enemy, by all means, stick around. But if you're subscribing, you're a gente, and you don't even take the time, then unsubscribe. We don't need you. 144, that's it. 144,000. That's it. No more, no less. So quite frankly, I'm not bugged out anymore. I'm not begging for this stuff. The Most High chose me, man, and I'm like at the wilderness, man, feeling crazy. You guys don't believe me, but it's okay. James 2:9. But if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin and are convinced of the law as transgressors. So what's going on for all of you guys that are in these camps saying the white man, but I tell you, hey, man, black people did it too. Well, it's different because it was philanthropy. Shut your ass up. But if ye have respect to persons, ye commit sin. Sin number 2, because the first one was don't make false report. You guys, black Americans, you
One West doctriners, you Fopies, all of you guys, you reparation worshiping damn demons, you wobbles, you want to be, all of you guys use that book and it's not even real. Oh, that's the biggest sin. And guess what? You guys all have to pay for that sin because you made everybody believe into something that's not true. You don't know what that means? You guys owe a lot. You think it's just what? No. The Bible, if y'all believe the Bible, guess what? You guys lost already. Put the book down by all means. I don't know how you're going to repent from all this. What are you going to go to knock into every black man's door and say, and black woman's door and say, listen, the Philly Lynch letter was a lie. It was a fraud. You know, the elite blacks or whatever they were, or Jew blacks, whatever, or white ones, whoever planned all this, because I'm going to show you something else. They all did it. Nah, you guys were part of it. And this is only one out of many bunk-ass stories. And I'm not afraid to tell you guys because I know I'm not lying. This right here, the biggest fraud ever created in mankind, right there. On top of the other one, transatlantic slavery and parte intervention, saying that it only applies to certain people. Lie. Let's continue. Deuteronomy 16:9. You guys picked the wrong day, man. Deuteronomy 16:9, because I really don't even, I had it, man. Y'all demons are going to stay with these demons. So, hey, let the wheat and the tares grow together. And you know what, family? Pay attention to that parable because the wheat doesn't grow as fast as the tares. The tares make themselves known right away. So we see who's showing ourselves right away. You see, there it goes. Look, it goes up, it goes down. It goes down. All praises, man. I want you guys to hate what I say because maybe then you will actually try to confirm what I'm showing you. And I'm not BSing you guys. This ain't hate, man. These are just facts. Deuteronomy 16:19. It reads, thou shalt not wrest judgment. Let me do it easy. You guys don't even know what that means. 16:19, they are not to be unjust or show partiality in their judgments. I call it all across the board. I don't care who you had something to do with this. I'm going to show you. Why would I not? I don't owe you guys anything. You're not my people. You showed it already. I did my part. I contributed. I made the effort. And no, Spirit bears witness. No, you can't force it upon me. They are not to be unjust or show partiality in their judgments. They are not to accept bribes. So every single camp that you guys watch, OPs and IUICs and ICPKs, they got their, can collectors out there, vocab Malones, all of them take money. All of them take donations. All of them sell their Pantheon memberships. Every single one of them uses the word of God in order for you to what? Bribe their asses. Because the moment that you don't give them any money, will they put the same effort? Because some of us are working our asses off and then still making time to come in here in a hot ass room and do the class and not get paid for it. Because guess what? I'm not going to be blinded by gifts, because it says, for gifts blind the eyes of even of wise and honest men and cause them to give wrong decisions. Hold up. It starts right there. It starts right there. And look, you see, fam, this is what I'm talking about, man. That's what I'm talking about, bro. We're right here. We're showing some stuff. We're showing some love to some of our gente. There were some people watching and then like they skedaddled. I'm telling you, man, you so-called Hispanics don't give a rat's ass about our people. Stop. And you know what? Oh, by the way, let me talk about something. You Republicans and you Democrats, that movie, Sound of Freedom, you almost captivated me with your BS. Now, it was emotional to me because that's our gente. But you're only using this for political gain. All of a sudden, now you got these damn Republicans. Oh, the Democrats are trying to oppress the movie. They're trying to, keep it down because they don't want people to find out that Democrats eat kids. Let me tell you something, you stupid, damn political, ingenious bastards. You guys created this mess. The highest consumer of child trafficking porn is in America. And and by the way, it's your Republican Democratic laws that have caused all of this too to happen. Now you want the Republicans to say, oh yeah, we care about the moving of the children. Oh, save the children. No, all it is political gain. Because as soon as I saw Republicans pushing against it, then they say, oh yeah, I'm so moved by it. Yeah, while you still support the damn laws in Florida, right? It's stupid. Jelly dumb. You don't even read the first verse. Let me show you something real quick. Let me show you something. Watch. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. Let me see if I can find it. I'm going to show you something because you guys don't even, man. Hold on. See if I can find it. Let's see. Here it goes right here. Okay. This is easy for you, Republicans and Democrats of both colors. Exodus 21:16. And he that stealeth a man and selleth him, or if he be found in the hand, he shall surely be put to death. And you Republicans are Christians, you believe in the Bible. This is your history. So you owe it. And I'm not just talking about one particular color. Hell no, not in this channel. You don't get away with that. Not at all. Exodus 18:21. Let's go back. Let's take to the topic. 18:21. It reads, moreover, thou shalt not provide out of all the people. Moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth. Pay attention to this. Men of truth, hating covetousness. I'm gonna pause you on that one real quick so you guys can understand. Pause on that real quick. Hating covetousness, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetousness. As partial albino, your pineal glands, as a partial albino, your pineal glands have always crossed. There go. Yeah, you believe in that esoteric shit. Yeah, Jimmy, we don't believe that, bro. Not at all, man. That's all esoteric emerald tablets, teachings of Thoth, bro. You better really do your homework on that. The Secret Teachings book is probably a good book you should read, man. It seems like you like a lot of these theories because that's really what it is. You vibrate in the same blah, 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 biological. You are set apart, a genetic inferiority. Yeah, all of that. You're in the wrong channel. Sorry, bro. I'm 47 years old, man. I'm not a kid, you know. I didn't just wake up one day and say, I believe in the Bible. And I never read anything else. It's pretty silly of you guys. And I bet you're pretty young too, Jimmy. You're younger than me, I can tell. So again, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetous. There you go, man. Is that Gabriel? I got a feeling you Gabriel, man. Listen, moreover, thou shalt provide out of all the people able men, such as fear God, men of truth, hating covetous. Remember that, family. So when you hate covetous or men of truth, hating covetousness, you know that covetousness has a lot of different roots. So if you are in the scriptures, you are not going to be misled with any gifts, any bribery, anything that will lead you to end up with covetous, because you can lust for anything and you already are stuck. That's what he wants. None of that. So keep that in mind, fam. You guys think this is a game? Proverbs 29, 1 and 2. Let's get that real quick. Proverbs 29, 1 and 2. 29 or 29? 29, yep. Proverbs 29. And then verse 12. Sorry, it reads, if a ruler hearken to lies, the making of a slave. Okay. If a ruler hearken to lies. Oh, sorry, I moved it. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked, family. Let me repeat that again. If a ruler hearken to lies, all his servants are wicked. What does that mean? What exactly does that mean, fam? That means if you hearken to a lie, right, and you don't confirm it, and you push it, you are wicked. So that's simple. We know that they said they ruled Europe, that a lot of convoluted history, you know. They say certain things like this, and then they mention the certain Portuguese and Spaniards, and then they say they're Jews, but then the other Jews are not Jews, right? So they throw you a lot of stuff, man. So I'm going to show you something real quick. Follow me for a moment, okay? I've showed you this before. I've showed you this before. Where are you at? All right. This is the Webster's Dictionary, 1828. I'm sorry, 1828. In 1828, the understanding of Swati was this right here. Let me change this up. I'm going to change this up, okay? The understanding of Swati was this: being of a dark hue or dusky complexion, tawny, that is, right? In warm climates, complexion of men in universally, or men is universally Swati or black. Watch this. The Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more Swati than the French, German, and English, meaning they are dark-skinned. But the Moors, Spaniards, and Italians are more dark-skinned than the northern ones, right? Okay. So now, if you guys remember, One West loves to bring this book out. Wobbles do too, and all this and that, you know what I mean? But they don't pay attention, family. They don't really pay attention to what they actually read. So let's read it for them. Observation concerning the increase of mankind, peopling of countries by Benjamin Franklin, 1706, 1790, okay? So 1706, 1790, I think this is like in 1739. Well, it was reprinted in 1753. It must have been reprinted in 1918. Well, it shows the years between it's in the 1700s, okay? Let's just be clear on this. Right there. I'm assuming this is around 1739, 1740, somewhere around there. So it reads, by Benjamin Franklin himself, which leads me to add, page 224, which leads me to add one remark, that the number of purely white people in the world is proportionately very small. All Africa is black or tawny. Asia, chiefly tawny. America, exclusively of all newcomers, wholly so. In Europe, the Spaniards, Italians, French, Russian, and Swedes are generally of what we call a Swati complexion, as are the Germans also. The Saxons only, except who with the English make the principal body of white people on the face of the earth. I could wish their number would increase, so the majority of the people were dark-skinned at this time. And while we are, as we may call it, soaring our planet by clearing America of woods, and so making this side of our globe reflects a brighter light to the eyes of inhabitants in Mars or Venus, why should we, in sight of superior beings, darken its people? Why increase the sons of Africa by planting them in America, but we have so far an opportunity? By excluding all blacks and tawnies or increasing the lovely white and red? But perhaps I'm a partial to the complexion of my country, for such kind of partiality is natural to mankind, which is true. So far, in the 1700s, right, we see Swati people. And we see that in the 1800s, we're still seeing Swati people, right? Okay. Follow me here. This is from a book called The New Voyage of Italy, or New Voyage to Italy. And this is an interesting book because now we're going to get real deep into this. Basic deepness, okay? So check this out. Watch what it reads here. I'm going to start right there. Okay? So let me make sure that, okay, the page is clear. Okay, perfect. Here we go. Page 139. The author of La Roma Santa affirms that Jews stink and that their noisome smell vanishes after they are baptized. So, he's talking about them, right? I know not why this should be reckoned wonderful, for those who are to be baptized are so carefully washed and clean that they must needs become sweet, though they really stunk before. But this ridiculous to imagine that the Jews, as being Jews, have a particular smell. Now, this is a Christian. Remember, I told you guys, who are the Christians again? They're always what? White. But the Europeans are not always white. Okay? So keep that in mind. But this ridiculous to imagine that the Jews, as being Jews, have a particular smell. The Jews at Rome are very poor. Those who are poor are always nasty. And those who are nasty usually stink. That is the mystery. This also a vulgar error that the Jews are all black. Watch this. For this is only true of the Portuguese Jews. Now, I want you to remember this, like isolate that. The Portuguese Jews, I want you to take this right here and put it to the side. Park it for a second. Don't lose that thought. Who marrying, it sounds good for you guys, but it's not. Who marrying always, among another, beget children like themselves, and consequently, the swartiness of their complexion is entailed upon their whole race, even in the northern region. So now, keep this in mind. This is also a book of, hold on, let me go back. I forgot to show you guys. My bad, man. I just jumped into it. A New Voyage to Italy, by curious observation with several as Germany, Switzerland, blah, blah, blah. Volume 2, Part 1. That's 1739, okay? Look it up. So far, 1739, 1800. We're just confirming that that's what their understanding is of these people. So he's saying that these Jews, right? These Portuguese Jews, they typically are black. So it's like, oh yeah, you know, one race is right. If you think so. But let's continue. Don't stop there though. That says, swarty of their complexion is entailed upon those whole races, even in the northern regions. But the Jews, but the Jews who are originally of Germany, those, for example, I have seen at Prague are not blacker than the rest of their countrymen. Okay, so now watch this. Though nobody can doubt that those of the Jewish nation are destitute of all the authentic tradition. Keep that in mind. They are destitute of all authentic tradition. A destitute. What does destitute mean? Destitute. Destitute. All right. It means being extremely poor, lacking something. So it says that though nobody can doubt that those of the Jewish nation are lacking tremendously all authentic tradition. Huh. Hold on. And they have not any particular knowledge either of the laws or customs of their ancestors. Wait, hold up. Bruh. See, this is where it gets tricky and very interesting. Either of the laws or customs of their ancestors or even of the Hebrew language. Now remember, keep in mind, family, this is in the 1700s, 1739. The mindset of that time, exactly. The mindset, right, of that time, it's not like us now. There's no internet. There's no way. There's no like major court you can go to. People could just go and say, oh yeah, I'm a Hebrew. Or I'm this or I'm that. But this guy's saying, I have, however, been willing to take care of to satisfy you and asking several of their rabbins in Germany and in Italy. Remember, they're black or Swartic. About what you have desired. Now, some of them are, they're also white. Don't forget that. In which making them read some periods in Hebrew distinctively to observe how they pronounce it. So he takes the pertinent words and say, how do you pronounce this? Jew of the Germanies? How do you pronounce this? Jew of the Portuguese? How do you pronounce this? Jew of the Spaniards? Right? Without long time here, watch this. Here, in entering again into the particularities of the question, I will tell you that I have forgotten nothing, and that I have drove my curiosity farther than yours, having not forgotten the diverse doubtful things that are marked in the grammar, or which are results of the difference of opinion in grammaring. Now, it says, the answer, watch this. The answer I have then to make you in a few words about this affair, that this white Christian, white man, not a black man, not an African man, not somebody that, remember, we don't hear white folks telling other white folks, so-called Israelis, that they're not the real Jews, right? We hear other people. But here is saying the white man saying, the answer I have then to make you in a few words about this affair, meaning you black folks and you white folks that claim to be Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazis and say that that's your origin and you've been there forever and that's you, the real Jews. Okay. It says, the answer I have then to make you in a few words about this affair is that these Jews have furnished me with nothing. Nothing. Gotcha, bitch. Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. Nothing. Gotcha, bitch. That one can draw any use from. And indeed, What could they say to Christians, meaning white people? Because they were enslaved in 1711 by guess who? We're gonna read to as we go further. What could they say to Christians that Christians do not already know as they? Have they any secret sauce or immediate revelation? Like us, we're sitting here watching this like, yo, listen. Let's see, the Ethiopian languages are Semitic and they have the oldest biblical manuscripts. It would make sense that the Jews and their history tied. I don't want to move a different route, but I don't want to not and I want to answer that properly. So give me some time on that. Well, not today, basically, is what I'm saying. Have they any secret source or any immediate revelation? Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? Like right now, One West, IUIC, ISUPK, FOPI. What else? Just whatever was camp, whatever camp you guys think, whatever church you guys can imagine. This is going on right now here in America right now. Who are those people that pretend to teach each other? Right? On the contrary, they are poor sort of creatures, so filled with false notions, so conceit of their monstrous ideas that I would never advise young people to have any commerce with them for fear of receiving from them some ridiculous prejudice. And it still happens to this very day. That's why you got some white folks bending down and kissing their boots. Some ridiculous prejudice, as if they are the people of the book. We're going to continue to break dismantle this nonsense. Okay, let's continue, because this is coming from the horse's mouth. It's not coming from me. It's coming from them. This is from the history of, sorry, here it goes right here. This is from a history of the Jews by Solomon Grazel. Okay. Now I want to start reading in this page right here. Now we talked about how these guys, the Christian man says these so-called Jews can't prove who they are according to the Bible or according to their history. Man, they can't even make it up. They can't even agree to who they come from. So you talk about the first synagogues in America, right? As a matter of fact, let me read it. The first synagogue, soon after they arrived, watch this, it's going to get juicy. The Jews of New Amsterdam asked permission to establish religious services. They were refused to the right to have a synagogue, but they were allowed to meet in one or another private home, and they carry on Jewish worship. Although in theory, the English were more liberal, it was not until 1685 that the Jews set aside a house which they called their synagogue. Even this was the unofficial for then 10 years, the next 10 years. But by 1700, the Shearith Israel congregation was established and the existence of a synagogue taken for granted by the entire population. Watch this, okay? Religion and education. The Jews who came to America during colonial times were not blessed with much Jewish knowledge. What the? Yo, listen, man. You see, this is now getting crazy. The previous book, by the way, this is from 1968, right? Exactly. So the previous book, right? The previous book. Thank you, sis. I appreciate you for bringing that point up. Thank you. And I'll praise it. I need your help because I'm going crazy in my mind right now. The Jews who came to America during colonial time, from 1492 and on, okay, were not blessed with much Jewish knowledge, whether they were of Spanish, Portuguese ancestry, that is, oh gosh, the Sephardim, or German ancestry, that is, of Ashkenazim. They were, with few exceptions, energetic men of daring and courage rather than such as could sit quietly and lead a studious life. Like right now, they had no clue who they were. They really didn't know about themselves. We Jews. We finance. We own ships. Yeah, we push slaves. Yeah, the Jews were the main slave pushers. You black and white ones. Got you. Hold on. Gotcha, bitch. So now, here we go. They were, with few exceptions, energetic men. I'm sorry, hold up. Prayer books and Bibles were all that were prayer books and Bibles were all that their physical and mental baggage could hold. Bam! Since the majority of them during the early colonial period were Sephardim, the Sephardi ritual prevailed, and the Jews of German ancestry quickly adjusted themselves to it. Watch this. More serious was the problem of educating the young. Why? Because you guys didn't know who the hell you were. You're just converts, reteaching yourself all over again. At first, some new arrival, still struggling to establish himself commercially, would take over the task of teaching Jewish children to read the prayer book. Huh? Before long, the Jewish colonies began to send to the better established Jewish communities of Jamaica or London or Amsterdam for men willing to migrate to the distant land and become the official teachers of Jewish youth. The difficulty was increased by the fact that there were as yet no public schools, so that many Jewish parents sent their children to various non-Jewish private schools. The result is blah, 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 blah. To me, it sounds like you are being recreated. Yeah, Yiddish. That's what it is. Jewish. And you see, you so-called Sephardims. Now you want to say that you want to be Sephardics now? What's your name? That kid? Dirty Water? Yeah, right. Dirty Water. He says he's Sephardic. You go and completely tarnish our brother. Lord willing, I don't know if he still agrees with that. I haven't talked to him. But I just, man, I smell when it smells like shit, right? And it looks like shit. I don't suggest to touch it. Then it does come out of an ass. I'm sorry to tell you guys, but it's just like constantly being caught in your own stupidity. And by the way, the reason I even know about this book, because in this book, you One West use this book. Yes, you do, and you know this book. One West knows this book, fam. This is not surprising to them. But see, they only show you what they care about. They just want to show you to talk crap about Christian whites. In this page here, you see the, where is it at? Hold up. Where is it at? What's it, page, 53? Is it this one? Let's see if I can find it. It's in 149. Give me a second. I'm trying to find this. They use this book. Oh, here it goes right here. So they go in here and say the results of Paul's teaching. It is not what happened to Paul personally that is important, but rather what happened to Paul's teachings. Even while he lived, ample evidence proves that the people whom he preached had misunderstood him. He had spoken in terms of high and noble idealism of charity and personal righteousness. He urged men to believe in Jesus firmly and believing in so perfect an example of godly living, meaning keeping the laws. Begin to lead a godly living like the life themselves, meaning keeping the laws. Such righteous people could have no difficulty in meeting the awful day of God's judgment. They would surely survive it when the day of the resurrection came. Such people would surely be permitted to live again and forever, but most of the people who listened to Paul remembered only the connection between believing in Jesus and meriting God's mercy and ultimate resurrection. They kept the middle step, the need to live godly lives. Thus, faith in Jesus came to be the only and entire basis of the religion adopted by pagan Christians, while the Judo-Christians who lived in Palestine, yada, yada, yada. I'm only showing you this because One West knows this book, but geez, they don't show you this other one because it literally says to them as they're reading it. So I wonder what you feel as you're reading it. What do you feel as you're reading? Damn, this is like Ecclesiastes. It's nothing new under the sun, family. All right, I'm not done. I am not done yet. Oh no, contre mon frère. Because watch this. I'm going to show you this real quick. This is from another book called Zion in America, 1981. It's them. They're saying it themselves. I'm not. Not at all, my friends. This is them boasting about their abilities and their achievements. So that's just like you see the people now that I'm going to show you. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, you're looking at them right now, family. These are the two heads. I know they don't want to believe it. But again, it's only 144. Oh, well. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it. Let's see. Oh, that's right. That's right. Here it goes right here. Okay. This is page 43, Jews in the colonial economy. I want you to pay attention. Remember, we said Christians are white. Not all Europeans are white. They could also be black and white. And it says, remember the other book that talked about who the Portuguese Jews, they're all black, right? at that time. And they understood, even Benjamin Franklin, that the majority of the people were dark-skinned at that time. 1700, 1700, 1600. King James, true, he was black, all that. Yeah, all that's real. All that's real. So I need you guys to pay attention to this. Watch this. Let me go ahead and magnify it. The author of the story of the author of the story of the Jews of Newport, Morris Gunstein, maintained that there were relatively few Jews involved in the slave trade in the sites and census of 1774 to show that only 13 servants were employed by Jewish homes, all of whom Gunstein assumed were white indentured servants. You see that? White indentured servants. If these were white Jews, they wouldn't say that, now would they? Think. Now, the few Jews who may have owned slaves in Newport were none too comfortable with them. Their wills, according to Gunstein, often contain clause ordering the such slaves be freed upon the master's death. Jews' involvement in the slave trade should not embarrass today, as one suspect it did Mr. Gunstein, and one suspect it did in Mr. Gunstein. The application of 20th century standards of morality to 18th century behavior can lead to twisted results, meaning that it was just a different time. Oh, well. Now, it says, it was then not frightened with the moral onus it carried today. Now, watch this. The traffic in human beings by Portuguese, which were black, Dutch, which were black, French, which were black, and English, which were white and black. I'm telling you, fam, was an essential ingredient of the early capital formation necessary for the development of the capitalist system. And I hear this, the Jews who were frequently found at the very heart of the commerce could not have failed to contribute to a proportionate share to the share trade directly and indirectly. Now watch this, in 1460, these very same Portuguese, remember, we got to isolate words and understand what all it means, right? In 1460, these Jews were masters of the nautical science in Portugal. That nation was importing 700 to 800 slaves yearly. These were black people enslaving other black people. These were tawny people enslaving Africans. Tawny Portuguese Jews were enslaving Africans. Now watch this. It gets even better. It gets even better because it's just amazing. At the time, there's some reason to feel that the Jews of Newport, if they did not avoid the profitable business of trafficking in slaves, might have hesitated about owning them. But this might have stemmed from the British Caribbean precedent from which area many Newport Jews had come. Rather than to form moral scruples, in the British area of the Caribbean, in the British areas of the Caribbeans, Jews were forbidden to own slaves because of the fear that under Jewish two-age slavery insurrection, a perpetual fear of slaveholding communities would encourage perpetual slavery. So you guys weren't applying the 7 years to certain people, only to yours. It's not over. Not over yet. Not over yet. I'm going to show you this. I got this from another book. Man, I wish I could have pulled it up. I'm still reading it. But watch what it says here. Let me see if I can magnify it. Here, I'm going to do this. Save as picture. Give me a second, fam. Check this out. Watch what this guy says here. That's how I found this guy, okay? It says, throughout the history of the practice, Jews have been involved in the purchase and sale of human beings. This fact is confirmed by their own scholars and historians in this book, A History of the Jews by Solomon Grazel, which we read. It states that the Jews were among the most important slave dealers in European society. Remember that. Lady Magnus writes that in the Middle Ages, principal purchasers of slaves were among were found among the Jews. They seem to be always and everywhere at hand to buy and to have the means equally ready to pay. Henry L. Thangold stated that Jews were so frequently found at the heart of commerce could not have failed to contribute a proportionate share to the slave trade directly or indirectly. They were all involved. In 1460, we read the same thing. Now, watch this. Success of the medieval merchants was enhanced by their supreme linguistic abilities. They spoke Arabic, Persian, Roman, Frankish, Spanish, Slavic, and displayed a business acumen far advanced in the times. The Jews' participation in the slave trade, particularly their trafficking in non-Jewish slaves, cited the moral indignation of Europe's Gentile population. The Europeans reacted by taxing the Jews, and so were expelled from their host countries for this activity. I have a book, fam, that literally says, let me see. I wonder if I can get it. I think I posted it. Hold on. Let me see something real quick. I'm going to show you this. This is important to read too. Okay. I'm just going to kind of skip something real quick. This is from Jewish Pioneers in America. Now, this is a book. It's not hard to find, but it's hard to find a PDF for some reason. Watch what it says here in this book. In page 12. Vingog admits that Columbus became so thoroughly Spanish as to lose the use of his mother tongue. In none of the evidence, however, does Vingog find ground for the Hebraic origin of the discoverer. That this great man wrote in biblical style. He was fond of quoting the prophets. By choice, he preferred to read the books that were either biblical or Jewish in origin. He himself wrote a book of prophecies. Columbus left the legacy to a Jew. Jews protected him. He was avaricious. He thought himself the messenger of Jehovah. Finally, he had a fresh colored complexion, fair hair, aquiline nose characteristics. As all the world knows, the Israelite type, in particular of the Southern Jews, Spanish, Portuguese. Huh. Watch this. Hold on. Is this it? Here it goes right here. Discouraged with his failure in Portugal, Columbus next appealed to the court of Spain. Here, too, he met with disappointed men. He was called a dreamer. His schemes were chimerical, vain, and impractical. The cause seemed hopeless, but it was at this point that influential Jews of Spain rallied in his assistance. Chief among these were Isaac Aberbanal and Luis de Santagal. Without them, Columbus would have failed in Spain as he did everywhere. In the middle of the 15th century, says Kissinger, the Santagals of Valencia and Saragosas were the Rothschilds of their time. Now, this right here, fam, is a book. I don't want to get into it because I'll just show you what I found real quick. Okay, the Pacific. Remember, Christians and Europeans is not the same thing. Okay, it says for decades, long before the fall of Constantinople, Portuguese navigators, black, had been venturing southward along the coast of Africa in search of such a route, supported by royal house, especially by the famed Prince Henry. Was he white or black? Known as the navigator because of his enthusiasm for exploration. Portuguese expeditions had reached the Azores about 800 miles out of the open Atlantic in 1427. Black Portuguese Jews. Their ships, by the way, they're converts. Because you guys didn't know anything about who you are. You pronounce one word just like way different than your other brother that was white. But now you're saying he's your enemy. And I know why. Because you were allies. And the very same allies turn against you. And I'm going to show you who said that. Their ships had landed on the northwestern shoulder of the African coast as early as 1434. By the 1440s, Portuguese captains had journeyed as far as the Senegal and back in the beginning of Black Africa. Oh, what's going on here? In far-off Western Europe, the Portuguese observed this development in the Mediterranean with special interest. The hardy mariners of Portugal, their nautical skills sharpened by the harsh demands of Atlantic winds and waves, had long dreamed of seizing the spice trade for themselves by opening the water routes around Africa to the source of the spice in Asia. Although such a sea route, if it existed, would entail great risk to small ships of the time. The potential gain far outweighed the dangers. Spice took up little shipboard space relation to their worth, if only a few vessels succeeded in making the journey. So these guys at this time were enslaving Africans. And I have a book that says, maybe I saved it here, maybe I didn't. I probably did not. So now let's take a picture of these people. Remember, family, not all that appears to be is what it appears to be. Okay? We've been assuming too long that certain people come in a certain shade. This has been going on for some time, fam, and you've been tricked into believing these things. Look at this. In 1818 and 1893, founded in 1796, Zion Church. Did they think they were Jews? African Methodist Episcopal, Zion Church. History of Zion Church. The church in the Southern Black community. Keep in mind, fam, we didn't have the Bible in this time. Don't forget. Let me see if I got this. All right, so we read this part. Bam. Get out the way. Now I'm going to show you something so you can get an idea. These are just thoughts.
A common character.
Look at these men. Who are these men? Because to me, it seems like Jews and Moors were always working together. The Jews and the Moors had it good when they subjugated the Christians. There's a lot of questions going on right now, family, because you need to understand that this history that they fed us is total BS. That's not true. And if they were Negroes, they were natives at that time. And remember, we used to say that used to believe that every black person, no matter what, you were a slave, but it says you're otherwise. Watch.
Born of a white mother and black English common law. Children born of a white mother and black father were considered free.
See? Why? Thought you couldn't be. I thought it was impossible. Nah, man. Let's finish it up real quick. Jeremiah 9. Hopefully I didn't take too long. That's cool. Jeremiah 9. All right. Watch this real quick. Jeremiah. Where are you at? Jeremiah chapter 9. Verse 3. It says, and they, I'm sorry, I'll read it this way. I'll read it this way. And they are always ready to tell lies. Dishonesty instead of truth rules the land. The Lord says, my people do one evil thing after another and do not acknowledge me as their God. Everyone must be on guard against their friends, and no one can trust their relatives, for all relatives are as deceitful as Jacob, and everyone slanders their friends. They all mislead their friends, and no one tells the truth. They have taught their tongues to lie and will not give up their sinning. They do one violent thing after another, and one deceitful act follows another. The Lord says that his people would reject him, because it's true, family. I don't care who you are. Even if you say you are the people of this book, why does it have to take this lie? Why did you have to lie about this? Yeah, Jewish offense first. It's a first, just like the BMS symbol. Oh shoot! Let me check it, bro. I'll check it in a bit. Let me continue. I think we're going to leave off. We're going to finish. No, we done. Yeah. They all mislead their friends. And see, that's what I'm saying, family. I could understand, man. You know, you didn't know. Okay, fine. But nah, this is gone too far now. Nobody, to be frank with you, from what you hear in history, nor you white, nor you black, can prove that you're Hebrews. Not even the white man. Even the white man said it himself. Yo, you guys can't prove that you're Hebrews, bro. We know this. We know your history. And now we're sitting here telling you guys, listen. You don't listen. You don't care. You don't care because it's not about truth. It's about revenge, power, women, land, and money. That's it. You don't care about repenting. You don't care about salvation. You don't care about any of that. You don't care about being a better man, a better husband, a better father, a better employer or better employee, somebody that actually can balance their life with their children, that has a home that believes, that makes time for all of them. It's hard to balance that life that can say, I've been through the gutter and I was able to what? Withstand it because of the scriptures. That's wisdom. I'd rather gain that more than any money. There's no value in getting your mind back and your spirit. But I don't care. Continue. So, Proverbs 6:26-24. It says, a hypocrite hides hate behind flattering words. It says, he that hateth dissembleth with his lips and layeth up deceit within him. So that's why it says, don't trust these people, man, because they're literally slipping into darkness. I'm telling you. When he speaks fair, when he speaketh fair, believe him not. No, I'm telling you, man, we're people of the Bible, and we went through this together. Really? We haven't had the Bible since 1492, only until the last 40 years, 50 years maybe. Because the majority of the people in Mexico, Central and South, were illiterate in the 1910s and 20s, in case you guys don't know that. And we got the first Bible printed in 1835, 25 volumes. 25, like the Encyclopedia Britannica, like those old school ones, $200. You know how much that is? About 10 grand right now. With the inflation, about $12,000, I'm sorry, for a Bible, 25 books. You're supposed to carry that around? Shit. Nobody knew how to read at that time, man. You were all enslaved. But you guys been having the Bible this whole time. Where's your black Jesus? Or your white one? Y'all are fools, man. Y'all are fools. When he speaketh fair, believe him not, for there are 7 abominations in his heart. Remember the 10 horns and the 7 heads? Pay attention. 7 abominations in his mind. Whose hatred is covered by deceit. What? I'm going to tell you one of the biggest black Hebrew Israelite camps out there. Only black Hebrew Israelite only camps is IUIC. But they're misleading you guys. They're literally telling you, they themselves, they're telling you themselves that they're a black Hebrew Israelite camp. But you Hispanics are stupid. You don't get it. No. Babosos. That's what you are. It says, who hatred is covered by deceit, his wickedness shall be showed before the whole congregation. This is what we're doing. Showing you who you are. The whole world is going to know eventually, whether you like it or not. And then now we have some Old Testament keepers that are starting to say, hey, you need to kind of question that too, because if the white man did it, how come you don't say nothing to the black man? Oh, and by the way, reparations have been being paid out since 2022, family. Started in Louisiana. Y'all into people, man. It's just funny, dude. It's just funny to me, man. Who diggeth a pit shall fall therein. I'm telling you right now, it is the biggest pit to fall into. Create a history that's not real and then make it look like the Bible so then you can go teach it as prophecy. But then when you get the real Hebrews, you guys, wait, hold on a second, but it don't make sense. Oh, no, don't worry about it. Hold on a second. Don't worry about it. You good? Silent here, family. You good? You good? Don't worry about it. Don't look there. Don't look there. Look there. Oh, look at the sun. Look. They're coming. Olvídale. Don't worry, Issachar. You good, man. Just go to work, bro. That's all you're good at. So once again, black Americans, you're not Judah. Wash that shit from your head. Comb some of that brush, make that woolly hair all electrical and make sure you rub it real well and say, I'm not Judah. You're not. Sorry to tell you. I mean, could be you try, but whoso diggeth a pit, fall therein. You guys are falling for it. You Hispanics too, you call yourselves Issacharites. You guys are dumb. You can't prove it. And then you so-called Puerto Ricans too, I'm sorry to tell you, but if you say you don't believe in the 12-tribe chart and you call yourself Ephraimites, that's pretty stupid. You still believe in the chart. Oh, well, it's fruitful. Yeah, well, a lot of Hispanics are fruitful. We all love to have babies. If I could have more babies, I would. But just sometimes it gets expensive. Whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein, and he that rolleth the stone, it will return upon him. So I look forward to this. A lying tongue hated those that are afflicted by it, and in flattering words work it ruin. Let me read it to you in this translation. You have to hate someone to want to hurt him with lies. They hate you, family. Poppy hates you. Poppy, you sit on this book, and you bring up that dummy Lee Cummings, right? You don't even know how to write. And he's the one that actually, led me to a lot of these things, bro. Thank you. You guys are giving yourselves away. We're almost done. Job 27, 4 and 5. I want to talk about this real quick. You guys talk about integrity, IOIC. Yeah, we teach integrity. Shut your ass up. You guys don't have no integrity. My lips will never, Job 27, 4. My lips will never say anything evil. With my tongue will never tell a lie. Now here, let me say this. Job 27, 4. My lips shall not speak wickedness. And remember, if you're a leader of lies, your followers are all wicked. Can't take this shit back, bro. You can't take this back. This is a lie. This is a lie. Never happened. Like a lot of stuff, never happened. The nerve of you to ask for reparations. The white man should be asking for reparations. You enslaved his ass first, and us too. We should be getting reparations. As a matter of fact, you're getting reparations because you lost your slaves. That's why. Where is it? Hold on. Left it in the car. Another book I'm trying to finish. My lips shall not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit. God forbid that I should justify you till I die. I will not remove my integrity from me, man. I'm not. I don't care. It doesn't matter to me, man. I'm not going to, no. That's why when they're like, they're calling us Mongols. Well, let's find out why. And guess what? We did migrate through that section. And there are some of us that have people like that. It's still from the Father, dummies. And then when they show you the stupid 18 nation chart, 3 of those are African. One of them is Negro. The rest of them is us. But we mix and they didn't. But they look like ham. They look like un jamon. Make it make sense. God forbid that I should justify you till I die. I will not remove my integrity from me. That's all I got left, man. My word, and that's it. Psalm 7, 8, 9. It reads, the Lord shall judge the people. Judge me, O Lord, according to my righteousness and according to mine integrity that is in me. Because that's what I'm doing. I don't favor anything, man. If our people, so-called somebody that looks like me, has something to do with slavery, and I said it myself, if I was part of that, man, I deserve to die. If my family members, my ancestors had something to do with slavery, you damn well, I'll be the first one to get rid of myself. I'll tell you right now. I pray to the Most High that if I'm not of his seed, please destroy me. Because if I had something to do with slavery, my own ancestors, I want to pay now. Why? Leave me in alcoholism if that's the case. Because I deserve it. But no, I didn't deserve it. You guys do. So somebody's wrong. And you want to know something? There's not 1 ounce, not 1 degree of doubt in my soul that you guys are Canaanites. You guys are Revelation 3. The white man's Revelation 2. And you both are fake. And we're proving it. with the scriptures. Why in the world does these Sephardics and all these Ashkenazis have to create the Mishra or Geneva, whatever, and then the Talmud and the Zohar and the Kabbalah? Why? Oh, I have to reinterpret the understanding. Are you telling me that this great, phenomenal book that we have here, this one here, wasn't enough for your pinky little brain? You think you're smarter than the Most High to recreate his understanding and tell us that's what it means? You outside your minds, people. You guys don't think, man. You don't even see the Lord in the word. Listen, the nerve of them. It's very simple. Deuteronomy 4:2. Ye shall not add to the word which I command you, neither shall ye diminish aught from it. How complicated is that? It says don't add books to it. Don't put your doesn't the Bible say the Bible, the prophecies are not a private interpretation? Why are you Sephardics and Ashkenazis studying the Kabbalah and the Talmud and the Zohar and the Mishnah and the Geneva or whatever the fuck you call those ones? Huh? Why? And the Talmud, why? You ain't supposed to add to it. Oh, I'm sorry. It's just that, we're so ingenuous and so intelligent that we found one understanding, so we had to rewrite the other one. Really? You smarter than the Most High? That's how I know you guys are demons. That's how I know you guys are demons. All right, family. So let's check this out. I want to show you this real quick. Watch this. The Jews and Negro slavery in the Old South, 1789 to 1865. All right. I want to read this on the bottom. Let's see. It says here, I begin with 1789 for the following reasons. Hold on. Let me see if I can magnify it. There it goes. I begin with 1789 for the following reasons. Firstly, before discussing Jewish ownership of slaves in the colonies, it would be necessary to consider the question of Jewish legal status in the colonies in order to investigate the problem of all property ownership by Jews. Secondly, the colonial period was a heyday of slave importation from Africa, and northern Jews were far more active in this aspect of the slave trade than the southern Jews of the You see, this is where now you get tricky. Now, this is where you get confused, Mr. One Westerners and all you IUICs and ICPKs, because you said that you guys left to Africa in the northern part and then that the Muslims and the white folks enslaved you. But here we see that in North America, of those of North American mainland, and where is it at? Here it goes. A heydays of slave importation from Africa, and northern Jews were far more active in the aspect of slave trade than southern Jews. And thirdly, Jewish settlers in West Indies colonies were at least as influential of those on the North African mainland. So you Jews were enslaving people in Africa, in North Africa, in the West Indies, and in America. But I thought it was a white man. You see how trust me, family, it's getting cleared up. Just follow me. We're clearing all of this stuff up. Don't worry about it. It may not be clear to you just now, but it will eventually. Let the Most High water that spirit of yours. Then it says, in a study of slavery at that time would therefore require extensive reference to those of non-Southern Jewish communities. This study is terminated with the end of Civil War because the nature of Jewish life in the Reconstruction period was far different from that of the antebellum period. Only in a few instances has material before or after these dates been utilized, and these data are clearly germane. An additionally complicated factor has been avoided through the elimination of references to the Jews of border states. Somebody's hiding something. After the Reconstruction period, or in the 1865 and on, between 1865 and 1900, you see a lot of changes in this country. A lot of history is being put away. There's a lot that we're not being taught. I want to remind you, this is real quick. This is from Mysteries of the Mexican Pyramids. While you guys had the Bible and the understanding, right? And you thought you were Jews and fake Jews and all these Jews and reteaching yourselves and all this and that. And you say, we're not the people of the Bible, right? So why do this to us? Why do this to us? Page 16. If we're not the people of the book, why take it away? Why make it such an effort to destroy everything about us? As the land was stolen from the natives, great famine ensued, yet heavy taxes were laid on Indians. Those who failed to pay were tortured to death. Indians who refused to join the Catholic Church were horsewhipped, had their heads shaved, and were forbidden to hold office or title in their villages for failing to attend mass or for practicing any of the old rites, an Indian could receive 100 lashes. Watch this. According to the Spaniards, Indians were supposed to know only the Our Father, Ave Maria, Credo, the Ten Commandments. Reading and writing were considered as dangerous as the devil. In Spain, an eminent jurist, Juan Gines Sepulveda, that's who was keeping the Bible from us. And these Spaniards were swarthy, black. He even says it. Watch this.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor.
Listen to what he says, all right? He says the first slaves were white. Listen.
Y entonces ocurre un fenómeno. Se descubre América. Los primeros esclavos que van al Nuevo Mundo son blancos. Sí, señor, blancos. Y los primeros negros que van al Nuevo Mundo son esos que tenían ya 50 años o más de presencia renovada y que eran negros ladinos y preparados militarmente para la conquista. En la capitulación de Toledo que firma Francisco Pizarro en Toledo con la reina Juana, en el 29º, otro sí, pide 50 esclavos, entre los cuales debe haber un tercio de hembras, y se aprobó. Esos eran negros ladinos. Y estos negros ladinos ayudaron a la conquista y recibieron los mismos honores o los mismos castigos cuando los indios vencieron que los españoles. Pero los primeros esclavos fueron blancos, porque la esclavitud no reconocía color hasta esa época. Y la prueba está que en el siglo XIII, cuando Alfonso X el Sabio redacta las 7 partidas.
I told you, family, look at the two heads. Revelation 2:9 and 3:9, right there. Let's read it real quick. I want you to know this. We after you, damn it. Revelation 2:9, it says, I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich. And I know the blasphemy of them that say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogues of Satan, damn it. Revelation 3:9, behold, cualquier de los pantalones que te quede, güey. Behold, I will make them the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. Behold, I will make them come and worship before thy feet, to know that I have loved thee. So you know how you see these black converts doing that? Don't sweat it, man. Don't sweat it. I don't know. I don't think I have, bro. Dontel Jackson. What does he teach? So let's continue. Oh, sorry. This is my point. You see the two heads? Portuguese and Spaniards. They were both Swarty. All these Europeans were Swarty, fam. And we weren't all Swarty either. A lot of us were light-skinned. So you know who they were enslaving? A lot of our women. That's why when they saw us, they saw how attractive our women were. And how they say in Espanol, bien parecidos, like good-looking men, they would see us. Well, of course, compared to them, shit. That's why they have the 12 tribe chart, family. That they love our women, and our women fall for the stupidity because us men have been falling in iniquity. But I'm gonna tell you something, and I know it's gonna hurt you, so-called Black Americans and you white Americans, all you other men of other nations. There's nothing better than our brothers, man. Once we get a hold of this Bible to the fullest understanding, there's no men like that. Y'all don't know how to balance it out. That's why the earth is waiting for us to wake up, because we actually do have that powerful wisdom to move correctly, to raise a family, to be great men, great leaders, great examples, great brethren, always watching our mind, not looking to lust, not looking for power or vengeance or anything. All of that comes with the Most High. He gives you what you need. Your main focus is the renewing of your spirit. And you see, I'm going to tell you this right now. A lot of you women don't have no clue. Don't have no clue. But you're going to be yearning for this. There's going to be the time where it's going to come back. It's going to come. I'm telling you, family, right now. So you so-called Hispanics, that do you think the Bible is not a powerful book, man? I'm telling you, man, this book puts you at a mental level like nothing else if you're the Most High, if you are sincere. Because a lot of these women, I'm going to tell you, they want to establish a family. They want a respectful man. They want to raise a child. They want to make sure that they have a leader at their home, right? We get examples of all these idiots and saying that, oh, it's a woman's fault for body count. No, it's your fault. It's you men's fault. And this whole thing like modern women, no, it's the white and black way. It's just how you guys are, man. It's in your spirit. You don't know modesty. You don't have any understanding of it. That's why you envy our people. That's why you can go, look, I'll show you. I'm going to show you this right now. Even the president said it the other day, and I look forward to this sharing with you guys. Watch this. Yeah, you wish you have this. That's why you're trying to steal our heritage, because you wish to have all of this, but you can't. So my job is to wake our brothers and sisters up. You see this message here? I want to read this to you guys. Message to all you brothers, sisters too, but speaking to brothers right now. Victory comes through faith in Yahweh, or the Most High, and obedience of his word, rather than through numerical superiority or military might. It doesn't matter how big their schools are, family. Doesn't matter. It don't matter. Because just like Joshua, we're going to read it. But let's listen to this real quick. Matter of fact, I'm not going to show the class. I'm going to show it tomorrow of the actual Willie Lynch. Or maybe not, I don't know. I think maybe this is probably a good enough class. Let's just listen in and finish it off.
Lo que siempre he dicho, he sostenido, la familia mexicana es la principal institución de seguridad social que tenemos en el país. Y tenemos que cuidar que no se desintegre y atender a los jóvenes y mantenerlos juntos. Yo respeto mucho las costumbres en otros países. En el caso de Estados Unidos, son otras las formas de relacionarse familiarmente. Allá los jóvenes, desde que empieza la adolescencia, ya se van de la casa.
That's very true, family. You see, I was born in the middle 70s in Guadalajara, right? And I came here when I was like 7 or 8. So I got to see my brothers and sisters, okay, leave the house when they got married. You see, I had no clue that people were moving out of their homes without being married. To me, that was weird. That's the old way. And a lot of us, man, still believe that. My daughter's 19, believes that. A brother that I understand, his daughter believes that, my understanding. You see, we have that in our blood, and it's in our spirit. You can't teach that. You can't put new wine in an old bottle because you just not it, man. You ain't it.
Acá no. Y yo creo que eso nos ha ayudado mucho a mantener la unidad familiar. En Estados Unidos, que tienen un problema serio por el consumo del fentanilo, creo que no solo es evitar que llegue el fentanilo, sino atender las causas.
Listen, family, I'm going to tell you something right now. And this is not you know, brother, I talk to you, man, and you know who I'm talking about, all right? Whenever I see my children and I see my daughter, I see all the little kids. I see all my little brethren who suffer the thought of her leaving us. But I don't just see her. I see what the families feel. You see, family, before, there's men out there, right, that hit it one, like, oh, yeah. This other part. Oh, they have all these things, but they miss this other quality, man. I'm telling you, the Bible gives you all of it. Balances yourself, allows you to govern your spirit, so then you don't fall flesh to the mind. Well, you don't fall to the flesh, I'm sorry. Well, you don't fall flesh to the mind. Yeah, pretty much, because they'll chew you up. When this is the wisdom that we want. We don't want gold. We don't want kingdoms. We don't want thrones. We don't want land. We don't want 1 million women. And we don't want revenge. You know what we want? We want to repent. We want a sane mind. How can I be better for my brothers and sisters? What can I do to improve my way? If I guard my mind and my spirit and you do it too, that's way better, fam. I don't need to be 6'7", jump 20 feet high, or run as fast as a cheetah if I still suck as a man. So what if I can carry long weight between my legs? If you can't raise a family, what does it matter? So what if I'm, when I was young, man, I was, I had game, but it didn't leave me anything. I was still an empty man. Now, when I realize what this Bible has done, and this is such a big book that I don't even know why people want to add more to it. There's so much to learn. Going back to my topic, I'm telling you, you so-called Hispanics, man, you're going to be the wanted men because you carry something in your seed, in your spirit that no other man has in this earth. And that's what makes you an Israelite. You see, because we don't got a problem with raising our children until they're ready to go. Because that's biblical. That's the Bible. That's not something you can teach. You either get it or you don't.
¿Por qué los jóvenes optan por las drogas? ¿Qué no es por desatención? ¿Por soledad? ¿Por falta de comprensión? ¿Por falta de opciones, de alternativas para ser felices sin las drogas? ¿Qué está pasando ahí? Ahora que vino una comisión del gobierno de Estados Unidos, yo les comentaba, ¿por qué no se otorga una beca a las familias en Estados Unidos que tienen hijos, para que en vez de que se vayan los hijos a los 18 años, desde luego de manera voluntaria, si quieren quedarse con sus familias?
So I'm saying, hey, why don't we maybe try to help them, maybe some scholarships so then the kids can stay home, they don't have to leave. But I don't realize that it's not that the parents, man. You 18, you out, man. Bye, peace. That's how it is here. They have no spirit. So you could try to be the Jews of the Bible. It doesn't matter to us. Your actions speak louder than your words. And there's only one nation of people that conduct themselves without the Bible just yet, the way the Most High wants you to conduct yourself. And I'm searching for that spirit to wake up. Okay, all right, fam. I went a little longer because I was running behind on time and shit. I apologize for that, man. I hope it was edifying. We're not done yet. We're not moving on to the next session. As I mentioned before, this class is Job. He did this. He had this battle with certain people. The reason why I thought it was important to show you the previous video is so you can see the foundation. The foundation. You know what I'm saying? The foundation of where they come from. All right, so let's listen in. This is Brother Job right here. And again, there are some things, I'm saying? I'm not gonna disagree that, well, I'm not gonna say I don't agree or I agree with some of the stuff Job said, but that's between him and I. We'll chop it up later. No big deal. But listen, look at the entire picture of the program. Okay, we're proving a point here. Let's go.
It's something like drill music. That's what it is. Drill music.
Oh wait, hold on. Before I do that,
that's killed.
Wait. Shut your face. Before I do that, I want to show you guys this real quick. Okay. First of all, I want to show you this video right here. Hold on.
In the phone book, I never had a bodyguard. The filthiest people on this planet is athletes and entertainers, okay? You, with this show, have done more for the humanities than 99% of all the athletes and entertainers on the planet. But they've even tricked you to believe that you ain't nothing but doo-doo and they something big. They ain't nothing but a piece of shit, man. All of them. A handful of them will break through, like Ali. Handful of them will break through. In the phone book,
Lust is the lowest frequency a man can operate from, not because desire itself is wrong, but because it stems from ego-driven desperation rather than genuine awareness and conscious interest. He doesn't seek to connect, he seeks to consume. He doesn't see beauty, he sees a target, guided not by his soul, but pulled by his ego. Craving becomes his compass and pleasure his temporary escape. Yet no matter what he touches, it will never truly fulfill or ground him, because he's not seeking truth in depth. He's chasing fleeting pleasure, distraction, and relief. Real men don't pursue impulsive or cheap pleasures to feed a starving, unaligned ego. Instead, they channel that hunger to serve their conscious, higher self and its greater purpose.
That's kill niggas music.
Yeah.
That's all it is. Drill music is only music that talks about, it's music that only talks about killing.
That's facts.
There's not going to be no tracks on there talking about falling in love. There ain't going to be no tracks on there that's just centered around being at a strip club or, some alcohol consumption. It's not going to be nothing about that. It's going to be about getting revenge, sliding, double backing, catching bodies. Drill music. That shit started with that Mozzie and all them, man. Starts going up right there. With all that blah da da and all that crazy shit that the niggas was talking, man. That stuff infected the mainstream music. Now we got like, commercial rappers. But these commercial rappers is talking like straight underground killers. And our people believe this shit. The Mexicans don't believe this shit. Ain't nobody skyrocketing like that. Look how you gonna just take that big ass upshoot. Oh man, come on, man. How dare you, black man? How dare you not think that you the children of the Most High God when everybody else is be declining in death? And here you go. You just died. What the fuck? You got time for that shit, man. I don't got time for the foolishness. Foolishness, man. We die like nothing. I don't know what this is. Too blurry. But man, the point has been made. I don't, what are you talking about? You come at me with that bullshit. And stop trying to couple us with Hispanic. Okay, black, not Hispanic. Thank you. White, not Hispanic. What does that mean? What does white, not Hispanic mean? It means that Hispanics, excuse me. It means that Hispanics become white.
Con. Hey, I got a question. Is Job Issachar like a chunky Mexican dude?
Huh?
Is he like a chubby Mexican dude?
Who?
Job Issachar.
I don't know.
Oh. Well, hey, Judas Maccabees, is Job Issachar like that chunky Mexican dude? I know he rock with. If he's not, he rock with him.
I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. He said, don't get me wrong, Job Issachar is a cool dude, but when you get on the wrong side, he says that the so-called blacks are Canaanites.
Yeah, like Jeremiah.
That's what they say, including in Vega, because they nothing else. They have nothing else.
No, Jose Vega start tripping. That's why he be tripping on him.
Yeah, Jose Vega came over here.
Yeah, no, actually, after he came over here, he's been cool ever since. He's been rocking with us, you know what I mean?
Well, He might have got word from. He probably gave word to his homeboy then, and let him know, like, man, don't you run your ass up over there. Like, what you like, man? Don't you run your ass up over there? Those niggas, they got a different way of proving that we ain't those people, man. We gotta, like, if you want to keep your ideology, don't go. You like, them niggas changed the way I thought about my people.
Mestizo. Right. Mestizo. Come on, man. Oh, he's here. Drop the link. Yeah, hop on. We've been waiting for you.
No, I've been here. I've been on. I told you it was gonna be an hour.
Are you 11:25 Eastern time, Joe? Because we on the West Coast.
Nah, but I just told him an hour and a half. Because I didn't know where he was at. So I just gave him a time frame.
Oh, he's an hour away.
Man, you got me sitting on here for an hour for nothing. No, but I'm glad you showed up, man. Yes, I did. Remember, I said an hour and a half, and you said I'll see you in an hour. Right, but yeah, exactly. That's because hour. I had an hour past while we were still talking and trying to set it up, but it doesn't matter, man. You know what I'm saying? We don't have to go tit for tat. You here now? We were still live, so let's rock. What's going on, man? Shalom, man. What's happening?
Shalom, shalom, shalom. What's going on? I expected you at 11:25. I was kind of over your channel, just refreshing, and you didn't show up. And then I went back to your stream. I guess you started around noon.
No. Yeah.
No, he started at 11.
I started at 11.
11:01.
Yeah, almost exactly at 11.
Well, over here it's 12 o'clock, so it's.
Yeah, and we've been live for at least an hour and a quarter.
Yeah.
So that would make it 12.
That would make it 11.
Hour and 17.
It's already 12 right now.
Okay, well, let's just get down to business. I don't care what time we start. So, what makes you guys the Israelites? Let's just start there.
We fit all the curses still up until today.
Okay.
And the curses that are not occurring, we're still under the effect of them occurring.
Okay. So, what makes that different from us?
You asked the question. We asked the question. What makes you an Israelite now? Since we answered, what makes you one?
Well, I'll answer the same thing Battle Axe said, that we fit all the curses.
You guys fit all the curses?
How is that? Right. Could you explain how?
Well, you start from Deuteronomy 15 and work your way down. We fit every single one of them.
No, explain how you match line yours up with the curses that's in Deuteronomy. How do your people?
Yeah, matter of fact, just go to Deuteronomy 28 and 15 and break down how your people been through all those curses from 15 to 68. We got time today.
Well, today, how it all worked out is, we had invaders come from across another part of the world. Unlike what happened with you guys, where the Spanish just came right down to Africa, we had invaders from the other part of the world, which does not fit the curses that you guys supposedly fit in Deuteronomy.
Hold on. We didn't ask you that. I said go to Deuteronomy 28 and start at 15 and read the curses and then explain the time limit that your people. Explain how your people went through those curses when your baskets will not, be stored. And all
that. Isn't this land ours, Akbalak? Isn't this land ours? Wasn't everything taken away from us?
This is your land.
Okay, right. so what isn't that buffoonery there, Akbalak? What the question
but
you're
Mexico
asking?
Is your land too.
No, hold on.
Are you aware that Mexico is your land? And you guys
Mexico is not our land, bro.
Mexico is your land.
No, it's not.
How are you going to disclaim Mexico?
Because it's still ran by the Spanish, bro.
You guys are
But
the
you guys are
same.
Max.
It
Yes.
does, yeah, but why do you think that
Well,
we
no. You said
And
yeah.
it's called Mexico, like Mexico. You guys are Mexican. You're not Ishikar. If that, because look,
we're
you
not
guys.
Issachar. We're not Issachar.
No, we're right, exactly.
Yeah,
You're not
One
Ishikar.
West taught us that we were Issachar.
Good. Why your name is Issachar then?
Because that's my stupidity.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you for being truthful with this. With slandering yourself.
It's more like Judah instead of Issachar.
You're Judah.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Hell no.
All right.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Hold on. Let's get this going, man.
These niggas.
You see this guy
Yeah.
on the screen?
Yeah. Right. Well, him.
Yeah. No. Do you see the guy on the screen? Can you see anybody?
No,
on his screen?
can't see your screen.
No,
Can't
on
see.
his.
So y'all was scattered to the four corners of the earth.
Well, hold on. He said, "Can you see the God?" We can't see
Yeah,
your screen.
Absolutely.
Where y'all was
127 years before you guys decided to show up in this land.
We didn't decide to show up. We were brought here on slave ships.
No. Because do you know
Can
the
I ask
history?
you a question today?
History. Hold on.
Even in history books.
Let Battlelax, you know what I mean, ask him these questions.
All right.
Let me ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
When you said that you guys were sold, or you guys were scattered, you guys were not sold. Do you have any evidence that you guys were sold?
Lots. There's lots of evidence. We were sold in. There's lots of evidence. You gonna let me finish?
That's what I'm saying. Do you have evidence of that?
There's lots of evidence.
Do you have it? That's what I'm saying. But do you have it?
Oh, well, let me just kind of give you what I know, and then you guys can do your research. How about that?
No, we can screen share. We can screen share.
I'm not even in front. I'm not even at my home, bro. I was expecting this man at 11:30.
What are you talking about, man? I'm here.
I understand we're here.
I've been here for an hour.
I was expecting you 30 minutes ago.
We've been here for an hour and 22 minutes.
I understand that, but an hour and 22 minutes ago would make it 12 o'clock.
Is that your stupidity again? Like you don't know how to count? Or?
Yes, it's my stupidity. I do computer science. I'm not a stupid man.
Okay, well, where are you at? What time? Because you said it's 12 where you're at, and it's 12.
I do. I'm an educated man, bro. I'm not a stupid person.
Well, no, I'm just only commenting on the words that you gave us.
Okay, let's just continue this conversation. Let's get to the nuts and bolts.
Well,
okay, do you see this on the screen?
Well,
you see the screen? Does anybody see the screen now?
Yeah, we can see it now.
Yep.
Do you see how it says right here that Mexico's economic freedom score is 66.0? The highest is actually 100. That makes them the 67th freest nation.
Yeah, but
then
on the
planet, man. Its overall score has increased by 1.3 points, due primarily to a higher score for government integrity.
And this is what us proving that what you're saying is false.
How?
That's why he's establishing. See, you're not giving us no proof. We're gonna hit you with proof and facts and logic.
I'll make a video with my proof. How about
Look
that?
what it says right here at the bottom. Its overall look, it says its overall score is above the regional and world averages.
You see that?
I don't use that kind of. Before you respond and ramble on, just real quick, because I want you to respond, but I want you to respond with an intelligent answer. Okay?
Please. Yes, and then on top of that, you know, you said,
okay.
And then on top of that, you said, you were invaded. Where were you guys invaded from? Where you claim that at?
Hold on.
We were invaded.
We're gonna get that too, but we're gonna get that. Just but hold on. Just one quick second. He has to. Let me just see him give an educated response to it. Says in right here in Deuteronomy 28, 64 and 65. He says, and the Lord shall scatter you among all people from one end of the earth even unto the other. That didn't happen to the Mexicans, man.
Yes, it did. It happened. Yes, it did.
Hey, no.
I know my history. You don't know my history. You don't know my history.
For it to have happened to only 600 of them, it's not to say it happened to the Mexicans.
Okay, he said,
No,
and
no, no.
there,
That you don't know.
man,
That's
look,
not
and
that's not
there
real
thou
history.
shalt serve other gods, which neither you nor your fathers have known, even wood and stone. You guys still worship the same gods by choice. You have a choice. You
That's
can, or you
Israel's
don't have to.
curse. That's
But you
the
guys
curse
still
of
got.
Israel. That's the curse of
No,
Israel. We
you
we
still
love
got
to worship
Quasicado.
multiple
Listen,
gods.
your fathers known Quasicado though. You and your fathers known Quasicado.
Yeah, do you
Okay,
know who
all
he
right.
is to us? He
We
is the
don't have.
most
We
high.
don't have. Listen, when it
He's the
comes to the
most
black man,
high. He's the most high.
when it
He's the
comes to
most
no, it's
high.
not
Yes, he
serpent
is.
God. That's a serpent God.
Well,
That
there is
requires blood
the
sacrifice. He
that
requires human sacrifice. Stop lying. Don't
what
indict
happened
God.
with Israel
Don't
and
indict God on
Abraham?
that, man.
What happened?
Listen.
What
Let's stick
happened
to the
to
script real quick.
what
Hold on.
happened with Isaac and Abraham?
Hold on. And among the did he die?
Yeah, but we no, he
Did
didn't.
Isaac
But
die?
we knew this.
Did
We
Isaac
knew
die?
this law of sacrifice.
Abraham did not
And
kill
that's the
Isaac.
time we left, bro.
Let's keep going.
We didn't know
We're not going
anything
to do the
after that.
foolishness. No pseudo scholarship over here. Check it out. He said in Deuteronomy 28:65. You look, and among these nations you shall find no ease. Look, hey man, I'm sorry to bust your bubble, but
Bust it.
listen, where is that at?
I would like to see you bust it.
Oh, look. Hey man,
Teach me, educated man.
you are
Teach
the
me.
11th. Look, your people is ranked the 11th among 32 countries in the Americas region, and its
Good.
overall score
Good.
is above the
Good.
regional and
I'm happy.
overall average.
I'm happy.
Okay,
Good for
so
us.
that right there would kind of go against the script that you are trying to say applies to you, man.
No.
I'm just being honest.
If we can make pyramids, if we can make mathematics,
and
if we can
among
make
these
science,
nations,
you think
thou-
we're gonna be stupid people, bro?
Let me finish though.
I don't
and
think
among
so.
these nations shalt thou find no ease, not some ease, no ease, not a big kingdom. No ease. Neither shall the sole of your foot have rest. What is it implying by that? Because
It means you're gonna be a slave forever.
No, it doesn't mean that you're going to be a slave forever.
Yes,
it
that's
means
what
that you won't own your own.
wow. And do we own our own? Do we own our own?
Have rest. In the back in those days.
Do we own our own? You guys are living on our land.
Back in those days, people.
You guys are squatters on the land.
Hey, back in those days, people used to own the lands that they lived in. If they had a house, it's because they owned that territory. Okay? That still, you can find that happening all around the planet, even amongst the Mexicans. It stops when you get to the Negro. It doesn't stop at the Mexican. The Mexican has a place for the sole of his foot to rest. But the Lord,
shit. Get the fuck out of here with that.
Shall give you their
Get out of here with that. Get out of
shall
here.
give you their
So you think people crossing the border is resting souls in their foot, you dumbass? Come on, bro.
The people come to the border because the American dollar.
No, because we're being oppressed by Spaniards, bro. We're being oppressed by
dollar
people
rises
who colonize this
You're
the nation.
your own. This is a Spaniard.
And we're just
hold on. This is a Spaniard. This is a Spaniard. This is what you're trying to say is oppressing the Mexicans.
I am Yehuda.
That's why you guys speak Spanish and everything. Because you're
you can't see battle axe. Whatever you show, we can't see it.
You guys can't see nothing?
No.
It just says Mexico and then overall score 66.0 and rank 67. That's what we see.
And Mexican economic at the bottom has whatever. Yeah, but hey, Job, whatever you want to call yourself. Okay, even the history books back in, about like 20 years ago when they were teaching history in the schools, they was teaching about black people being taken into slavery. They didn't say blacks and Mexicans were taken into slavery and this and all that. That's already proof that they were already teaching that back then.
We're not immigrants. We're natives.
We're not immigrants.
No, I'm just saying, look.
Yeah, that's oppression right there.
No, but look how Mexicans look.
That's oppression.
Here's a
Doesn't
picture.
that look like? Doesn't that look
No,
like?
they actually look pretty healthy and good.
Doesn't it? Doesn't it look like that?
No, that's
look,
not oppression. They freely walked into those positions that they in.
Doesn't that look like?
That's not
Doesn't
oppression,
those?
that's a choice.
Doesn't the doesn't it look like one of those pictures
Hey,
from
Joe.
ancient Israel where you see all the people with all their heads all together?
Joe, this is a bunch of
no.
Mexicans. You see this, right? You see this?
They don't look.
See all these
If
Mexicans?
they are Mexican, they don't look Mexican.
No, these are Mexicans.
They sure don't look black.
Look, these
So
are
how you
Mexicans.
gonna?
We don't want to. We don't want to look black.
Now
Yeah,
let me show you
because
something.
why? Because
We
you're
don't
not.
want to.
You're not
We
a
don't
Hebrew
want to.
Israelite. You're
We
not a
don't
Hebrew
want to look
Israelite.
like a low nation, bro.
We are Hebrew Israelites, and even Egypt. That's why we were able to go into.
You know what makes you guys?
Egypt
You know what?
and blend
You know
in
what
with
makes you
other
guys Israelites? You know what make you an Israelite? If you mix with our blood.
No, you're.
Yes, sir. Yes,
Oh,
sir.
I think that's
You
just
know.
stupidity
You know when you
talking
say
again.
that. You know how you. Hey, Akmalak. Remember how
I
you
think
guys?
that's just your stupidity talking
Look
again.
at
No,
the
it's
picture.
not stupidity, bro.
Yes,
You gotta.
it's
Okay,
foolishness.
what was the Bible originated? What's the first book ever found?
Hey,
Where was the first book ever
it's
found? Who made it?
and we're not gonna ask that
language
question.
is it on?
Stop. We're not gonna fucking do this shit. We're doing information. We're gonna compare
I haven't got to
We're
my
gonna
heart
compare
hitters yet.
information. We're not gonna play battle of the fucking wits. We're not gonna fucking entertain foolish nor unlearned questions. I'm not gonna ask you what date did Solomon build the temple. And you're not gonna fucking ask me what date was the first fucking book written. That's not what we're here to talk about.
Exactly.
We didn't talk about that.
Well,
We're
if you
talking
want to get,
about.
if
We're
you want
talking
to get
about
to, I'm just
right
trying to
now.
get,
What
I'm just trying to get to the
on
bottom
screen.
of everything, bro.
We're talking
I'm
about
just
what
trying
I'm
to get to the
showing
bottom
you
of
on the
everything.
screen.
But you're going
On the
around
screen.
everything though. You're not
Listen,
even getting to the
there's
bottom of
Mexicans
anything.
on the screen. Okay.
You're
These
just
are
saying foolish
Mexicans
things.
on the screen. Okay. These are Mexicans on the screen. You got some Negroes amongst them.
No,
Now watch
that's
this.
an African right there.
Oh, he said that. He said
That's
it was
an
a Negro.
African.
Okay, cool. No, that's cool, man. I'm not tripping. And here is another
And we
Mexican.
already had this conversation before,
Look.
Battle Axe.
Look. He
We
looks
already
like
had
he's
this
right there
conversation
part of them
before,
people.
bro.
He's right there part of them people.
Hey, why does this guy right here look just like a Hispanic or what you call a Mexican?
He doesn't look Mexican to me.
All these Spaniards do.
Nope. Not even
You
close.
saying that these people don't look Mexican?
Maybe the lady right there on the corner.
You know that these are all Spaniards right here, right? These are not Mexicans.
Maybe the first two to
No,
the
these are
top
all
left.
Spaniards right here.
One on the bottom right and the one on the bottom
They said
left.
they're 100% Spaniard, man.
These are 100% Spaniards.
I'm surprised how you just disown your people like this.
I don't disown my people.
Yeah,
you guys
you
call
are
yourself
mad.
Hebrews. You
Disown
guys
your
are
people
African.
and your
Wait a minute.
country.
Are you
And then
trying
you
to
guys
tell
are
me-
trying to be natives.
Hey,
So
are you
get the
trying
fuck
to?
out
I
of here
don't
with
wanna be a
that,
native.
Malak.
I'm not trying to be a native. Now listen, you trying to say that this woman
We're
right
not
here?
native.
You trying to tell me that this
Good.
woman
We don't
right
want you
here?
to be native.
Hey, you're saying that this woman right
we're
here?
And we don't want to
Israelites.
be African either.
Hey man, you don't hear me talking to
Good.
you?
Yeah, but
saying
you're
that
talking
this woman-
bullshit,
Listen to
bro.
what I'm saying
You
to
act
you.
like you fucking know us. You don't know us. You don't know shit.
I'm
Hey, just
asking
listen
you.
real quick, bro. Can we let Battle Axe ask you a
I'm
question
not-
and then respond?
listen,
Yeah,
man.
he's telling me look at pictures and say yes or no. I'm not gonna
Look
tell
at
him
this
no.
picture.
I'm
and
gonna
me
tell
that this
him
is
no, and he's gonna say yes.
Not, are you going to try to tell me that this is not someone that can fit inside?
Yes,
the quinceañera?
absolutely. That one, yes.
What
That
about
one,
this one?
that one, possibly yes.
What about this dude?
No,
Okay. What about her?
possibly yes.
What about him?
No.
What?
Nope.
I don't know, man. I seen. Man,
That's a European face, man.
I don't know,
That's
man.
a
There's a lot of
European
Mexicans
face.
that look like him.
Yeah.
And the
man,
one
I'm
below,
begging
the
you,
one
I'm just
below
telling you, man.
like that dude.
There's a lot of Mexicans that look like this.
Hey,
dude.
I'm brave to come on your channel
about him?
and have shit talked to. I'm not
What
afraid.
about him?
You can come to my channel.
What about
We're
him?
not talking
Come
shit.
to my channel, Battle Axe.
I'm just asking you, brother, man. I'm just asking you. What about him?
And you're gonna see
Are you because I'm
you're
letting
gonna
you know
see
that
you're gonna see the respect I give you compared to
I'm
what you
giving
do
you
to
all
me.
the respect. I'm trying to talk with you.
I'm telling you
throwing
no,
out-
and
you
you're
throwing out
saying
questions to other
yes.
people. You throwing out questions to everybody.
And you're saying that I hate my people. I love my people. I love my people to
If
death.
that's the
That
case,
wasn't
why would
Battle
you
Axe.
disown them?
I love my people to death. I don't
So
disown
why would
I
you
don't
disown
disown
your
none of
people
my
in your
people.
country?
I don't disown any of my people, and I
You
love
just-
my country. But I want
So
the
you like
invaders
Mexico.
out of my country.
You
Just
like
like
Mexico.
I want the invaders out of this fucking country that you're in. You
Are
guys
you
are
aware
in my
that people
motherfucking country.
Are you aware
But we were brought here.
Yeah, you guys were brought here, but you guys were brought here to slaughter off the natives.
Hey man, we didn't. There isn't no record of wars being actually literally used by black people against
Buffalo Soldiers. Look it up. You can look it up, bro. They've been known. They're known to kill the
lying,
natives,
man.
bro.
That's a lie, man.
No, it's not a lie. I know my history better than you do, bro. I'm native.
Hey, I got a question for you. I got a question. Did Mexicans have black people in slavery?
Absolutely, because you guys were made to be slaves.
Slaughter if y'all enslaved us,
right?
You guys were made to be slaves, bro.
But you said that we came to enslave to slaughter y'all.
Yes, because you came with the white man. You came with the conquistadors. You came with the conquistadors. Have you heard of the black conquistadors?
Did we come here and
yes, you came to slaughter.
Did we come here with guns?
You came here with guns, and you came here with Christianity.
Okay, no. Can you show us? Can you show us
that we came?
Can you show us?
You can look it up yourself. Called the Black Conquistadors. Just look it up. There's a lot of information on it. You don't need my source. It's lies.
Okay. Hey. Anyways, I don't care.
I don't care either. I don't care either.
I don't care about what you're saying about that.
Yeah, I don't care either.
Teaches that the African.
Hold on. Hey, hold on. Hey, listen, man. I don't care about all that stuff you're saying. That's not here nor there. Yeah. We're talking about are you talking about the Mexican today that is classified as the Hispanic Mexican today?
That's me. That's me.
Are you Israel, or are you a descendant of these Europeans? That's all
I am a descendant of Judah.
Well,
Yehuda.
You look like one of these Europeans.
No, that's what we're from. That's what we're from. We're from the land.
Like these Europeans.
If you're descended from Judah,
can you explain why you look like the Europeans that is looking? I mean, that is related to people that look like her.
Well, why do you look like an African?
Hey, but look, you said that you don't want to be African.
Then why do you look like an African? Okay, then there you go.
That's a good question.
And on the look,
African is because I come from there. So that's
why
then your logic.
You go back? Shouldn't you go back?
You look like
shouldn't you go back, bro? Shouldn't you go back to Africa?
And that's the reason why you look like the Spaniards.
No, this is my native land. This is my land. You should go back to your country.
And look, you see how you claim that this was your land, but if you
it is our land.
Listen to this real quick.
This entire hemisphere is ours.
Real quick, sir.
Okay, go ahead.
Excuse me. Let me drop some knowledge on you real quick. You see how you said this is your land, and you guys enslaved us and everything. Look, even the Bible teaches and talks about how we were walking around all around, even when we were in slavery, when we were in Egypt and all that stuff. We were established there in Africa. You already claimed that this is your country and that this is your land already. So if you try to say that you match all the criteria and everything that the Bible's talking about, and you're from Judah, you would know that Judah descended from Israel, and Israel descended from Isaac, and Isaac descended from Abraham. And the Most High said that Abraham was the one that was given
where was the Most High born, bro?
Hey, do you see this, brother?
Where was he born? Where was he born? No, let me ask him this question. Where was he born?
You see how you
no, we're not going to deal with the side question.
Well, because when if I explain something to you, it's gonna blow you away.
Because we were made to be slaves.
That's right. You were made to be slaves.
Hey man, listen. This is not Judah's platform. I don't do this shit. You don't have to argue with me. I'll let you speak. You don't gotta cut me off, man. Chill. Now check this out. You said
my apologies.
You said these things, okay? And
said what thing?
And I'm saying you were right. But the scripture says this: to Judah and thou, even yourself, shall discontinue from your heritage. That's the land that you used to be in. Even if it was a new land, it said that we will discontinue from it. That's not happening with y'all. Y'all still is in the areas that you're.
So that's why we're coming to America, right?
No, that's where your ancestors known to be.
Everybody's discontinuing from their heritage.
By all levels of logic, it's yours.
No, but why are we leaving the land, bro? Why are we leaving the land?
Nobody talk anybody else out of the fact that Mexico and America belong to the natives. No one is going to argue that. So I'm not going to sit here and play it either. That's y'all. You said it. I'm saying it. Let's keep on going. Okay. But it says here that the Israelites, Judah, they're going to discontinue from that.
That's
right
us.
Out of it. That puts you right out of it.
No, that's us.
Look, he said, and I will cause you to serve your enemies.
That's what we're doing right now.
No, not. You guys know Mexico. He said, for you have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever. That doesn't mean like all eternity, but it does still apply to today. And
Okay,
today,
can I speak
you
now?
guys got
Because if I
Mexico,
don't,
man. Today,
I'd
you
like
got
to speak.
Mexico. By you guys just having Mexico. I'm talking about that big ass motherfucker. Man, that's big as fuck.
So it's
Gigantic
Africa's
mega
bigger.
cities.
Africa's bigger.
Hey, no, but you guys got mega cities.
Africa's bigger,
That's
bro.
mega cities. And you know, and did you know that
No.
Mexico is actually ran by 4 families?
And you guys have Africa, all of
that?
Africa.
Did you know that?
And that's a pretty big country.
Hey,
it's
that's
pretty
fine,
rich
but
too. It's got a lot
we're
of.
not dealing with Africa today.
Okay, well, you want to talk
with-
about land? We could talk
We're not
about
dealing with
land.
Africa today, brother.
Let's talk about land then.
Hey, Job Issachar, can you know what I mean, show a little decorum, man, and just let Battle Axe finish and then respond to him? You know what
I
mean? So we can
understand,
get
but if I don't intervene, he's gonna take over the conversation,
No,
and
I'm
I'm
not.
gonna
I'm
look
just
like a
gonna read, and
dumbass.
then when I'm
And that
done,
ain't gonna happen.
When you
No,
see
but
me get to the last one right here, I don't have.
I know
no
how
more
to hold
else to
decorum, bro. Just chill out.
Listen,
All
I
right,
was
man,
already
that's
at the
all I'm
last section. I was at the last section. It was already, we were coming down to the end of my statement, man. So don't even trip. It just means that it'll still apply to today, and you guys have it. So you can respond to that.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what was the question? Because I wasn't trying to intervene.
How are you saying that Mexico, you guys owning Mexico, doesn't disqualify you when this scripture says, even out of your own mouth, that you guys are the owners of Mexico?
Yep, we sure are.
But it says that Judah will just continue from their land, and they'll be serving their enemies in the land that they have no.
That's what's happening right now, bro.
To black people, right?
No, you guys not Judah, bro.
So you're trying to say
Judah.
that you guys didn't know about?
You guys are Hittites, Canaanites, Jebusites. You know, you guys are descendants of Ham.
Okay, wait. You said so. You guys aren't. So the Mexicans, Hispanics, and Native Americans aren't the 10 tribes anymore.
Well, the way the One West taught us is fucking bullshit.
I'm just. So just is that a yes or no?
Well, it's a mixture of the two because you got to remember that we were one nation and then we split. Remember? So,
yeah. So were you guys ever?
Oh,
okay.
Never mind.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
No, I lost my train of thought already.
Okay. So were you guys ever slaves or under the rulership of the Romans?
Of course, bro. Of course.
When?
Have you heard of? Let me give you some of my little.
You see the president of Mexico? That's not. That wouldn't be classified as what we would see as a European Caucasoid. That's another Mexican.
Facts.
Yeah, and then look, check this out.
So you guys are ruled. You're not ruled by your enemies. You're ruled by Mexicans. That's another one that disqualifies you. My bad. Be blocked. Go ahead.
And then look. So if you claim that you already know that you guys own Mexico and that's your country and you're not disowning your people, you would know that when the Hebrew Israelites, they were under the rule of Egypt before the Most High had saved us from out of captivity from Egypt by Moses, by the hand of Moses and the angel that was with Moses. Correct? Because we walked next door, we actually went next door to get help, and then they end up making laws to where we became slaves to the Egyptians, which actually match our skin color, which is Negroes or Africans, because that's where it's located at in Africa. That means that even the Hebrew Israelites were African, and you already claimed that you're not African.
Can I add to what you're saying there, Akmalak? It says Akmalak, right?
No,
this is someone else.
Okay, someone else. I just wanted to add to what you were saying. If you like we did some DNA testing in our family, and as much as my skin color hurts you guys, it
doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt me because I love my Mexicans.
Okay, well, cool, awesome. I appreciate that. I don't have no. I'm not here to say that you guys are not the Israelites. That's not what I'm here for. What I'm trying to tell you guys is that you guys are not the Hebrews that people talk about. It doesn't. I'm not saying that you guys don't have a way to get into the kingdom because.
No, man, stop that shit, man.
Yeah, I'm not saying that. I don't do that.
Listen, man, there is no such thing as all right.
That
you
contradicts what I was
just
saying,
get
actually.
into the kingdom. You know what I mean? In some kind of
Well,
way.
that's why I'm not here. I'm not here to
Kingdom
hate
got
on
12
people
gates.
like
Listen,
that. I'm not here to
kingdom
hate
got
on
12
people.
gates. The people that's coming into the kingdom with us will be servants, and then the other ones will be straight talking about slaves. The servants will be people that is this. They'll be our help.
Right.
They'll be amongst us. They'll be doing things with us, helping us, assisting us, and being right there with us. But then we're going to be a class of people that will be in complete subjugation. Period.
Right.
Bump all that whole,
you know,
bump all that whole everybody romanticizing with the kingdom of God. It's not. That is Christianity. It's fucking everything up. It's making people think that you can still live on with a lie. Like right now, if you say that I am not Israel, I have
no authority.
Listen, hold on.
I have no authority.
I am not Israel, then I am not interested in getting into the kingdom.
Right.
I can go and just find where I'm from.
Right. I agree.
What I'm saying?
I agree. No, I agree. 100%. And that's not my authority, bro, to tell you you're not an Israelite. I'm not here to. I'm not here.
What I'm saying is, no, it is your authority. If you
no, it's not. No, it's not.
If you know that I am not Israel, yes, it is your duty to speak the truth.
You know how let me explain how I see it, bro. Okay, I don't.
You can believe that I'm not Israel. Fantastic. That's why we're having this discussion.
Right. I don't have no authority to tell you anything like that, man.
Hey, Joe, you see what Judas Maccabee said? He said Mexicans are neither Hebrews. Their original language was Nahato, whatever.
Not what.
Which isn't a Hebrew linguistic. And you know that, Job, even Jeremiah said it's not.
If you say so, bro. If you say so.
So is it not? Is he lying?
No, it is. The Arabic matches up, bro. We're the same people, bro.
So you're trying to say? So you're saying that it is a Hebrew?
Absolutely.
So that means that you're claiming that you're actually African too, right?
Well, you didn't let me get to that part what I was trying to tell you about my ancestry. And me and my skin color pissing you guys off. When I did
hold on. Let me get one thing straight. Let's get this straight.
Oh, I can't even complete my thought.
Reverse psychology. We are not hating you because we can look at you and say, oh shit, hey man, no, we're not related.
Okay.
No, hold on. That's not hating you.
I just said I love my Mexicans. So that was already established and recorded. So.
Right. I don't gotta like everybody that I'm fucking
I don't know who I'm speaking to.
Hold on, man. Hey, I don't have to like everybody I'm related to, and I don't have to be related to everybody that
Absolutely, I agree.
So by you just sitting here saying, oh man, you guys hate my color of my skin, I'm like, man, how do you know that I didn't have a Hispanic woman?
Because you're
hold on. How do you know that I didn't have a fetish for Hispanic women?
And we don't want your women either. Just by the way. I'm just
saying though, but how do you know that I didn't want yours? Because I'm gonna tell you the truth.
Our women are very beautiful women.
For a long time in my life, I was after Mexican
Our women are super beautiful women.
Hey man, I went after your women.
Well, go for it.
You can't sit here and say,
I'm not gonna stop you.
I hang out with a
whatever you
Mexican
want.
every week.
We have beautiful women.
I hang out with a Mexican every week. I used to live with a Mexican.
Okay, well, you came at me. You came at me. Okay, listen, battle axe.
Back in the days.
I let you. Let me speak for a little bit, just for
10 years, man.
Let me speak for 10 seconds, okay? God damn it! Every time you speak, I lose my train of thought. God damn it!
Because you know you're wrong.
No, every time. Damn, dude, you're gonna let me think. Or I'm gonna have to pull. Do I have to pull the earphones away? Okay, I'm gonna pull the earphones away. Hold on.
Man, you up to your dirty tactics, and you got to stop that, man. You got to come correct. Trying to put this little demonic spin on everything.
I remember now. I was gonna say, the way you approached me like a Negro only. So that's the reason why I responded the way I responded.
No, what do you mean Negro only? We're saying that black people are Israelites. What are you saying?
Okay, if you're and what about the natives? What is your perspective on the native? You're saying that we're not, right?
Yeah, you guys are not Jews.
Okay, then that means that's Negro only.
No, we're just saying y'all are not Israel.
Okay,
let me say you this.
That's Negro only.
Let me ask you this: are Israelites, quote unquote, black?
Like I said, bro, they could be, but I have no. The majority of them, no.
Well, the Bible's even.
I have no I have no say in that.
Yeah.
Okay, but look, before we were taken into slavery into America and all over the world, we were established and born in Africa, and that makes us the African, right? Hebrew Israelites. I mean, not even African, because they claim that Africa was in like Egypt and all those different areas. But the Bible speaks about how we were traveling all in that area on foot before we were taken in slavery, and then when we got here, the history books teach about when we came on the White Line, the ship called the White Line. That's when they first brought the Hebrew Israelites, also known as blacks or African American, to the bank, and they were selling us as slaves from the gate as soon as they brought us here.
Well, in Genesis, bro.
So my question is to you. My question is to you once again, and I've been waiting for you to answer this question. So, are you African, like, or what do you claim you are? You know,
I'm a Hebrew Israelite from the tribe of Judah.
No, but I'm saying, so are you claiming that you did descend? I mean, region from Africa?
Well, I was trying to, you know how I was trying to get to the DNA testing.
Yeah, okay, go ahead. I'm listening.
The DNA testing came out to where I was 30% European, and 57% of my heritage came from Nigeria. So, and then the rest was just different mixes between other nations. You know what I mean? But why do I have the skin color that I have now? I don't know. But I'm just telling you what the DNA test gave me. You know what I mean? Those are the results. I'm Nigerian, supposedly.
Okay, so could you answer the question?
I'm trying to get back on his ass.
Go ahead. I'm ready.
So
I can barely hear you.
No, I'm saying, so you can answer the question. Did you descend? I mean, did you region from the regional area of Africa? Yes or no? Or did you region from Mexico, where the
Okay. That's a great question, and that's what led me to my discovery of me knowing who I am. I don't. Like I was trying to tell Battle Axe before. I don't use white supremacy history, and what I do is I go back to my creation story. And
I'm saying, answer the question though.
Well, please. I know. Let me get to there.
All right, go ahead. I'm listening.
It's building up. It's building up to answering it. The natives, especially where the Aztecs are, we were born on the 7 Caves, and the 7 Caves is located in Utah. Okay, Utah was called Yehuda back in ancient times, and before that, we came from the 4 rivers of Eden. So the 4 rivers of Eden will be in that exact area that you're mentioning, which is in Africa. That would probably explain why I have about 50 some odd % of Nigerian blood. How did I get there? I don't know. Maybe because I was there, or either because you guys came with the Spanish. I don't know.
Or could you say that the reason why you probably have that blood in you is because when we were taken in slavery, you guys were having sex with our women. Your ancestors.
That's right. I think the men loved our women, and they wanted to fuck the shit out of them.
So that would explain that your people were having sex with our women.
No, I highly doubt that. Bro. I highly doubt that. We love our women. And you love our women.
Okay.
No, wait.
You gotta stop trying to say you love our women.
It's true.
Those are our women.
That's why a lot of black
Wait,
women get pissed off because you guys are always with other nations.
No,
You
you
said
gotta stop trying to come after ours, though, man. It's like, damn.
No, no one's trying to go after yours, dude. You guys don't have pretty women.
But just because your DNA proves that you have African in you, that just means that you
Either an invasion,
You guys had us
or we were
enslaved
from that region.
too, because you said earlier that you guys had our people enslaved when you were saying that we
Absolutely,
were down here.
absolutely.
Okay, so your people
Yeah.
was having sex with our people. That's just proof that you guys were having sex with our people, our women too, when you guys had us enslaved.
That's all.
Maybe they had to be extremely pretty. We
No,
didn't
that's
just fuck
no,
anyone.
that's all because you know. Man,
And there's not very many of their women are that pretty, girl.
stop coming up with these false and fake little ingredients for this stuff to be happening. Stop doing it. Happens because it happens because we know how slavery works. All right. Don't say, "Oh, they had to been pretty," or "You better have 3 toes." Like, shut up with that stuff. We're not at other platforms where we play stupid. You want to like you want to rock, man. You gotta be taken serious. You gotta make sure the conversation is serious.
You're breaking up big time, bro.
When you come here to rock, you gotta make sure you're ready to rock. You gotta be serious. You gotta be making sure that we can take you serious.
I can't hear you, bro. Yeah, it's muffled big time.
How about now?
Now it's perfect.
So I'm saying you are rocking with.
You're doing it again.
Yeah, you're doing it on our end too. You're breaking up. Really good.
How about now? Is it better now?
No,
Sort of.
It's
How about now? Now is it better?
You're louder, but it's
like
just
it's
broken.
echoing bad. Like,
Oh, okay. Hold on.
okay, so while he's getting everything situated, okay, so could you tell us, like Judah said, Maccabees of Yasharallah,
What's the
tell us-
Aztec story?
Yeah, tell us about the Aztec because that's his question. So,
But
I already told you.
no, just give us the breakdown on it because
I told you we're from the seven caves of Utah, and then from there we were before that we were from the
well, all
rivers
that
of
proves that you were in America and things like that. We're talking about we descended from Africa, and that's what the Bible says.
Did you hear what I just said?
How long your people been in this land?
Utah is in United States.
I just said before that we were at the 4 rivers of Eden. You know where the 4 rivers of Eden is?
To be honest,
Gishu, Euphrates, Tigris. You know that region.
okay, could you break it down for us and explain that and show us proof of what you're saying?
That's what I'm
How
trying
long
to tell
y'all been
you.
in this
That's
land?
what I was trying to tell you, Akmalak. I have to make a video on it because I don't have it in front of me.
Okay,
How long has your people inhabited this land?
Since the beginning of time.
thank you. That's proof that you just.
But
you know,
but Judah and them been looking for
Because we were in both places, Akmalak.
their children and everything.
No, but you
been
said that
going
you
for
guys.
You said there's no proof. There's no proof of us having artifacts here from the other side of the world. There's plenty of artifacts, bro.
Oh, you guys
said y'all been inhabiting this
Hold
for
on.
the. How y'all
Let
scattered
Battle
to the 4 corners of the
Battle
earth?
Axe talk.
Echo.
Let Battle Axe talk.
y'all have no body of evidence that supports that you guys have been here. I mean, you guys have been to the hemisphere.
I can't hear you, bro.
Yeah, you're really bad.
The fact is that there is no body of evidence that supports that you guys had any contact with the Eastern Hemisphere.
Exactly.
There's no body of evidence.
Our creation story states that.
Hey, no, he just
Our creation story states that.
You're coming through with motivated reasoning because these things were to support Joseph.
I have scholarly information, not
You're cutting me
pseudo.
off. Excuse me. You're cutting me off. You're cutting me off. These things, these artifacts these are all frauds. They're all debunked by many
White people.
high-minded scholars. They know that this stuff is not true. But they still keep them for inspirational purposes, but they're not actual facts.
Just like you
You
guys
guys don't
being
have any
Israelites is
artifacts.
inspirational.
There isn't any body of evidence. No, we have the Bible and the history that is being taught in all levels of education in the Western world. Is teaching that we came over here on slave ships and that we functioned as cattle.
Hey, let me ask you. Let me ask you guys
Hold on, let me finish. And we were very, very valuable. They sold us for $500 back. $50,000. They were selling each individual.
We can't hear you.
Battle Axe. Battle Axe. The reason why your thing is tripping is because you have two things open. You have two different, and that's why it's echoing like that. Just take off one of them, exit out of one of them, please, because you got the one with the. I can't even see the picture right now, but then you got the one with the breastplate on it too, and that's why you're echoing so bad. If you take that off, we'll be able to hear you better. Please, thank you.
Hey, Job Issachar. Hello? Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
He said,
it's Joe, you still there?
look, he said his DNA test was 50% Nigerian.
Right, 37%. We already talked about that.
Look,
can y'all hear me?
30-something%.
You got
you going in and out.
Yeah, that's better, but you got to close one of your things out. You got two different.
I can't close that other
on the speaker on in the car.
Yeah, I can't close that other one out.
Oh no, you good now? You hella clear.
Hey, is Job still there? I got a question for him because I want to respond to the whole he's mixed between Ethiopian, which just means black, and Native American or whatever. Job.
What?
Hey, Job, are you still there? He's gone.
He's still there.
Yeah, I'm here.
Not saying nothing.
No, he's asking Joe.
No, Joe's still there.
Job, I got a question for you, man. I was wondering if you can answer this question real quick. And it's a response to your you half Ethiopian, you 50% Ethiopian. So are you ready for my question?
He said
30% or something.
30-something% European, 50-something% Nigerian.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Nigerian. Okay, Nigerian. All right. Well, my question to you is, you hear me? What happened with him?
Hold on. I don't have a question. I got a straight statement. Fuck that.
Drop it on.
Well, go ahead then.
Well, my statement. The statement is hell no, man. That doesn't apply to all Mexicans. That statement don't apply to all Mexicans. That doesn't apply to all Mexicans. It's not all Mexicans. It's 33%. No, most Mexicans have less than 1% of African blood in them. They're not African. That's a fact.
And then the ones that
they'll have like 3%.
The ones that do will have more.
Yeah, and exactly
proof that they was having sex with our women when they had us as slaves.
Our women.
I'm right there with Akazet, man. When he just said that's what I'm saying too. I'm like, y'all niggas was raping our women. Don't play coy. Y'all had us Y'all had us in fucked up situations, man. Stop playing. And then you guys convey this shit as hate when we tell you how rotten you've been to us. It's like reverse psychology, man. That's such a defense mechanism. You hate my skin. You hate Mexicans. You just mad because Mexicans has been beating you up.
Okay, and then you know something else, brother. He said that his they were here in Mexico and Utah and all that, so basically United States since the beginning, right? So that he already basically claimed that he wasn't even Israel or you know what I'm saying, from the tribe of Israel, which is a Hebrew Israelite, because the Bible.
You know why that's the case, bro? Because they're not Afro Mexicas. They're Mexicas. They just happen to have the particular looks. That's why. You know what I'm saying? Let's continue.
Says that we descended from, we were all around Africa and all those other different parts on the eastern side.
Right. You know that's what I'm saying. I'm like the logic was conflicting.
Everything that he said conflict against itself.
Right.
And that's why he's not on here no more, because he knows.
I see him on there. He's off the screen?
Yeah, he's basically like he's on there, but his mic is still on, but I guess he doesn't. He dropped.
Can you guys
off.
hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, my bad. I don't know what happened.
Cool. Glad you made it back, man. So yeah, man. You heard what we were saying. We were saying there. You kind of saying something very, very, not even kind of. You're actually totally saying something contradictory when you say that
contradicting. Yeah.
You guys are the people of, you know, you guys are the Israelites, but and this is like, you know, a biblical thing that you are stating. You're not making up a new version of Israelites. You're saying you're the biblical Israelite.
That's right. In the flesh. In the flesh.
Then you say you've always been over here, which is like, it doesn't fit, because we know that the Israelites had a holy land that was, you know what I'm saying, allocated to them.
Bethlehem, Judah. What is it you're talking about?
And it wasn't this land. Unless you're just one of those guys that's trying to reinvent the wheel and say, and it's like change the whole thing. Like, well, now all that happened here. Egypt was here. Babylon was here. The Assyrians actually was like here.
That's nothing new underneath the sun, right?
Is that what you believe?
There's nothing new underneath the sun, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, you just bit your own bullet, bro. Yeah, it's exactly what I'm talking about.
Are you trying to make a statement? Are you trying to make an envelope statement?
Right. He was basically stating when he made that statement right now, he was basically saying that there's nothing new under the sun. Basically saying all his deception. You know what I'm saying?
What was here was over there, bro.
But you're coming up with something new, though. Don't you realize that your statement is new?
It's different from One West. It's different from One West.
No.
It is different from One West.
The ideology itself is new.
That's why you guys have to wait. That's why you guys have to wait for the video.
Con, Judas Maccabee of Jerusalem, to your statement at 107 p.m.
When you say that there's nothing, you're trying to say, but you're coming to doctrine outside.
What was then is now, bro. What was then is now.
Hold on. That's outside of any seriously taken institution. Like, I'm talking about an institution that is accredited. They don't teach what you're teaching at all.
I know
about your history.
I'm going to my creation story. That's why.
No, because it's not the truth. It's something new.
Did you guys know?
No, it's new.
Do you know the African creation story? It's ridiculous.
You're making a new. It's not new though.
It's hilarious.
See, the Bible, because the Bible comes through with an out of some place. Theory
who are the
also.
Who are the father of the black race? Who are the father of the dark races?
Hold on. But the out of Africa theory isn't something new, because even the Bible comes through with everybody coming from a specific general location.
Adam.
Okay, who is the father of the dark races?
Adam, Abraham.
No. Who is the father of the dark races, Doc Malak?
Adam
Get
is.
serious. No.
Adam.
Who's the father of the dark races?
Adam.
Who is the father of the dark races?
Adam.
Adam.
It's
Adam.
Ham, bro.
No,
it's not. It's not.
Ham is the.
And
Ham is the
because
forefather of the
you guys are going by the one West notion that everyone is black. That's fucking bullshit.
Hey man, hold on. Ham is the forefather of the
dark races.
Oh no, of the Africans.
The dark races.
Hey man,
is Africans light or dark?
What are you doing, man? What are you doing?
Is Africans light or dark?
You're using the Zondervan Compact Bible Dictionary.
No, I'm using common sense. You said use
no, where does it say that?
Use logical, educated.
Where else does it say that Ham is the father of all dark races?
Okay, what? How many?
Where does it say that
percentage?
Ham is the father of all dark races? Where does it say that at?
Okay, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. Do you ever?
I'm just asking you. Where does it say that at?
Did you see who the? Did you see the person? Did you see the?
All I'm asking you is where does it say that Ham is the father of all dark races? Can you answer that?
Ham is the father of the dark races. I don't know why it's so hard to understand that.
Or can you?
Or is it Shem? Is it Shem? Is it
Excuse
Shem?
me. Look.
Is it Shem Battle Axe?
Shem
is black.
Joe. Just to answer your question. Just to answer your question, I agree with Judas Maccabees of Yasharallah. She said,
I can't read what he's saying.
Africans are dark and light. Okay, the statement of that is located in Judas, even because Abraham had Isaac and Esau. Esau was white.
So is Esau your brother?
I mean,
is Esau your brother?
Not like that. Esau has.
So you guys are related, right?
Let me respond to you, man. Bloodline that eventually will be traced back to progenitors that we share. But are we actual brothers? Hold on, man. Are we actual brothers? No, there's been a whole lot of stuff that transpired in between Esau all the way up into now, to where no, they're not our brothers. Those are people that is prominently listed on the enemy list.
Interesting, because you guys hold the most richest peoples on the planet. You know, you guys have a lot of basketball players, entertainers that are all just white and black. I mean, that's just a little weird. I mean, I figured you guys would stick close to each other when it comes to that, but maybe I'm wrong. You know what I mean?
Who came up with that? Who came up with the proverb, "Keep your friends close and your enemies closer"?
Oh, I don't care about that, bro. I wasn't a military.
No, I'm just saying, but who came up with it?
Probably some person who just had a lot of time in their hands. Well, he had a lot of time in his hands conquering, right?
Well, that's a proverb that they obviously live by. They keep their friends close, which is the Mexicans.
Isn't that what you guys? Isn't that what you guys do all the time?
They keep their friends close, which is the Mexicans.
And you guys had demographics on blacks being the highest killed. You guys kill each other the most, bro.
Excuse me. They keep that's part of the curses, but they keep their friends close.
Congratulations.
Closer. That's what we're saying. You're supporting my whole point. I'm saying
if you say so, Battle Axe.
We kill ourselves the most.
If you want to make yourself feel good, go for it.
I don't worry about Mexicans killing me. Did you know that?
Good. We don't worry about blacks. We don't worry about blacks.
I am not worried about. You know that I'm not worried about.
We don't care. We don't care about that either, bro.
No, I'm saying it's not about me caring. I'm saying that's not something that I struggle with. I don't struggle with Mexicans doing anything to me. They don't do nothing violent to me.
Right.
They don't got nothing to do with me. Other than like being part of the system that is designed to oppress. They be in that.
Were you supposed to go to Africa? Battle Axe said.
But why are you bringing that up? Did you hear what I just said?
Yeah, because I just want to get to notice that you want to leave this country, supposedly where you guys are from, and go back to the land that you were originally from. So it's just it's a little contradicting on your. Does
the Bible ever say in there that the Israelites are going to eventually end up being in the land that they originally came from?
Was he going to send them there, or were you going to go there?
No, I just asked you the question. So is that a yes?
No. Because the Most High was supposed to put us there, bro.
Hey, Job,
Can you go to Isaiah 11:11? Can somebody read Isaiah 11:11 real quick?
While he look for it, I'm gonna ask him this question.
Somebody pull up Isaiah
What's
11.
the timeline of the 10 tribes when they came to Americas?
The narrative. I just go by what the narrative says, bro.
Oh,
I
you
mean,
don't.
I'm not
Joe.
gonna change nothing.
Hey, Joe, man, you ain't ready for this, man. Like, just by you being dishonest with your answer, that right there was a clear indication that you flopped. You felt.
If you say so.
Isaiah 11:11.
Okay, hold on.
If you say so.
Well, I'm just being really, truly honest with you. By me saying, doesn't it say that the Israelites are going to end up in their own land?
You really think
that they came from? And by you saying no,
you really think you're smarter than me?
No, hold on.
All I'm saying is you're wrong.
Do you really think you're smarter than me, bro?
No, I don't believe that I'm smarter than you. What I believe is that listen,
don't try
can you
it.
be quiet for a second? I don't believe that I'm smarter than you. I believe you're just wrong. I don't have to be smarter than you for you to be wrong. You can be wrong.
I'm gonna read the scripture right now. It says, "And it shall come to pass in that day that the Lord shall set his hand again the second time to recover the remnant of his people."
Set his hand.
Remnant. Okay, it says, which I'm at Isaiah 11:11 right now.
Uh-huh.
It says, which shall be left from Assyria and from Egypt and from Pathros and from Cush and from Elam and from Shinar and from Haman and from the islands of the sea, and he shall set up an ensign from the nations, and shall assemble the outcasts of Israel, and gather together the dispersed of Judah from the four corners of the earth.
Thank you.
Okay, right there. And then, well, I'm gonna say this a little bit more. It says, and
four
the
corners
also of Ephraim shall depart, and the adversaries of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah shall not vex Ephraim, but they shall fly upon the shoulders of the Philistines toward the west. They shall spoil them of the east.
That's a long verse.
Now hold on. Okay, now listen. Now when we just read, now you see that it just said that they are going to return back to where they originally came from.
With his hand.
Hold on. That's hey man. When God
but
does,
you already been in your land.
When God does things, excuse me. Let me finish. When God does it, He does things through men. Come on, man. Like let's stop playing now. Okay? You expect His hand to come down and pick us up and escort us all around? I'm realistic. I know that it'll be done through us. But so let's keep on moving. The brother just read. Hold on. Brother just now read that they will be gathered back, and that outsiders will be cut off. All this outside thing that you're doing, the adversaries. Because listen, because what you're doing is you're becoming an adversary of something that you could be completely dead dog wrong on. You might be completely fucking wrong. You might not be an Israelite, man. Like, if you keep talking with me, it'll be clear that you're not.
If you say so.
So all this shit that you're doing, is actually putting you in a real bad position when you actually are being
that sounds like a bunch of one West mumbo jumbo. One West mumbo jumbo.
When you're being offered salvation,
One West mumbo jumbo.
All I'm saying is when you're being offered salvation, you could roll with us, but instead you want to oppose us.
And who's claiming?
And I'm just letting you know. You might
claiming to be Judah. Who's claiming to be Judah?
Know, man, you just might regret
you are right. You Akmalak, you are claiming to be Judah too, right?
No, we over here we claim that we Levi. I claim I'm Levi.
Okay, you're not even Levi, bro. Straight up. I could tell you. I could straight up tell you're not from the tribe of Levi. Akmalak, what about you?
I'm from the tribe of Joseph and Benjamin.
Benjamin, I don't know about that. Maybe. Levi, no way, bro.
I know I'm from Levi.
You can wish for that, bro.
I know I'm from Levi.
No, you can wish on that, bro.
I don't give a fuck what you think you say, man.
It's okay. It's okay. That's why I have a video coming out pretty soon.
That's why everybody's entitled.
And then I have my sources there. Then you can
that's
look
why.
them all
That's
up.
why you can't prove that
is the truth.
Then you can look them all up.
The Bible, hey, but that's why you can't use the Bible.
I was waiting for you 30 minutes ago, bro.
That's why
30
you
minutes
cannot
before you
use the Bible
and
to
you
prove
did that chicken shit. You did that chicken shit and say, "Oh, I told you 1 hour. It's actually 1 hour and a half." Bullshit, bro. You told me an hour.
Okay, so you
said
keep
that
on.
You was ready at 11:30, and we actually got on 30 minutes before.
I was expecting him at. I expect you. That you didn't show up at 11:30.
let's stop talking about when I started the video.
And if
Yeah,
you would
because
have
he's trying
caught
to
me
get
in the
Let's
time,
stop talking
hey,
about.
Battle Axe, if you would have caught me when I caught you, I would have had my sources, dumbass.
Homeboy, hey, let's stop talking about when I started
Damn,
the video.
dude. But of course, you took your
You
sweet
hear
thought you
right
ass
said you were
time.
smart.
Hey man, let's stop talking about when I started it. You're here right
What
now.
you need your sources for if you're smart. Your
Listen.
sources could be the Bible, dude.
Listen,
Yeah,
you're.
this,
Hold on, let me say
the
something
Bible's
to this
corrupted,
dude real quick.
bro. The
Let me
Bible's
stop
corrupted.
struggling. Let me stop struggling to say this to this dude.
And the
Stop bringing
Bible's
up-
not a black man's book.
Hey man, stop bringing up excuses. You said I told you to come over here. You said that you're gonna be able to run up and do your thing. You ran up and you got done up. That's all that happened.
Yeah, you didn't done up nothing.
And now you're sitting here with excuses about the time frame.
All you're doing is the same bullshit that we've heard for thousands and thousands and thousands of videos.
But I never ever came with any
Thousands and thousands of videos, same fucking bullshit.
But I never
and
came with
it doesn't even line up with what the narrative is. So
But I
that's
ain't got
why
no excuse. Why I
that's
ain't
why I have to make a video to combat what you're saying, because
I know that's what all y'all do when you get your
I was waiting 30 minutes extra for your
Man.
dumb ass to show up, and then you changed the fucking time on me to make me think I was not gonna show up. I don't pussy down for no fucking battle, bro.
Why are you talking about how it started when you're right here, right now?
Yeah, right here, right now, 30 minutes after I fucking left the fucking house. So I don't have my sources in front of me.
Your logic has turned on end on you, man. That's the crazy thing about it.
Yeah, whatever. You could think that way, bro. That's the typical Canaanite character.
See, now I'm a Canaanite. Now I know that you're mad.
No, it's not. It's typical Canaanite character, always destroying what's in front of you, what's greater in front of you, so you could be
When you
number
guys
one.
get upset, next thing you know, you guys become real nasty.
Yes, really nasty.
You're a nasty man, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Because
I'll
you look
take it.
how you losing your cool, and I'm still smiling. I'm cool.
I'll
Hey,
take it.
Malak, am I lying on the Shabbat? No, I'm smiling like a motherfucker. This is
You know
enjoyable to me. I love this stuff. I live for
You know
this.
he getting his ass whooped.
Hey,
Yeah.
up over there. I pulled
But
over.
I'm happy.
Yeah, you will never come to my channel, I bet, huh?
I will go to your channel. What is his
Okay,
name?
then I'll invite you to my channel, and
But
then
no,
we'll break
but you know
bread
something?
there.
You came to this channel, and this all has
And
been
I
recorded,
didn't
and
pussy
everything.
down. Did
This
I
is
pussy
proof.
down?
No,
I
but
didn't
this is
pussy
proof
down.
but it's proof that everything that you said was wrong.
I didn't pussy down, Malak.
Hey, I hear you, man. I'm gonna commend you. Hey, I'm gonna commend you on.
I'm his brother.
I didn't pussy down, Malak.
No, they think all three of us now the same dude.
I didn't say that.
The thing is, I'm not afraid.
I don't even know what you're talking about at that point when you're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's something you never heard before.
Like I don't even know what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's
I don't
understand. But
it's
what
not,
I'm saying
it's not one way.
if we get back on subject, everything that you said contradicted itself. It proved that you were wrong. It proves that you're not an Israelite. Just go back and look at this video, and you'll see we don't even have to have this discussion anymore. Since you're so mad, you can just end the video and we can holler at you later.
For real.
Because we're about done anyway. Yeah, we can go out and do our own thing after that. Like, hey, thank you for coming.
Thank you for winning. Thank me for losing.
No,
and,
thank you. No,
you guys
thank
can
you
leave.
For your presence.
You guys can leave. You guys can leave beating me, supposedly.
Real quick.
Okay?
Well, thank you.
Make
sir.
yourself feel good.
Hey, because let me say.
I mean, it's
okay. That's typical. That's typical of you guys.
As long as everybody knows and the fathers
are
pleased with what we're doing, thank you for even showing up to even have this discussion. So now you know that we don't hate Mexicans. Now you know that we love our Mexicans. Now you know that we just establishing an understanding. You feel me? And we don't have to get all crazy, bro.
Right, and let me say, hey, Joe, man, everything is all good, man. Nobody's over here hating.
I wasn't yelling.
Listen,
I wasn't yelling.
I appreciate your I appreciate your effort and everything. I'm just trying to let you know, like, hey, man, you can still be our friend, man. You can be our friend. You don't have to be against us. You don't have to be a black guy.
He already admitted that he's not.
I don't want to be black.
You don't have to be.
I don't want to be.
You could be genuinely friendly.
I don't want to be.
Hey,
bro.
so can I finish?
No, I said you could be genuinely.
Okay, yeah, we can say like. Yeah. We can take out the love part and we can say like. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying you were trying to say that we hate Mexicans, and I was just trying to clear it up. That's not true.
Yeah, that's not.
Okay. I'll bring out the evidence that we were there in that region. I'll bring out the evidence that we were in the 4 rivers of Eden, and then we can then it will make sense what I was trying to tell you earlier, that the stories just continue and continue and continue, which you guys don't know nothing about, and that's cool. You know
Well,
what I mean?
that's your
Hey, you
opinion.
gonna find out when the
do,
10 tribes.
Yeah, you guys don't fit.
Find out when the
and
10 tribes
you're gonna
came.
find out.
Yeah, you don't fit the curses. So it's
Yes,
okay.
we do. Yes, we do. We went into slavery. We went into
I don't even
slavery
understand why you have to go through
127
all
years
that.
before so-called black people did.
At least
No, but
was
look,
your carcass meat to all the fowls of the earth?
hey, but
Yes,
but
sir.
Damn right it was. It wasn't mean to all carcasses of the earth because we were dying of smallpox, which you guys brought. And our people were dying, decimated on the floors that nobody could even bury enough of us because we were all dying. Let's continue.
anything that you do from now on is what I'm saying. Anything that you say and do from now on already contradicts itself. It's going to be contradicting anything you said today. So if you try to bring anything,
then it's your job to bring it up. Then, right?
Well, no, it's already here. It's already
I'll make it
recorded.
your job, Akmalak, to bring it up.
Well, no,
I'll make it your job. You're
like
the
I said before,
honorary
I'm his brother.
shit
I'm his brother.
bringer upper. How about
but
that?
what I was trying to say was you already disclaimed that you were you're not African, that you didn't descend from there, and all these other.
Oh yeah,
things,
white
so
people
many
give me
different
wrong
factors.
evidence.
Yeah, but it's all evidence.
That's you know what you're doing. You're cherry picking there, Akmalak. So you're saying that the white man who did my DNA test was full of shit. Just like the evidence that you guys bring up is that's been brought up by white men is full of shit too.
What was the other percentage?
Just like
of DNA test?
just like the white man who gave us a white Christ, you guys come here and give us a black Christ. We don't do that shit. You guys are the ones supposed to do that. Just like Esau's so-called Jacob. You guys call yourself brothers, which I don't think you guys were even part. I don't think you guys are even related.
Hey,
look,
that's just me though. That's just me though. You know what I mean?
How
can a white person be a black person?
What was the other percentage of that DNA test?
You only gave us 80%. So
I just told you it was different nations, just like 1%, 1.5, 1%, 1%, stuff like that.
What?
I don't have it in front of me, like I was telling you.
Well, basically, you're saying you're either white or black.
No, 51% was black, and then 35% was native.
And that's just
you said 35. You said that other 30% was European.
Yeah, you did.
No. I said that the difference of those two was just 10% was European, and then the 1%
Well, it's recorded.
Just
you
go back to
the
recording. Yeah, go back to the recording.
Yeah, but look, that's beyond the fact of what I'm saying. The discussion today. You know what I'm saying? But like I said before, thank you. Everything's recorded. If you need to go back and just listen over or whatever, you feel me, and try to match it up with what you're gonna say.
Well, how about this? Battle Axe, may I have permission to view a clip of this where I showed up? So I'll leave it unedited.
Okay. You can do all that. You can do. Listen,
unedited.
Listen,
so you guys people could see.
But let me say something.
You can Somebody say he just came over here with no sources, just talking out his mouth.
No, because I was waiting for 30 minutes for this man.
Hey, no, but listen, man.
I'd have had my sources with me for 30 minutes.
Hey,
I'm not at home, bro. I'm not at home.
Hey, man,
bro.
that doesn't give you no excuse to not be able to rebuttal, though.
Right.
I did rebuttal, but I don't have you guys,
your rebuttal. Listen. Your rebuttal was your rebuttal to when I said is the Israelites going to eventually? Because you guys are going to end up going to your own land one day, and I was like, yeah, but ain't that supposed to happen to the Israelites? And then you said no.
To the hand
that was real. Listen. Let me finish. That was called piss poor sportsmanship. You
read Isaiah 11:11
Excuse me. That was called piss poor sportsmanship, and you need to practice more better ethics inside of a conversation. I'm serious, man, because then we can these arguments. Listen, what I'm telling you, man. Let me finish.
I'm not gonna.
These would actually be like things that every time we did this, we would be learning and moving forward. But if we keep on sitting around here,
so I made a mistake. I made a mistake coming in here without my sources, then, right?
Oh yeah, you can't run up.
Okay, so that means I'd be bitching out, right?
Well, honestly, to be real with you,
that pretty much means
no,
that he's
hold on,
bitching out, right?
No, I know.
Yes,
I
it
know
would. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. So you guys won because I waited. Hold on. You guys basically won because I waited for this man for 30 fucking minutes and I had to do things. I kept on checking, refreshing the fucking screen. Now that I decided to take off, I'm outside. I see that you guys are finally fucking on, and I'm not even home. But since I show up without my fucking sources, I look like a fucking dumbass. That's cool.
No, I'm not mad at you at all.
I can deal with that.
I think you look like a dumbass. Those are your words,
That's
not
cool.
mine.
No,
Listen,
I'm used to
those
that.
are your words, not mine.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Joe,
dumbass. Like I already told you.
So basically, if I didn't show up with my sources, I'd be a pussy.
Job, all I said was, hey, I don't even think that I'm smarter than you. So of course
You're not. You're not. Absolutely
okay,
not.
but listen, and I don't believe so, but I do believe that you're just wrong. That's all.
Yeah, I was wrong for not coming with my sources.
No, you're wrong about what you
I
think
was wrong with not coming out my sources. Yeah, that's right.
You're wrong about what you think.
But if I didn't come with my sources and I didn't have it in front of me, but I still show up, that doesn't make me a fucking pussy. But since I showed up without my sources, I'm a pussy. There you go.
Hey, look, that's
so either way, I lost. Either way,
I don't have no sources right now. I'm
look
away from my computer.
Yeah, you have sources.
I don't have no source. No, right. As of right now,
sources.
As of right now, actually in the last 15, 20 minutes, I haven't even been at my computer.
And you know what? I'm not even with my fucking. I'm not even with my fucking family right now because I'm talking to you guys.
Neither am I.
Hey, look, bro. I just want to say this: you still had the opportunity and everything to go back to your sources at any time.
No.
Yes.
I'm actually 2 hours from home. How the fuck am I gonna get there?
How you gonna fly 2 hours away?
No.
In 30 minutes.
Listen to me.
That doesn't make sense.
Oh my god.
I mean, it's just
my wife was driving, bro. My wife.
You already claiming that you were already away. You're already claiming that you were already away from your quote unquote.
Yeah, I was waiting for you. I was waiting, and look what happened.
That's what I'm saying.
But the thing about it, but if we go back,
if you wanna come to my channel when I have my sources,
hold on, let me say this real quick.
If you wanna come when I have my sources, you're welcome.
Hey, no, look, but let me say this real quick. If we all have this is recorded, so since you're gonna go back on it, you're gonna remember this too. That we started at 11 o'clock exactly. You were supposed to be. No, listen.
You're a fucking liar, bro.
Hey, listen.
Liar.
Listen, if you look
you're
at
a fucking liar.
No, look at
it's 2:33.
You see the live stream?
It's
you see how it says live right there? It says 2:31, right? That means 2 hours and 31 minutes. Hold on, listen.
That make it 12 o'clock.
That makes it 11.
That makes it 12 o'clock.
Do you see 1:30 right there?
It makes it 12 o'clock.
Yeah, I know, but you're talking about your time though, man.
And look at, and I know you know how to count 2 hours back. If you go back 2 hours and 30 minutes from
I write algorithms, bro.
Hey, no, listen. If you go back 2 hours and 30 minutes from 11:33,
I'll take a snapshot.
Snapshot it and then count back 2 hours and 32 minutes.
Then you're gonna see it's 12 o'clock.
No, listen, bro. Listen. 2 hours and 30 minutes. It says live stream, right? You see the live. That's when we went on. Then you go back 2 hours and 30 minutes from 1:30. What time does that make? Come on now.
Hey, yeah, man. And
if you do it
hey, Joe,
way, yes, it's gonna.
You hear me?
Time,
check it out. It's gonna be 11 o'clock.
Hold on, 12 o'clock.
Real quick to you.
12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock.
Hey, let me say
you're only going
one more
back
time.
1 hour. You still missing the whole hour. So.
It's 2:34.
Hey, hold on. Let's get some order. Let's get some order.
2:34. It's 2:34.
See the clock right there.
Pause for a second and let's get some order real quick.
It's 2:34. You guys been on for 2 hours and 32 minutes.
What are you
guys
doing?
were at 12 o'clock.
Excuse me. Can you chill for 1 second? Listen, y'all. We don't need to debate about the time of when it started. You're here now. That's all.
Yeah, without my sources.
You don't have to worry about
without my sources, so I look like a fucking dummy. That's cool. If I didn't show up without my sources because I say, oh wow, these guys are finally fucking on. Oh, I don't have my sources in front of me. I'm not gonna show up. Oh, I look like a fucking bitch anyways.
Okay,
so
either
way,
did the Aztecs ever
either way.
How about this one? When do you think that you'll have your sources?
If you want to do it tonight, I can go tonight.
We'll be running up.
Yeah, I'll be there. What time?
How about 9 o'clock?
Yeah, where are you at? Are you Midwest or something?
Keith.
Um,
That's Keith. Keith is stupid as fuck.
I'm 2:35 right now. I don't know.
Silly.
Yeah.
So you
Okay.
guys look at the time is
Yeah, okay, so
2:35.
you're
You
an
guys
hour
went on
ahead.
for 2 hours and 33
8
minutes.
o'clock.
So that makes it 12 o'clock.
Yeah,
12:02. You guys
I'll
showed
be
up.
there. I'll be there at
Peace to
I'll be
you,
there at 8.
humble servant.
I'll be there at 8
Hey,
my time.
I was gonna say this. So what time is it over there where you at right now?
2:35. 2:35.
Oh, okay. So that would probably
And you guys
explain.
were on for 2 hours and 34 minutes.
Yeah, okay, but if you look at our time, we did keep it loyal. You know what I'm saying? We actually got on at 11:30. Your hour
I was
difference.
refreshing the
I mean
screen,
11 o'clock.
bro.
I
I
mean
was
11 o'clock.
refreshing the screen. I didn't see you
So
guys.
he's our
Oh
time.
no, but
But
what I'm
let's stop
saying is
talking
your
about
hour
when.
difference
Let's stop talking
actually.
about when
I
that's.
know, but I would have had my sources then. Battle Axe, you get the
Hey,
point.
man, that
Hey,
is
I'm
neither
just
here nor there, man. Listen, it's
The
not.
sources
You
should be in
guys
your
won.
head.
You guys won
no,
this
look,
one.
They should
So
be in
we'll
your
meet
head. You should
again.
know about
he's
your
trying to
people
go
and what
around
they
the
It's
We'll
go
not
meet.
through.
about a win or a lose, man. I'm just trying to
No,
tell
I
you,
know,
man.
but
Family
you're
and the
you're
love.
you're trying to
I'm
make
just
it.
trying,
You
I'm
got
just
this
trying to
debate
help
You're
mentality.
no,
for
you didn't
understanding.
come
That's
up
all.
with your better argument, man. Maybe we
No,
can
you
start
just need.
moving on.
No, what
Shut
you need
up,
to
Battle
do is
Axe.
be
Lord
able
willing,
Chill
y'all.
to
out, Battle
actually
Axe.
have a
Chill
better.
out, Battle
You need to
Axe.
show better ethics in conversation. I didn't say have a better argument. I say better
How
ethics
you
in
know
an
the
argument.
scripture?
Like how you're, like interrupting and you know what I'm saying. Then you ask questions and you
You
entertain.
interrupted many times,
You
bro.
entertain side
You
conversation
interrupted many times, Mr.
only
Ethics.
to get the order set.
No. I heard you in conversation, sir, that you blew the ethic portion.
Hey,
So
I'm not.
Jay. Hey, Jay.
so 9
Jay
o'clock, or we're gonna
Issachar.
meet at 9 o'clock, or what?
Hey, Jay.
Yeah. I'll be there.
Okay, so
Jay
we'll
Issachar. Can
I
can can
gotta
I can I
yeah.
help you
Just give
out
me
real something real
one
quick?
more question, bro. Go ahead, because I gotta
No,
get to
it's
my
not a
family.
question. I just wanted to tell you this. Okay,
Yes,
you said that it's 2 o'clock where you're at, right?
2:35,
2:35. Okay, but we have an hour difference. If you
2:37.
look
My
at the
bad.
clock, if you look at the clock right here, look. If you look at the clock right there in the corner on the screen, you see at the bottom it says 1:37 p.m. That's the clock that we have. 2 hours and 35 minutes from there would have been 11:01. 01. That's all I'm saying. So he was being loyal to his claim, but we didn't know that you were at an hour difference.
I swear, dude, I was
That's
trying to
where the
refresh
problem
the
came
screen.
in.
Okay, all right. Oh shit. Hold on a second, real quick. Okay, so good, brother. Real quick. Let's move on to the next one, and then we all, brother Joe, man. All praise to the Most High for that. We'll talk about some of the things you said later, but no big deal, man. All right, so this should be solidifying what we've been bringing out the entire time. Okay, let's go ahead.
Hey, shalom, fam. It's brother Emmanuel again. Lord willing, y'all are doing well. I had a class in the morning. Now, let me just clear something up. I did say that I was going to do night classes because of the family and the reasons. So when I do morning ones, it's unplanned, and it's really by the Spirit, okay? So just keep that in mind in case, anyhow, I'm not trying to confuse y'all, all right? Let me go ahead and read the disclosure real quick. Give me a second here. We always got to do this here real quick. Praise to the Most High. I was able to finish my work on time, so I'm able to spend some time here with y'all again. As you know, there's a reason why I do these classes, and the only purpose is because I need them. Okay, I'm a student as much as I am here in the front, or at least so-called teaching. All right. Anyhow, let me read. Content disclaimer. It says this content does not belong to Bible Chronicles or claim this intellectual property. The content provided today has and always will belong to the content owner. Bible Chronicles does not have any affiliation with the owner of this property. As mentioned, Bible Chronicles does not intend to make use of any material for the purpose of harvesting gain. However, Title 17 of United States copyright law states material in use can only be done when it's for theological or general educational purposes, and thus Bible Chronicles believes that this principal material falls under fair use, which honors protection under Section 107 of the same U.S. copyright law. Okay? So now, the name of the class is called The Transatlantic Lie. Yes, you heard me say it. The Transatlantic Lie. Okay? So now, why do I bring that title? Because, how can I say it, man? I really don't want to talk about these topics. There's so much more to worry about. But it's just that right now, in this last few days, this last couple of days, we hear a lot of bombarding regarding the so-called black Jews, because that's what you guys call yourselves. So I'm gonna call you that. Okay. Now we got a little video here from I guess you guys know these people. I don't know if you heard of them. The video is called West Dummies shit on land of their forefathers, Northeast Africa, but except Hispanics. Okay. So apparently these guys think that Hebrews are Africans. Apparently that's the case. So let's listen in and see the listen to the ignorance, okay? Because we're gonna prove regarding exactly that this is all a lie. Everything that it's all imaginary. My so-called black people. This whole idea, like for whatever reason, these videos that I've showed y'all, right? And I present material after material after material, and I read the material, okay? And I show you the material, but then I get people that say that's a lie. This is ignorance, and then prove that you guys are Israel. Okay, well, it's not up to us to prove anymore. We have the documentation to show it. Y'all are just going by some Deuteronomy 28:49, and it doesn't apply to you. So let's listen to them. Let's see what kind of mentality they have.
Black Power family, welcome to another Song Letter TV House of Consciousness Production. I have a special message. There are Hebrew Israelites in Africa. And I'm not just talking about the brothers that come from America that go over there. I'm talking about Africans who are Hebrew Israelites. So you hear the Hebrews always saying that the Africans are not their people. They are so-and-so. Well,
and this guy here, the Sanetta, right? That guy's everywhere. First of all, he's everywhere. He's Kemetic, and he says Yahweh, and I'm sorry, Yahweh Shai. His wife supposedly believes in the Bible. Then I don't know, man. This guy's everywhere. And you're going to hold this to face value? This is your king? Okay, let's see.
Check this out, fam. Check it out.
You should. You are African. You're not my people.
See, now, am I going to say that all of these are not our people? No, I'm not. Now, are they majority our people? No, they're not. Is a small portion of them? Yes, they are. So is he an African? He's an African. He's an African. I don't know, man. That's Most High is going to reveal that within themselves. But I find this ironic because just like this black man is yelling at this other black man or African man yelling at this other African man, you guys also yell at the white man, yet you don't even realize, I don't know why, that your own people mix with them. So you got white people that are black, and you got black people that are actually white. So remember that when you're listening to your own. Anyways, let's continue. Let's find out what's going on.
And you still a stinking African. You still a stinking African.
Where you from, sister? Where you from, brother? Africa? What part of Africa? West Africa? Which country? Ghana. Ghana? Okay, so you from Ghana. Now listen, what we teaching today is the Israelites are the so-called blacks and so-called Hispanics who went into the slave trade, all right? So your people, obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade, y'all stayed back. You didn't go into the slave
You didn't go into the slave trade, y'all stayed back. So that means the curse doesn't apply. So what are you doing in Africa? And then you got this is a FOP thing, right? FOP, whatever. The guy that their leader, the guy looks white. Just because he's got tan skin and woolly hair. But if you look at his face, the guy is white. He's a white man. He just got a tan. Y'all don't see it? Let's continue.
slave trade, y'all stayed back. Obviously, you didn't go into the slave trade, y'all stayed back.
See, let me tell you something. We think slavery in America was something. Slavery in Africa is still in force.
Yeah, it is. And we're going to find out the historical aspect of the slavery regarding who enslaved who first. Okay?
But they know less about their history than you and I do.
While much has been written concerning the transatlantic slave trade, surprisingly little attention has been paid to the Islamic slave trade across the Sahara, the Red Sea, and the Indian Ocean. While the European involvement in the African transatlantic slave trade to the Americas lasted for just over 3 centuries, the Arab involvement...
Hey, did you guys hear that? The last 3 centuries. Everything that we've been taught is up until the last 3 centuries. And all of a sudden we got drawings and Negroes and Negro and white folks and this and that. But it all happened after the Civil War. We don't have any records prior to the Civil War of them struggling. You don't. You got pictures and material that says they were slaves, but what makes you think you were those slaves? There's no guarantee that you can prove you were those slaves unless you go back in time. And now you're talking like a white man.
in the African slave trade has lasted 14 centuries.
Hey, I'm gonna be real with y'all, man. In this channel, this is for you so-called Hispanics and Native Indians, right? The indigenous, the so-called indigenous. I mean indigenous to the Americas. I don't mean like indigenous like as in we're not Hebrews. Now, you guys, this channel is for you, okay? Now, I'm noticing the average is probably a minute and 50 something seconds. Now, people probably are working. I don't think they are. You know what it is? This topic is touchy. This subject is very, very emotional for our own gente. Because our own gente loves, they want to be black. I mean, the moment you told them, hey, man, you used to be black. Oh, really, man? Well, yeah. I'm a black man. Now your brothers and my own people that look like me, hey, what's up, nigga? They calling me that. I'm like, what? Since when did you start using that word? Oh, well, you know, we used to be. Oh, okay. Well, you know, we're going to go through history. And we're going to, because I'm not going to watch this whole video. I just want to show you a little bit of this. Probably another minute or so, and that's it. But we're going to go through history and find out if that exactly, if this is really true. If it was always a white man that was enslaving the black people. Let's find out. Let's see if you guys never enslaved any white folks or their women. And you're still complaining about people still being, I guess you could say, trafficked in Africa. Well, guess what, dummies? Here in America, they're being trafficked too. And you don't care because they're so-called Hispanics because they don't have woolly hair. You see how stupid this is? I literally feel like I'm wasting my time, but hey, man, it's the spirit that moved me. So I was already planning on this class. And then once I heard something like this and I pushed it a little bit more, I wasn't even going to do it, to be honest. It's a waste of my time. But for the sake of reminding people of the biggest lie in the world, that the transatlantic slave trade had everything to do about black folks, is the biggest lie in the world. And we're going to prove it today, continually, every day. In this channel, apparently, people like to hear truth. In every other channel, you want to be lied to. Then be like the silly doves.
And in some parts of the Muhammadan world, is still continuing to this day.
See how it says 14 centuries. That's 1,400 years, supposedly. Okay? So remember that. Black slaves for sale. Okay.
Slave trading is a thriving business. Northern militias are raiding villages in the south for slaves, which they then take back to the north. They keep them in their households or sell them to other masters.
Hey, do you guys notice something about the guy that's covered? Did he not have fringes on? He had fringes on. And the guy's black. Oh, but that's right. Somebody actually sent me put up text. A text on the chat, right, on the video. It says, "Oh, well, maybe you're Arab, and you know Arabs mixed with Africans and blah blah blah." You know what it is? You know what they think? It's because I'm a so-called Hispanic. They can't assume that a Hispanic can speak this way with confidence. You see, you guys been dealing with the so-called Hispanics that are from smaller towns. Yes, a lot of oppression happened there, but then you got us that have that spirit of a true Israelite that you ain't gonna scare at all. Y'all need to hear the truth, and I'm not gonna hold back at all. Let's go.
The Islamic slave trade took place across the Sahara Desert, from the coast of the Red Sea, and from East Africa across the Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes,
I
just
can't.
in the 19th century, for which we have more accurate.
Islamic Muslims and Arab Moors were the first people to enslave West Africans. Okay, so you see that. Aren't they saying that they ruled Europe? It was Muslims or Islam, Arabs, blackamoors that conquered Europe. So now you're saying that, oh, these blackamoors enslaved the real Hebrews? I mean, what are you gonna? You guys are literally like reaching so far. You're bringing up some other old basketball player who put this dumb book together that I actually completely showed you how dumb you are by using the same book that he said and showed you that what you guys are literally. It's like, this is funny to me. This is so funny. Matter of fact, let's stop it. I'm actually over it now. Let's continue. Let's continue with this. Okay. Now let's go to here. I got something for you. Let's see. I'm going to go to this map. All right. Let's start off with the map. I love maps. Maps say a lot. And maps don't lie. Okay. Listen, guys, this is what I was told and showed at one point. I couldn't really see what they were saying, right? Oh, you see, brother. We know where they all at, brother. That's why. Okay. If you say so. Where are you at? Let me see a clear one. Is it? No. Come on. Nope. 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 Sorry, guys. I'm trying to look for the map. Remember, my computer's messed up, so I'm doing the best I can with what I got. This is unclear map. Okay. Shoot, man. Maybe I can find it this way. Map. Africa. There it goes right here. Boom. All right. So check this out. So we were told that, yeah, brother, the Hebrew Israelites, they're in Africa. Yeah, look, we got a map that shows where they all are. Here, look, here. And they're kind of going on fast. Like, yeah. And the one that they showed us was the one I showed you guys. This one. You can't really see much, right? You know what I mean? Like, if you try to read that, like, what the hell does that say, you know? And then when you get down here, you're like, what is that? What is that? What does that say? You can't really read it. So they're like, oh, yeah, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, Judaism. Yeah, you know? So anyways, all right, cool. Sounds good. But then eventually I'm like, man, you know what? I'm the type of man that if you are not very clear to me, I'm going to, and you know, look at it, says the nations of the cults. I try to find this in that book and I couldn't find it. So I don't know why that's traced there. Okay. So anyhow, so I literally was doing everything I could to find this picture and I finally did. So let's read, first of all, what it says in the middle. Philistines, okay? White Libyan dynasty founded among the Negro, about 620 AD. 620 AD. This is the old map. The name suggests, yes, Yemenite Jewish influence. Oh, really? Jewish influence. Okay, cool. Sounds good. And then you go to the left, which they didn't show. Jewish kingdom of Ganata or Ganat, I guess, founded 300 AD by white Libyans. Matter of fact, what's that dude, Vocab? He actually showed that Timbuktu, there was a man that looked white. And then to top it off, because I couldn't see this, watch this. The Minian Philistines, right? The compilers of Genesis 10:14 knew that the Philistines and the other Cretans were in a oasis strongholds, meaning the equator, okay? And controlled by Egypt. Kashalum, out of which came Philistines, and Caphtorim. It is not possible on such a small map like this one, right? Look what it says. It's not possible on such a small map to show all the surviving Philistine communities. What? Then it says Yemen Jews, Falasha Jews, Berber, Moorish, Negro Jews. So Moorish are now Jews? But I thought Blackamoors were Africans. That's when they lost power. Yeah, exactly. After 1492. After 1492. They've been fighting, the Canaanites been fighting and trying to conquer Europe for quite some time. They finally did it in 711 AD. From 711 AD all the way up to 1492. That's when they lost the last stronghold, which was Granada. But they started losing right around the 1300. You know what I mean? Like around that time. So these are blackamoors, so-called blackamoors, okay? So now let's go here, because honestly, you know, this is what triggers me, man. Like you start saying things, you start claiming that you guys are Hebrews. Okay, well then let's prove it. Let's prove it. Okay, this is from. Let's see, where are you at? It goes right here. Let's see if I can find the book. Yes, I did. All praises to the Most High. I think this is still it again, because the history of the Greek description. Let me see. No, you can't see this one. So you go to archive. Give me a second. The writer is Leo Africanus. Let's see. Let me see if I can find it like this. Give me a second. History.
Hey, check it, fam. Look what this guy's saying. Typical regurgitating shit. It's always the same stories with these guys, man. Spain, castle, mestizo. Bro, shut up. You don't even know your own history. Stick around, you may learn something.
I think I might have found it. No. Oh, I know where I have it. Okay. I'm going to do it this. Okay, guys. Give me a second. I'm going to go to my Facebook page because I have it there. It's coming up. Okay, so we got the Philistines. Watch this real quick. This is from a book by that guy, all right? And again, I don't have the link with me, but this is from a book called The History of the Afrique. Oh, man. Again, in my other classes, I have it, guys. I sincerely apologize. I thought I had the link, okay? But anyhow, my other classes, I have it, and I show the book. I ordered the book. The book is on its way. It says, for all the Negroes or blackamoors take their descent from Cush, from the son of Cam, who was the son of Noah. But whatsoever difference between the Negro and the tawny Moors, meaning the light-skinned Negro and the dark-skinned Negro, certain it is that they had all one beginning. For the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines. Watch this. Philistines, right? It is not possible, so small a map, to show all the surviving Philistine communities. These guys are not Hebrews. Look, when you look through, Judaism, paganism, Jewish, Timbuktu, Jewish, white, Jewish, Dagator, Philistines, Bantunism, Berber Jews, suppose maybe it's somewhat real. Maybe. I'm not saying all of them are not. Whole Jews, Jewish. Remember how they say Jewish, meaning you're not the real Jews? Y'all are saying the same thing. Look, there's no synagogues in Africa. But you know what I find very awkward? Let me finish real quick, okay? So for the Negroes are descendants of the Philistines, and the Philistines of Mizraim in the son of Cush. But the tawny Moor fetched their pedigree from the Sabians, and it's evident that Saba was a begotten of Ramah, which was the eldest son of Cush. Diverse other opinions there be touching this matter, which because they seem not so necessary, we have purposely omitted. Shalom, East Side. Let me go ahead and go through real quick. Shalom Eastside real quick. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Shalom, Salome. Remember, guys, you guys can post up, but I won't read it right away because I'm going into my class. Okay? So just keep that in mind. All right. So let me go get out of here real quick. And then, as you can see, look, the Philistines. These guys are them. And look, this is what bothered me. They show us this map all blurry here in America, but they go to Africa and they're like, look, guys, the Philistine community. You guys are Hebrew Israelites. This is Nigeria. Really? Here goes the book right here. That's on that page. You see that? I'll show you that in a little bit. Let me leave that here. So, anyways, I wanted to show you this. Look, in India, they have synagogues. Jews, synagogues. Look, they got a synagogue up there. Synagogue in Asia, all the way over here. Ancient trade routes from cities of Medes. See, they have this map too, and they didn't show it to us. Why? If we're scattered everywhere, why keep us from India? I wonder why. Look, all of these right here. Look at that. Look at that. All of these. There are synagogues up here. Okay. And I have a better map. I thought I had a better map. That other one that I have does show. Let's see. Yeah, you can't really see it. Well, I don't like to say, oh, well, you got to believe me. No, I would like for you guys to research yourselves. For some reason, it's not being clear here. Look, it even says Beni Israel, black Jews. So I'm not saying that there's no Jews that are. And by the way, when they say black, that doesn't mean woolly hair black. So please, black folks, get that out of your head. This means dark skin. Not every dark skinned person has woolly hair. And as a matter of fact, Samoans have woolly hair. Are they Israel? You say you got to have woolly. I mean, hey, inquiring minds want to know. Okay, let's move on. Now, let's go to the scriptures. Okay, I think I've proven enough in regards to how we start and where we go. Matthew 7:15. All right, so let's read that real quick. It says here, beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravening wolves. Just like these guys that are really pushing against us, you also have people that they know within their spirit that they don't believe that we're Israel. You shall know them by their fruits. Do men gather grapes of thorns or figs of thistles? And watch this. Even so, every good tree bringeth forth good fruit, but a corrupt tree bringeth forth evil fruit. So now we're going to dissect a corrupt tree. We're going to look at their track record. We're going to look at their women. We're going to look at everything about them. All right. You're going to look at the history regarding slavery. We're going to find out if black folks had no rights prior to Civil War, if there was no judges, no governors, nothing. If they had no presidents, nothing. If they had no decision making whatsoever prior to Civil War, we're going to find out if that's true. Matthew 18, a good tree cannot bring forth evil fruit, neither can a corrupt tree bring forth good fruit. So when in a wicked tree, there's always sin and it prevails, right? So what is one of the things that they're teaching us? They're saying that, oh yeah, we're Hebrews and you guys are not, and okay, well then let's go explore a little bit more. All right, so let's go now to the Africa's gift to America. This is Africa's gift to America. All right, watch this. And you guys can look through this book. Please look for it, okay? I'm not going to give you the numbers, the pages, not always. It says, however, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in the expedition, that as there is abundant evidence of their being with later Spanish explorers as de Aviles, Hernando de Soto, Narvaez, remember that guy with 600 soldiers from yesterday? Yeah, Coronado, Tristan de Luna, and Menendez. Another important fact, Spaniards of that time were much mixed with Negroes and had been from before the Moorish invasion of 711 AD. I said it. It says Simón Bolívar reminded Spanish Americans of his time that they were not pure Europeans to begin with. Spain itself, he said, had ceased to be European by its African blood, its institution and character. Watch this. Popular history starts the Negro in the United States in 1619. In 1919, there was a tercentenary observance of this at Jamestown. But this date, based on late letter from John Rolfe, Sir Edwin Sandy, is 107 years too late. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. Easter Sunday, 1512. Ponce de Leon was a black man? Maybe. Negroes first came with the Spaniards, who were the real founders of the United States. The first of them was Ponce de Leon, who landed in Florida. There seemed to be no record of the number of persons in his expedition or their ethnic origin. But Salvador Brau does mention one Negro, Pedro Mexia. Mexia, he says, was a mulatto and one of the companions of Ponce de Leon. However, it is safe to assume that there were other Negroes in that expedition, as there abundant evidence of there being later Spanish. So far, so good. We're not seeing any transatlantic slave trading. So far, we're not seeing any. It shows like you guys came with the Spaniards. Okay. Now let's go. I'm not done with this book. Is this it? I'm trying to look for the page, guys. Oh, here it goes. No, the Negroes is introduced here. No, that's not it. Give me a second. Okay, hold up. Let me see if I can find it. I can get this one. Let's say this song. Invasion. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm looking for a specific page that tells us a little bit about them. It shows that there was no 1619 slave trade. Not at all. They were coming in after. Here, let me see. Maybe it's back here. There goes the Philistine pages, as you guys can see. So if you guys have Facebook, I would suggest to friend me, because you guys can have access to all these pictures. Download them, save them for yourself. It's important to have these materials. And we're going to touch on this book slightly. I'm probably just going to move on because I don't know why I can't find that page. I thought I had it with me. Let me check real quick over here. Let's see. Africa's gift. Africa. Africa's gift to America. There it goes. Okay. I think it's this one. It's the same page. Okay, let me see. You know what? We're just gonna move on because in that one, it shows that the Africans were not being enslaved. I'll do it in another class, and I've had it in another class, so I'm not too concerned about it, to be honest with you. But some of these materials we're gonna look at, and I wish I would have had the page with me. I thought I did. I think this is it. Oh my God, it's right here. Watch this. It's the same book, page 61. It says, "It is clear that the enslavement of Africans did not start in racial issue. The great need then was for human beings to develop a new world, and Africa had an unused reservoir of them. Had the Africans been white instead, it would have been no different, as we see from the captive whites of from the captive whites of Europe, also shipped to the Americas. In fact, it was rather a religious issue." White folks being enslaved, huh? Did you guys know that, Fopi? Let me see if this is it. Oh, watch this real quick. I forget what book this is. I wish I would have had the material, man. It's from darkarchive.org. Let me read it, and then I'll see if I can find a book. That these first Negroes could buy white people shows in earliest America there was equal treatment for white and black according to class. That were the first Virginians did not regard Negroes as a race of slaves, or that, as Thomas Carlyle, a great advocate of slavery, said, God has put into every white man's hand a whip to flog the black. All right? Discrimination came later. Why? There was at least two causes: the dispensability of the Negro and the human attitude of some of the white colonists, and later, as the opposition of these latter, the abolitionists, grew, so tightened the laws to hold Negroes down because you guys were outvoting them all the time. All the time. So these guys were getting tired of being outvoted. It really all became just about civil power. You enslaved our people. You lie about everything that you guys went through, all for the sake of power. Simple power. Let me see. I have the book. Give me a second. And it's on page, let me see if I can find it real quick because I want to read it to y'all. It should be on page 58 from Africa's Gift to America, and it reads, let me see if I can do this. And I typically don't do this, guys, because I want to kind of flow with my class, but I think it's important. Where's my phone? Okay, give me a second, okay? I'm going to take a picture of it real quick, and I'm going to send it to myself. Well, I can't. My phone died. Oh, great. This is great. Anyways, all right, so let me read it. I'm doing my best. It says, strong document to prove that the first Africans in America were not slaves, and that chattel slavery of them did not start until 1659 or 1682 is given by competent researchers. Four of them are J.H. Russell, M.P. Andrews, Mary Standard, and Helen Catherall. Russell, in his chapter, Origin of the Free Negro Class, calls the belief that the first Negroes were slaves a popular error maintained and supported by a large number of writers. M.P. Andrews says the evidence clearly points to the customary indenture for Virginia archives shows that throughout the page 60, throughout the second quarter of the 17th century, Negroes were being released at the end of period of indentured. This is from a book called Virginia, the Old Dominion, page 88, 1937. I have that in PDF. Marty Snyder said the common belief that all Negroes brought to Virginia in the early period were slaves in error. Virginia's First Century, page 159, 1928. And Helen Catherall in Judicial Cases Concerning American Slavery and the Negroes. A Carnegie Institution publication gave instance of the first Negro serving for only a number of years. Only a court ordered September 1625, ordering Lady Yardley, wife of governor, to pay Negro 40 pounds of good merchandisable tobacco per month. That was an actual true African Negro, because our people were not free. You guys already showed y'all the law of partis sequetum ventrum. You guys know that about that law. That law basically said they're going to enslave our gente, especially our women. The law in 1960, the Retribution Act, that they were going to enslave our women and our children, and obviously kill the men. So what really happened? Look, listen, let's be real, guys. Black Europeans, because that's really what happens. Africans were in Europe for 700 years. Wait, for 700 years. And the black Europeans, right, of the colonial period, they didn't even consider themselves Negroes. Matter of fact, they even had European accents. And they considered themselves elite. Because in case y'all don't know, the term Negro was first coined for our people, the Indians. Now, let me remind you, Fopies, guys, all you black Hebrew Israelites, well, wannabes, converts. Black is not a phenotype. It's a skin tone. Negro. It was in Spanish first. It's a skin tone. It's not features. So the question is, what happened? Why all the massive influence, and why this belief that you guys are Hebrews if the facts are on the books? because you guys aren't aware of your history. Do you guys know who Daniel Webster is? He's a politician. He was a judge. He was a black man. 53rd 53 Congress, third session. Watch this. Upon acceptance, this was a judge prior to Civil War. Look, it says how little these men could have thought that this sublime portion awaited them when Daniel, a younger lawyer at Portsmouth, on his way to the courts on Concord, and Stark, living in a retirement of his farm, met at the old hotel in Hookstead. And the hero of Bennington spoke of the sale of himself at one time for 40 pounds and was ready to believe Daniel was the son of Captain Webster because the same deep swarty color of his face, only blacker. All right, who's Webster, man? Who is this guy? The biography of Webster. Well, let's find out who Webster Daniel is. Webster Daniel. Or Daniel Webster. He doesn't look swarty. He doesn't look black. So what happened? Why the secret? Childhood. It says, watch this real quick. It talks about the father, right? Daniel Webster was born in Salisbury, New Hampshire in January 18th, 1782. His parents were Ebenezer, who worked as a tavern owner and a farmer and was also involved in politics, and his second wife, Abigail, while a child, Daniel, earned the nickname Black Dan for his dark skin and black hair and eyes. The second youngest of 10 children, Daniel developed the passion for reading and learning at a young age. Now, some of you silly dubs are going to say, well, it's because his wife was black. No, man. This guy was black. His father, he looked like his dad. Look. This is in page 21. Again, you guys can go back to my site to look at the pages I'm bringing up. Let's see where you at. Oh, my bad. Page 21. Hold on. Let me see. Here goes. Following these suggestions, I'm in the middle paragraph on the right hand side. Following these suggestions, right here. Following these suggestions, in their relation to Webster, we find him about a thoroughbred and typical a New Englander of that time, as it was possible to be, a native of the native stock, meaning Europe, brought up in the old characteristic environment of religion, politics, and education. On his father's side, he was descendant from the Bachelors and the Bachelors, a dark complexion, dark-haired family. Dark hair family, dark complexioned. From poet Whittier was supposed to be descendant. I'm sorry, let me read that again. A dark complexion, dark-haired family from whom the poet Whittier was supposed to be descendant. So a famous poet here in America, Whittier, was black as well. The migrating ancestor of his family was a learned minister of gospel, of which talent and independent of character, which kept him in continual hot water in Puritan days in Massachusetts. So these guys were black people. Let's see what you. Let me see. Shalom, brother. Let me see what you guys. Let me see what you're gonna read. Look up the United States cabinet. They have a bunch of elite working in government. Yeah. Matter of fact, I have a picture, and on Saturday, man, my main computer bench just shut down, so I got a new one, and I'm bringing all my information over, and I have a picture of the cabinet of that year, 1700. They look like they're dressed like pilgrims. A lot of black people. So what is this that they're saying? Oh, we suffered. Oh my God! No, you did not. No, you did not. You see, the white man and the black man are involved in their cahoots. They're tied to the hip. One can't admit that they enslaved the other. One can't admit that they helped enslave our people. So they're both basically lying to each other, saying, listen, we don't want them to know that it was both of us that did it. We don't want people to know that it was black people that helped the white man. And the black man doesn't want the white people, or I'm sorry, yeah, the white folks and the rest of the nation to see that, damn, it was a white and black man that actually conquered America. That's right. Let them know, Ak. Let them know. That's the seal. In case y'all don't know, that's the seal that's coming at y'all this last hour. Because if you create a history that then matches the Bible, it is very difficult not to believe it, because it's literally you're walking in it. That's the Matrix. These men were black. Remember the movie Get Out? They're literally showing you flip side of it, meaning that the white folks that we see on pictures, they were actually black. All these movies, man, about black folks trying to be white, or they're looking like white, or they're acting like white. I'm telling you, like that other movie with a family, apparently like some weirdos try to be like them.
Hey, check this real quick. Check this. Check this out. Look at this real quick. Hold on, fam. Ready? Let's watch this real quick.
Black medieval European royals who were nicknamed Black on account of their black complexion. Charles II reigned as King of England, Ireland, and Scotland during the 17th century. Pubs across England called the Black Boy are generally named after King Charles II. It was a nickname coined by his mother because of the darkness of his skin. Henry III reigned as Holy Roman Emperor and King of Italy and King of Germany during the 11th century. Because of his dark skin complexion and his dark beard, he was called Niger, the Black, by his contemporaries. Thomas Butler ruled a region in Ireland called Ormond during the 16th century. Thomas, who was called from his dark complexion the Black Earl, succeeded his father in the earldom and estates at the age of 14. Dub was the King of Scotland during the 10th century. We see one of the black people, the Moors of the Romans, in the person of a King of Alban of the 10th century. History knows him sometimes as Kenneth, sometimes as Dub, and sometimes as Niger. Kenneth III was King of Scotland during the 11th century. A son, however, of the dispossessed Kenneth, or Dub, known too as Kenneth, Mac Dub, regained the kingship in the year 997, reigning until 1004. He is termed the Don or Brown from Strong Duncath, and since Don implies a lighter shade than Dub, being in fact dun or tawny, it is probable that Kenneth, son of the Black, was of...
Yo, so once again, remember how they talk about claiming to fit the Deuteronomy 28? What the fuck are you guys doing pushing crosses? I thought that a nation from afar, from a different religion, different language, a nation you guys never knew, gods you never understood, or even would ever fall under. You see that Christianity being pushed by y'all. There's a lot to answer. So don't get offended, man. These are just facts.
White blood on his mother's side. Black medieval European.
Right? That's crazy, man. That's crazy stuff. Let's go to page 22. Let's continue. I'm going to be done with this guy quick. Let's see. Where are you at? Page 22. See, I bound apparently early man Stephen article. New Hampshire. Let's see. Several of his brothers and sisters had the light. Oh, look. Several of his brothers and sisters had the light complexion of the Websters. Light-skinned black folks. I think I may not have it here. Outdoor people with many generations English, and the line of the father's name had been presumably been farmers in. Oh, look, it's because of their skin tone. The stock was Stirling, New England, and in the line of the father's name, they had presumably been farmers and out of doors people for many generations. Maybe that's not what it means. I don't know, man. I read it wrong. I was looking for something. I don't know why I'm not finding it. All right, let's continue. Last one. Let's just go here. Last one. See? This is supposedly Daniel Webster, man. That doesn't look like a dark-skinned man. You know what I'm saying? So now, who was John Marshall? Hold on a second. John Marshall is the Chief Justice. Okay? And this is page, let me see, page 23. Watch this. The Chief Justice of the United States is in his person tall, meagre, emaciated. His muscles so relaxed as not only to qualify apparently for any vigorous exertion of the body, but to destroy everything like harmony in his air and movement. Indeed, in his whole appearance and demeanor, dress, attitude, gesture, sitting, standing, and walking, he is as far removed from the idolized grace of Lord Chesterfield as any other gentleman on earth. His head and his face are small in comparison with his height. His complexion swarthy. The muscles of his face being relaxed makes him appear to be 50 years old of age, nor can be much younger. So who's this guy? Who's this guy? Hold on a second. I'm not sure why I'm getting that. Who's this guy? His name is John Marshall. John Marshall. That doesn't look like a swarthy man, right? Well, this guy was born in 1755. An American politician, lawyer to serve the 4th Chief Justice of the United States. He remains the long-serving Chief Justice and longest-serving Justice. 4th U.S. Secretary under President John Adams. I have documentation about that guy too, but I'm not going to touch on it just yet. Okay? So far so good. We're watching who is these so-called white people are actually black. So what's the suffering about? Look, it says here, his figures, this is John Marshall. His figure says, his venerable kinsman I have now before me. He was about 6 feet high, straight, rather slender, of dark complexion, showing little of any rosy red, yet good health, outline of the face nearly a circle, and within that, eyes dark to blackness, strong and penetrating, beaming with intelligence and good nature. As you know that these people writing, they're black. The people writing this are black. They're admiring themselves. An upright forehead, rather low, was terminated in horizontal line with a mass of raven black hair of unusual thickness and strength. The feature of face were in harmony with his outline, and the temples are fully developed. The result of his combination was irresisting and very agreeable. The body and limbs indicated agility rather than strength, in which, however, he was by no means deficient. He wore a purple and pale blue hunting shirt, trousers of the same material, fringed with white. A round black hat mounted with the blue buck's tails for a cockade crown, the same figure, the man. Black. Supposedly, the first judge wasn't this guy. It was someone else, like in after the Civil War. But that's a lie. Look. Watch this. This is from American Yap readers. Many poor white men gained voting rights, also known as suffrage, for the first time in 1830. In the 1830s, many white folks, poor. So who was voting? Black people. These changes, and remember in the other material I have in 1830, they had a convention. Black folks, a convention. These changes in American democracy did not take place without conflict. Voting rights in Rhode Island only changed after poor Rhode Islanders raised a militia and threatened violence. Below is the proposal of the army of men who 7 years later took up arms to fight for voting rights. So white people wanted to vote. Wasn't that something that they told us wasn't true? In case y'all don't know this, man, there was such a thing as called white status before the 1900s. Many blacks that came from Europe, they, like I said, they didn't consider themselves Negroes, dude. They considered themselves white people. If you could prove that you had a European lineage, you were considered white standard. John Marshall is a prominent Supreme Court justice guy, black man, not a white guy, like the pictures we see. They had school teachers. They had judges. They had policemen. You guys were not enslaved. Look, this is from an article, news history newspaper from South Carolina. You guys need to really do your digging, man. Watch this. John McCannon revises constant and Constitution Convention in 1895 over standard of white persons and prohibition of interbreeding with Negroes. Those Negroes weren't black. If you had 1 ounce or 1/8 of Indian blood, you were a slave. Which is why in 1662 they took our women and they had babies through them. A lot of them died. A lot of them, and some of them lived, of course, because they needed slaves, obviously, right? But those men and women who had a little bit of native in them were enslaved, were considered Negroes, like slaves. But yet, if you were black of European descent and you could prove it, you weren't considered a Negro. You were considered a white person. White persons over standard of white persons. Look, it is instructive to review this contest in the Constitutional Convention over 1895 over the standard of white persons and the prohibition of interbreeding with Negroes. So what do you mean by white person? Look at this. Look at this. Provided that this section shall not be so construed as to disqualify for marriage with white persons, any person, or his or her issue, who shall have had at or before the adoption to this constitution status of white persons. You see that? So if you were a black man and you had a baby with a white person and they look black, that child would not be a slave. You would have the status of a free white person. It says here. It says, provided that this section shall not be so construed as to disqualify for marriage with white persons, any person, or his or her issue, meaning child, who shall have had at or before the adoption of this constitution the status of white person. So prior to this, if you were black looking and you were considered white person at that time, and your child would be considered white person too, you wouldn't be considered Negro. The trickery, man. The trickery. Look this. Excuse my daughter, guys. She's having a hard time today. She's only 1 year and 8 months. She's trying to hang in there. Watch this. Check this out, Fopi. You guys were literally sleeping with the enemy that you call enemy. This is who you are. Chessboard brothers. Chessboard brother. That's right, man. They're playing chessboard with us, bro. We're playing chess. We see everything that y'all do. Unlike the other cams that go back and, yeah, well, you know, we went through this. And Second Ezra says, like, no. What I'm going to do is I'm going to hit your joints. Because it's where the weakness is. The lie. Y'all really drank the Kool-Aid, man. Look, miscegenation. I can't even say it. It's so disgusting to me, man. You look. I don't see no slavery in this picture whatsoever. Look at this. You see that black man? Look. You guys need to look up this word. Look, the repeal of American anti-miscegenation laws. So that's what they were trying to do, man. They were trying to just stop you guys from mixing with each other. Because you were giving rights to who? The natives, potentially. Look. Are they dressed like recently? No, man. Look at that black man. Look at that black woman. You see, black and white folks, y'all were getting it on prior to Civil War. It's called the antebellum, prior to the Civil War. Miscegenation, or the millennium of abolitionism. Look at this. President allowed me to honor the introducing my very dear friend, Miss Dina Arabella Aramitha Squash. I shall be proud to number among my intimate friends any man
Any member of the squash family, especially the little squashes. They called them squashes. I don't know. Look at this guy. Oh, you dear creature. I'm so agitated. Go and ask Pa. Lovely Julia Anna. Name Dede when brought her. I don't even know what you're saying. Look. Look at that white person. Y'all didn't have it so bad, man. Why you guys lie? See? Look at this one. It's called debutante. It's called debutante. Watch. See these black folks? Hey, look at that. Look at these white people. I don't know. Maybe they're white. Maybe they're up people. They're light skinned, but they're the slaves. You see this black man, French, ready to get it on with one of these white women. Look. See? So you white folks or you black folks that are dissing black people. I mean, you black folks that are dissing white people. Look at that. There could be this here. They could skip that and pick two black folks, and guess what? You're still a white man. You dummy. This is the silliness about. Look, this is not like this is in the 1700s, guys. I'm not lying. Look, anybody that's over here coming on and saying, "Oh, you guys are racist, you're liars." I'm not talking. I'm letting the book show. I'm showing the material. If you don't want to believe facts, that's not my fault at all. And then one more. I know you guys are gonna trip out on this. Yes, Lincoln was a black man. Mm-hmm. Watch. Give me a second. From the moment. Hold on, I'm looking for the moment. I read it earlier. There it goes. This is from a website, historynet.com, regarding Lincoln. From the moment America's greatest writer caught sight of Lincoln, either in person or through photographs, they took notice too, marveling at the president's sallow, queer, sagacious visage with the homely human sympathies that warmed it. Okay? His hair was black, still unmixed with gray, stiff, somewhat bushy, and had apparently been acquainted with neither brush or comb. His complexion is dark and sallow, betokening, I fear, an insalubrious atmosphere around the White House. He has thick black eyebrows, an impending brow. His nose is large, and the line about his mouth are strongly defined, meaning he had thick lips. Thick lips. So you could see their lips. You could see his lips. Abraham Lincoln. Oh my God, I'm gonna change this. Come on, man. It's not the battery. This keyboard it does what it wants. I don't know why. Oh, come on, man. Anyways, look, you guys know what Abraham Lincoln looks like. Really? I mean, I don't even have to show you. You guys know what he looks like. Okay? So, as you can see, we kind of go back and forth, and it's like, wait a minute, man. Now that we're looking at everything, y'all didn't really have it that bad. So, what's this about? Hold on, let's see. Where's he at? Let's go do it. Let's go back. So, now that we have a little bit idea, we left off here.
Indian Ocean. The Trans-Sahara trade was conducted along 6 major slave routes. Trans-Sahara trade.
Oh, and that's from Africa's Gift to America. Matter of fact, you guys can go and grab the book called The Golden Age, and it shows how they were enslaving white people the whole time. Matter of fact, let me show you. Let's show it, man, because they may be watching too, and they probably need to be educated. Again, there goes Facebook. Okay, come on. I kid you not, this is a blessing in disguise because this computer is so much better and I can do so much more. I can do thumbnails. I can do a bunch of different things. My other computer couldn't let me. So all praise to the Most High for destroying that one. Let's see real quick. Where are you at? Here it goes right here. Give me a second. Give me a second here. Matter of fact, let's look at some of this. Look. Free Negro owners of slaves. Free Negro owners of slaves. I'm going to show you guys a list of all the slaves that they had. You see this here? All those are last names of black people. And all of these numbers are our gente. And some of their people too. Look, the land lottery of the Cherokee. This was in Tennessee. Black folks and white folks voted for this. Look, massive amount of slavery. Black folks, white cargo. Y'all enslaved white people. Our people, mostly. The Free Negro in Virginia, 1619 to 1865. Look at that. Look at that. And I have like 3 of these books. And I'm still looking for some more. By the end of the century, 2,000 men, women, and children came from the British Isles, would have been transplanted to British America. You guys didn't come to the transatlantic slave trade. That's a lie. You guys are the Phoenicians, the Canaanites. Everything about you is a lie. Everything about you is a lie. The first Negro could buy white people. Why? Watch this real quick. I think this is from that book. The first Negro says were popular, maintaining large. Yeah, that was that book, The Africa. The slaves for life were white convicts shipped from Europe. Oh, but no, man.
Was conducted along 6 major slave routes just in the 19th century, for which we have more accounts. Only 5% of the slaves ended up in what we call the United States today.
So they say that you have to match all the scriptures, right? So if Africans never left their homeland, then that means you guys aren't Hebrews. But you're going to say, well, you guys weren't scattered everywhere. Yeah, we were. We proved it.
However, a minimum of 28 million Africans were enslaved in the Muslim Middle East. And in some parts of the Mohammedan world, is still continuing to this day.
And the Lord shall scatter thee among all people, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, from the one end of the earth even unto the other, from the one end of the earth even unto the other.
These are the Sidi people, the descendants of black Africans who live in communities close to the coast in this area and across.
And you can see the stretch. They're really stretching, man. Like, y'all are really stretching for this. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're really trying your hardest. Look.
When many came aboard the dhows of Arab merchants who traded with kingdoms along India's west coast, the Arabs are believed to have captured the Sidis after raids on coastal Bantu villages in East Africa.
Anyhow, I think we've had enough of this. Let's see. I don't mean just black then. Let's see. I don't mean just back then, right now as well. Blacks hold high-ranking U.S. cabinets. They do. They even have black admirals. They do. A lot of them don't fit the prophecy of Daniel 7:21. Let's read that. Let's see. Daniel 7:21. I haven't read that in a while, man. All praises. Let's see. Daniel 7:21 reads, I beheld, and the same horn made war with the saints and prevailed against them until the Ancient of Days came, and judgment was given to the saints of the Most High, and the time came that the saints possessed the kingdom. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, they're not in servitude in a sense. And matter of fact, they have a lot of representation in the government. They have a lot of wealthy black people. Black folks own a lot of banks. It's proven. Look, I'll show you. Black own banks. Look. And they're going to say, well, the white man owns it. No, look, 45 black-owned banks by state. Hispanics don't own any banks, not that I know of. And we don't have black colleges either. We're not racist, just looking at fact. Hey, man, all praises, bro, because that's really the truth. Hey, bro, listen, I got people of like, for example, my sister married my brother-in-law, Mikey. And I still call him Mikey, man. He's my brother-in-law. He's my brother-in-law. I ain't going to lie. You know, I've known the guy since I was young. He's half black, so-called half black and Asian. I got along with him before. We don't talk as much because my sister, like, kind of moved on. I have another nephew who's so-called half Puerto Rican, and he's light-skinned. My nieces on my side and my brother's side, they're dark skin. I happen to be a little bit more on the light side. But it's not about, man, it's just being objective. We just want facts. Listen, if they didn't come in with, like, Deuteronomy 28 and, you know, from afar, from the end of the earth, then okay, that makes sense. All right, you know, you guys were enslaved, whatever. But then you start saying that we ruled Europe and it was just the Judah tribe. And I'm like, wait, hold up. I know the scriptures and that does not make sense. So that's what it is. You're being objective. All praises to the Most High, bro, because that's really what it's about. I don't hate I don't have hate, only for the enemy. And I'm done with that anger, bitterness, resentment. I'm teaching it. The Most High will give us salvation and revenge. That's what I care about. I care about our gente, about the struggle that our people go through. So let me go ahead and finish it off, man, because I know that you guys got stuff to do. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, okay? 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 33, I believe. That's what we're looking for. And it says, be not deceived, evil communication corrupt good manners. Does not that lying, claiming that they've been enslaved, transatlantic, blah, blah, blah. Evil communication corrupt good manners, meaning that you're misinterpreting the scriptures. And you're making people believe that you really are Hebrews, when the prophecies that you're using are not applicable to you. Ecclesiastes 1:15. And we've seen it before. We're going to see it often. Watch this. It says, that which is crooked cannot be made straight, and that which is wanting cannot be numbered. Watch this.
Dude,
First of all, let me read the scripture. Sirach 26:23. It says, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a God Lord. So you women, you so-called black women of the African descent, are an example and reflection of your men. So you team to tell me that you guys are Hebrews? Let's find out.
I miss having a man so much right now.
What happens if I meet him and he wants kids and I'm too old to not be able to give him?
Cook your children, and also I am your husband.
This is the kind of single that sucks. You wake up alone and you start your day. You have a long...
Two nationalities are the ones pushing this agenda. The so-called black man and the so-called the so-called white woman and the so-called black woman. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. That's your portion, Mr. Black man, Mr. White man. This is your portion. They are a reflection of who you are. So if they're out of control, guess what? So are you. And it's just a facade for us. All we see is a facade. That's it. But we see the reality.
Long day, and you come home and you have no one really to tell about your long day. So you sit.
As you can see, family, there's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and we obviously are trying to provide these answers for ourselves because they're not going to tell us. We got about maybe another 10, 15, and we're done. All right, let's go.
Sit down, you watch a movie, you watch a show, you read a book. Something is sad, something is funny, something is motivating, and you have no one to tell. And you open up your phone and you have no notifications. And you go on social media and you check out your friends and your family. And they all have people in their...
Undefeated heavyweight champion of the world.
Dude, I miss having a man so much right now. So every Thursday, we have a taco truck that comes to our apartments and serves us Mexican food. And I took my dog on a walk and I was waiting and there was music playing really fucking loud. And I'm trying to get the guy's attention. I'm literally there for like 5 minutes, just standing there waiting.
Remind me that I don't need a man and men are useless.
But trust me, guys, they reach a certain point and then they all need us. Or they just go crazy like this woman here.
You can wash your garden, cook your children, and also I am your husband.
Hey, let's keep it real. So-called Hispanics and Native Indians. Do we have that problem? Yeah, we do a little bit, but not like this. We have it a little easier. So it's us men to get it right. It's the men. Now, don't get me wrong. You women, you guys are bugging out, but the women that are listening to my channel or any other channel that keeps the laws of God, I'm not talking to y'all because you're doing your best and it takes time. But the men, we have to be leaders. Remember, a well-instructed woman is only instructed if she has a well-instructed father and a husband. Let's go.
Yes, I did university in 1977 and passed away.
This guy just canceled our date tonight because he'd rather hang out and get drunk with his friends in the club.
Question for the guys now. Or the girls, if you know the answer, speak up. Where do I find all the decent single guys? Like, where do they all hang out?
Now, remember, keep in mind that all of this is promiscuousness. That's really what it is. Where do I find a guy? You mean you're sleeping around because now you have no connection. Your dopamines now do not connect of just getting to know someone and talking. You're only connecting when you have sex, which is why you're looking. You see, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man.
And don't try to tell me dating apps because I won't fucking believe you because I've been there. Like, where are all the nice, normal, single guys?
Create any more content on TikTok.
I just had like the craziest, saddest thought. I'm in a stage of life where I'm watching all my friends get married and have babies and find love. And I had another talking phase yet again fall through. And my friend was like, you'll meet the one day, don't give up. But now I'm at a point.
We go about fixing that. We cry. No, we don't cry. We put ourselves out there. And then what? Then we cry. No.
Well, ma'am, why did...
Yeah, that's one. And then the last one. This is only a short one.
In January, February, March, April, May.
Hey, guys, every month her number increases, meaning that's how many men she slept with so far. Okay, so...
November, December.
717. That's about 8 men a day. Wicked woman is given to a portion to a wicked man. This is your women, white man. This is your women, black man. You telling me you're a Hebrew? A Hebrew of the Hebrews?
What's your body count? Are you gonna post this on TikTok? No, probably not. 74? 74? What's your body count?
8.5. Welcome back, guys, to another episode of What's Your Body Count. And if you are new to my channel...
Leviticus 19:29 says, thou shalt not make your daughter a whore. And you shouldn't be out in clubs looking at these whores because then you're just basically influencing our children. This goes to Sakari. The chief guy, he says that he goes to clubs all the time. So what? Strip clubs, dance clubs, which clubs? Bathroom clubs? What? Club sodas? That's not. Come on, bro.
And enjoy my content. A sub would be really appreciated.
What is you guys' body count?
11.
11, okay. So 33, yeah.
4.
4, so quick math, 12.
Why are you multiplying it by 3? Yeah.
When a girl tells you how many guys she's with, multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Hey, let's keep it real, guys. As a so-called Hispanic Native Indian, we always have looked at this kind of awkward. Like, man, these nations of people, they're just different. White folks, black folks, why are they like that? That's the talk. That's the talk at home. Like, why are they so different? White folks and black folks, they really get along, and they're like a love and hate. I wonder why.
Can I make it 34 in 12? I can?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, guys, most women lie about their body counts. So you just multiply the number by 3, and that's the real number. Here.
What is you guys' body counts?
9, 10, 3.
Whoa!
Dixon!
How much is it?
It's like 11, 12.
11, 12?
Yeah, she's lying.
They must be best friends if they snitch on each other like that.
Next question.
What's your body count?
It's 3.
Oh, it is? That's dope. That's
No,
dope.
2. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's 2?
Two.
Okay, bet that.
Done 1,000 yet.
By the way, guys,
1,000 men.
She's on a podcast that is seen by millions of people.
What? How 1,000? That's amazing. How long you been doing this?
So long.
You see, and that's the stupidity. That's amazing. More than like thousands. Yeah. Let's go here. Yeah, let me close this here real quick. Ecclesiastes 3:15. I'm almost done, guys. It says, that which has been is now, and that which is to be has already been. And God required that which is past. So this is basically showing that who they've been, they're going to continue to be, and they're always going to continue to be. So this is a prime example of who they are. We look at their surroundings, their fruit, look at their children, look at their women. The crooked tree will never straighten out. A good fruit will always bring forth good fruit. So if they're not showing the patterns, if they're not showing or exercising that Hebrewism, which means their women and children should also reflect that, then we need to question it. We need to definitely question it, okay? I got a video for y'all so then you can see, because I have the same mentality in regards to my family and my daughter. And when I saw this video today, I was so happy. I was so happy, man. Watch this real quick. Watch what this says. Watch, all right? It's in Spanish. So for you to speak Spanish, what she's saying is, look, it says gitanos, costumbre gitana. So she's saying, look, my daughter, she's never had sex, nothing like that. Everybody knows it. You know what I'm saying? Blah, blah, blah. And the daughter's like literally crying because she don't have to do this. Watch.
Tu madre la trajo al mundo. No está rosada, no está tocada, está entera y verdadera. Nadie puede hablar de ella. Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Tu madre la trajo al mundo. No está rosada, no está tocada.
No está rosada, no está tocada. She says no está rosada, no está tocada. Which means no rosada o tocada, okay?
Está entera y verdadera.
Está entera en verdadera, okay?
Nadie puede hablar de ella.
Nadie puede hablar de ella.
Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Y a su suegro también.
Que ahora yo creo que ven que está bastante claro. El suegro también, ¿no sé? Right?
Así que es lo que hay. La que quiera honra, que se la gane.
So, la que quiera honrada, que se la gane. You see that? Meaning, she is a virgin. Never been with a man, never been talked about. Everybody in the block or the neighborhood knows that she is like that. Watch this. That's her pop right there. So this sister's about to get married. Like, listen, guys, that's a beautiful thing when you can actually do that with your daughter and say, oh, honey, I'm so glad that you actually reserved yourself, that you actually did it for a man that literally, powerful. That's powerful. Yeah, man, it's powerful, bro, because like I have a daughter that's 19 and I showed her, like, you see, mama, te digo, it's not in vain. We care for this. This is our gente in regards to the spiritual aspect. Now, do they look exactly like us? No, but I tell you one thing, gypsies, gitanos, I'll bet you they are our people. They are our people because they're scattered everywhere and they're in Europe. And guess what? They have these costumbres that's a biblical aspect. Watch this real quick. I'm going to read it and then we're going to finish. Hold on. Right there. Here it goes. Watch this real quick. Let's go to, where are you at? Where you at? Tobit. That's right. Tobit 10:12. Watch what it reads. It says, and he said unto his daughter, honor thy father and thy mother-in-law, which are now thy parents, that I may hear good report of thee. And he kissed her. Edna also said to Tobias. So the father talked to the daughter, and now the mother talked to the son-in-law. Edna also said to Tobias, the Lord of heaven restore thee, my dear brother, and grant that I may see my children, that I may see thy children of my daughter, Sarah, before I die, that I may rejoice before the Lord. Behold, I commit my daughter unto thee of special trust. Why? Because she's a virgin, didn't have sex. Nobody has anything negative to say about her. Where do not entreat her evil. The same thing with that video, man. That stuff is special, and that's what we're aiming for. This is what we're aiming for. Remember, a wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man. One more time,
Madre
guys.
de todo el mundo. No está rozada, no está tocada, está entera y verdadera. Nadie puede hablar de ella. Y ahí dentro yo creo que la mujer la queda bastante claro. Y a su suegro también. Así que es lo que hay. La que quiera hombre, que se la gane.
And that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful. That's powerful. And that just shows that a wicked woman is given to a portion of a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to a godly man. That's Sirach 23. Okay. So, hey, fam, y'all take care. I appreciate you. I am going to have to cut it short now because, well, again, I've gone a little bit longer, but I just have a meeting at 5 and I got to get there as soon as possible. So let me go ahead and play this real quick for y'all. Here it goes right here. I think I played it before. Man, it's raining heavy. I don't know what the weather's like where you guys are at, but it's raining heavy over here. Okay, so anyways, the song's gonna come up. Shalom, family. Love y'all very much. You guys take care of yourselves. All right, appreciate y'all. I hope the class was edifying. Again, and this is first of all, let me say shalom to MSD. Shalom, bro. Shalom, Eastside 115. Shalom, Salome. Shalom, Eastside 115. Appreciate y'all being here, brothers and sisters. Okay. Tomorrow is another class, and I'm going to do that one. Tomorrow is on Abraham. Okay, we're going to go deep diving on Abraham regarding where he came from, why is it that he was of the Chaldees, and regarding how we are a direct connection to Abraham because of where he settled. And some of the people where he settled have a lot of costumbres like us. So we got to connect us. All right. Again, we got to go back to our fathers, man. We got to go back to our fathers. That's how we're going to know who we are according to the Bible. Okay. All right, brothers and sisters, man. You guys take care. Shalom. Love you all very much, man. Remember, I need these classes to stay sober, bro. So the moment you guys don't hear from me, you better start praying because something's not right. All right? Shalom.
Hey, real nigga on a microphone. Studio of Kion. Gangsta song. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower. Feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower. Feel the warrior eternal power. Escucha Dios, si aún estás por este mundo, voy a robarte tan solo 3 segundos. Quiero mandarte un mensaje muy profundo y pedirte disculpas por si me confundo. Soy un humano más que vaga en estos páramos, que se pregunta qué pasa si nos amáramos. Pero la guerra nos separa, así que páranos y únenos de nuevo, por favor, como quisiéramos. Ve al humano maltratar a su mujer, divisa al pueblo roto por su falta de poder. Sigo viendo al niño muriendo sin comer y al rico atragantarse tan solo por placer. Quedamos pocos mensajeros del honor, fieles servidores del humano con valor, nobles narradores de palabra con amor. Solo faltas tú para guiar nuestro interior. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. My brother come over. It's a champion general flow. Listen, my reggae music is lower. Climb the tower, feel the warrior eternal power. Sé que no es fácil nadar en estas aguas, ni mantener el rumbo en este sin razón. Sé que me quemo si camino en la fragua. Este es mi deber cuando recibí mi don. Podría hablar.
Hey, brother, you know what? Sorry, man. I don't normally do this. I'll just let it play. But Fernando, you're very right, bro. Appreciate you being here, man. We Hispanos still keeping our honor. Our fathers are real conservadores unto our father Yahweh. That's right, bro. Hey, when you get a chance, man, try to get a hold of me, Fernando. I want to talk to you about something, bro. Okay? You take care of yourself. Shalom, bro. All right? Let me continue.
Sobre coches y dinero, pero no quiero, por eso soy la voz del guero. Prefiero mantener mi arte mensajero, luchar junto al humilde para destruir el clero. Unos tienen tanto y otros quieren tan poco. Esta melodía me está volviendo loco. Pido a Kion que limpie lo que toco. Él destruye el muro en el que normalmente choco. La tierra muere y morirá callada. Creaste un suelo de arena malgastada. Nos diste ciencia y eso no te avala. Ella da respuestas, tú no dices nada. Sé que mi fe no va mal, pero aquí debajo todo sigue igual. Luchamos por vivir algo que es normal. Por eso lo divino jamás será mortal. Oh. woman, nigga. Feel the rust up, you nigga, no más, nigga. Hey, escuela, haciendo fresco lo que siento desde el alma, nego. Lo siento. Lo sé, señor, quizás hable sin sentido, pero al malvado hay que darle su merecido. Mira al diablo en que me ha convertido, pidiéndole consejos a un desconocido. No verá cómo va, it's a champion general.
Ical, hijo, abre los ojos. Tu cuerpo se queda con nosotros, pero tu espíritu debe seguir. Busca la luz. Aléjate de las sombras. Deja que nuestro dolor sea tu fuerza. Desde aquí dominamos tu camino. Lucha como nosotros estarán verán. Yo soy tú. Eres yo. La muerte que hoy nos separa, mañana volverá a unirnos. Eres libre, hijo.